Welcome to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee number 7, Planning and Environment, for the inquiry into budget estimates 2026-2027. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us here today. My name's Sue Higginson. I'm the chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Sharpe and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of climate change, energy, the environment and heritage. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent and remind parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. So I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making time to give evidence today. All witnesses, you will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. Mr Lean and Mr Chappell, could you please state your names and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation? And Mr Chappell, I will start with you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Tony Chappell. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Environment Protection Authority. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr Lean.
Anthony Lean, Secretary of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am, and then in the afternoon we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions there will be questions from the opposition and the crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. So we will now begin with questions from the opposition. Over to you, colleagues.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Minister and colleagues. I am wondering about, Minister, you undertook a public consultation from April last year about national parks camping fee structures. 23,000 submissions were provided. In October last year, you responded to an e-petition calling for your government to keep camping affordable by saying that you would be publishing a submissions report summarising public feedback. When will that be released?
I would hope it's pretty soon. We're very close to finalising the outcomes of that consultation. It's been a long discussion and it was really good that there were, over 20,000 submissions. We've been working through issues such as vehicle access fees to parks as well as the kind of camping fees regime. So I would expect that the kind of response to consultation should be done soon, but I suppose what I'm really flagging with you, given that you're interested, is that we'd be looking in the next few months to actually finalise that.
So will you actually be publicising and providing a report summarising the public feedback?
Absolutely.
Okay, and when will that be released?
Soon.
I mean, you said it would be soon at the start of the year.
Yeah, I think
it's
that's
been
right.
a long time since the consultation, over a year.
Sure. There was a lot of feedback. There's a lot of moving parts here. We're trying very much to provide camping opportunities for people around the state that are affordable. There's a whole range of campsites that are free, for example. There's a whole range of... we inherited a kind of... Can you just let me finish? We inherited a sort of a mismatch of, the way in which vehicle access occurs. So we're working through all that. It's not actually straightforward. I mean, there are hundreds of campsites across the state.
Sure,
but what I'm saying to you is, we'll do it soon. We want to be making an announcement around camping fees very soon.
Before the end of the year?
Yes.
And will people who, for example, were enjoying free campsites be able to enjoy those free campsites? So no free campsite will be made a fee-paying campsite?
I don't believe that's the case, but as I said, we're working with there's a lot of different strings that are being pulled here, which includes things like vehicle access fees. So what I will tell you is that camping fees, as a result of the consultation, camping fees and access to camping will be better than it is now. And there will be some changes across the state, but we're finalising those. It's complicated.
Sure, but the consultation paper came out. It had some campsites with 400% increases in fees.
Yep.
How will that be addressed? I mean,
well, it'll be addressed in the way that we respond to it. That's what I said. That's why it's taken a while. I can't tell you, and I'm not going to be announcing today the ins and outs of all of that. What I am saying is that I believe that we are working through what will be an excellent outcome for camping in this state, access to national parks, good visitor facilities, and the opportunity for people to enjoy our beautiful parks.
So camp fees were supposed to be changed by the 1st of July this year. They weren't. There's no announcement.
I thought you'd be happy that there's been no change to camp fees. Is that your
I'm
position?
not happy that you haven't been able to stick to your own timeline, and it's causing more confusion around the camping community for families who are trying to plan holidays for the summer. Yeah. I mean, the website doesn't acknowledge anything that might be changing or why
just
there
because
has been
we'll
a
make
delay.
the announcement in the proper term. Can I just also make a point here that there actually is currently no absolutely free parking, free camping, because there are booking fees. We're also looking at that as well.
So, but there are sites that don't require booking at the moment,
No, we require booking in almost all of them.
including free sites.
Yes. The booking fee was
So,
introduced
but you're
during,
saying
just so
there's
you
no-
know, like there's a bit of history to this. There used to be the case where there were sites where it was totally free, but during COVID, there were booking fees put in place to help manage while we were, managing people's movement around the state. Those booking fees remain. Part of the package that we are putting together looks at camping fees, booking fees, vehicle access fees. It is complicated. There's literally hundreds of sites, and there's been a lot of feedback. But I think in the end that you'll be quite pleased with the outcome.
So you can't give us a date?
Nope.
Can you guarantee that there will be a cap on private operators who are providing campsite facilities?
So we haven't got people doing that. That has been the case in the past. As you would be aware, we had this conversation at the last estimates committee, which was that there's been an EOI process for people to have shown an interest in perhaps providing supported camping. That hasn't been finalised yet.
So are those proposals still being considered?
Yes.
And will there be a decision soon?
Yes, I would hope so.
Before the end of the year?
I would hope so, yes.
Have you seen the submissions,
No,
the proposals?
I haven't. The department, I'm aware that they've gone in. The department are dealing with them, but they've not brought them to me for approval or decision.
Have the department given you some sort of policy for approval regarding the camping fee structure?
Sorry, could you say that again? Sorry.
Have you been provided with any advice around the camping fee structure?
No, as I said, there's been an EOI process that National Parks have undertaken. What I can tell you...
Sorry, just in relation to the camping fees, regardless of...
Oh, sorry, you're asking
private
about the camping
operators.
fees, not the
Yeah.
supporters. Okay, so sorry. Ask again.
So I'm just wondering what you've got in front of you from the department. Do you have the camping fee structure in front of you to make a decision? Have you been provided with those options?
We're working through that. There's backwards and forwards in that. As I've said to you, we are looking at the camping fee structure, booking fees, vehicle access fees, how that all sits together.
So when did the vehicle access fees come into play? Because that certainly wasn't a part of the original feedback process.
No, but we're looking at that as well. I'm informing the committee of what we're looking at altogether. The whole thing of what we're trying to do here is get more people into parks to be able to enjoy the great outdoors, to have affordable and good camping opportunities for families and others.
Sure, but why wasn't the vehicle access fee included in the original proposal?
Well, it's just been something that we've considered. There's a range of different fees. As I said, we inherited a bunch of different arrangements, and as part of looking at the overall package of these things, we're looking at vehicle access fees as well.
Okay, it just seems like we're adding on things and complexity, and it's causing further delay.
Well, why don't you wait and see what we comes out with? I think
we've
you'll
been
be happy
waiting
with
to
it.
see for over a year.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Well, no problem. We're doing the work, and
But
people will be
it
told,
is a
and that's
problem.
what will happen. Well, if you think that's a problem, that's fine.
Well, it's not just me. It's the 23,000 people who made submissions. It's the e-petitioners. It's people online. There are many articles. I'm sure you're aware.
What everyone says through all of those surveys is how much they love national parks,
Sure,
about
no
how much
one's
they're spending
denying
time
that.
in them, and how they want to
Absolutely.
make it affordable for their families. The input for that, I think, once they see the work that we've done, and once we make the final announcement, that will be good. I don't apologise for taking the time to make sure that is done properly and that people have enough time to have it dealt with. But I just want to be really clear. Every national parks camping site requires a booking fee.
Okay. So what is
And that was under the previous government, just to be clear.
what is the revenue that you currently receive as a result of camping fees and as in site bookings?
I'll have to take that
and
on notice. I'll
vehicle
see if I can
access?
get that figure for you. That's
Could
fine.
you please break that down from vehicle access as well as...
That might, yes, I'll have to
camping
take
fees?
that on notice. I don't know whether I can get that for you today.
Okay, thank you. And can I just confirm, with those supported private camping sites, is that proposal continuing? When will a decision be made about that?
Well, as I said, the EOI process has been there. I can tell you that there's been 5 places, but I haven't got the final approval or seen the final outcome of that. We remain, I'll be interested to see what's come through, but the final decision hasn't been made on that.
Okay, so you're not necessarily committed to those supported
I'm pretty committed to actually providing supported camping, but as I said, we've got to see we had an EOI process. There are 5, as I believe, there are 5 organisations that have put in EOIs. National Parks is working through that, but I haven't seen the outcome of that yet.
And just to clarify, will you be putting a cap on the prices that those private operators are able to charge?
I know you asked me
members
this
of the
last
public?
time. Until I've actually seen the proposal, I'm not. I just don't know what the fees are likely to be. I don't know whether I've actually approved it or not. So, if you think if the big story today is there's not going to be a cap on private stuff, you can run that. But I just would say that I don't think that that's actually the issue.
It's actually trying to understand. I mean, you're saying on one hand that you want to keep camping affordable,
Yep.
and you want to keep access affordable, but you won't make a commitment to putting a price cap on operators who are going to be
Can't put a price
monetising
cap on
national
something where I
parks.
haven't seen actually what the fees will be. So let's just
it's
wait
either
and see.
affordable or it's not. I mean, you can either pay for something or not. It's up
Are you
to you to
suggesting
make
it's
a
only affordable if
determination.
it's free? Are you suggesting that all of the camping spots will be free? Because that's just not the case. We have a whole
No,
range of
I'm-
different places. Supported
I'm
accommodation.
asking what you mean by affordable.
What I'm saying is that there will be places that are free for people to go. There are places there already are throughout where people pay for camping fees. There are places where people actually rent some very beautiful places within our national parks at
Sure,
different
but it's
costs.
a very small percentage of...
And that's a very small percentage of what's happening with camping. So, but as I said, I haven't got the final stuff. When I do, there'll be an announcement. The important thing is that access to our parks by a range of different people, for a range of different means, is something that we want to do, and we think that's a good thing.
You said in the House a couple of weeks ago that you couldn't direct your department or the Heritage Council to undertake any investigation of a site for heritage listing, but the Heritage Act does actually make an explicit provision for the Minister to request the Heritage Council may make a recommendation. Have you directed the Council to do anything through your powers under the Heritage Act with regards to the defence sites that are being divested by the federal government?
No, I haven't.
And why is that?
I haven't because they sit under a slightly different heritage regime. So the public sites that are owned by the Commonwealth actually sit on a different register. People might be familiar with the National, the National Heritage Register, as we've got the State Heritage Register. There's also what's called the Commonwealth Heritage Register.
I am familiar with that because I actually gave that information in the House as well. But
good.
why does...
Glad you know.
But why does the Commonwealth listing prevent you from starting the process to investigate heritage listing, ask the Heritage Council to put in work to ensure that those sites are actually listed on the New South Wales Heritage List when those Commonwealth sites are divested?
It's a little bit more complicated than that, but Look, the situation is that they're currently protected. There's a process going through in relation to divestment, and I'm not inclined at this point to direct the Heritage Council to do that. I know that there are people in the community who can bring forward and put forward a nomination, and they may well do that.
Okay, and can I just ask why you think that Victoria Barracks and HMAS Penguin are not worthy of investigating heritage when you have things like concrete bridges and the Moree rocket, which well loved, I appreciate, but if they are worthy, how is it that our historic defence sites in Greater Sydney are not worthy of that protection?
It's because these sites already have protection, so let's be clear.
But they won't have protection.
Well, that's not the case. That's not necessarily the case.
Well,
so there is a process going. What do you mean by that?
Well, the federal Labor government are divesting these sites,
yes,
meaning that the Commonwealth heritage protection will no longer apply.
That is part of the issue, but there is other heritage requirements that will happen. Anyway, I think that this is a two-step process. But what I'm saying is that the Heritage Council in New South Wales, welcomely, is an independent body that's put forward a range of different heritage nominations, which I've been very proud to sign and be part of it. I've not actually sought, as the Heritage Minister, to intervene in relation to the work of the Heritage Council. And I think it's actually a bit rude, to be honest, that you would say that things like the Moree rocket ship are not, are somehow less worthy than these other things.
I didn't say that at all. I'm actually saying that you're suggesting that the Victoria Barracks and HMAS Penguin sites are less worthy than the Moree rocket.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
You're not directing. I mean,
no, I've
Section
said that.
32 of the Act says the Heritage Council may make a recommendation to the Minister that an item may be listed on the State Heritage Register at the request of the Minister.
Yes, and I've told you that I'm not inclined to direct the Heritage Council to do that, but there are people, and people are welcome to go through the process and actually look at the way in which it could be considered for heritage listing. So no one denies how the importance of these sites.
So if the Heritage Council make a recommendation to you regarding those sites, will you approve that recommendation?
Well, they have to actually do
those sites on the Heritage Register.
Well, that's really if they make a recommendation, I'll do what I do with every single recommendation that they do, which is to examine the assessments that's been done, to look at the recommendations that they have made and make a decision. It would be wrong for me to preempt a decision in relation to this.
If you are given a recommendation from the Heritage Council, will you be considering your government's commitment to increasing housing density in the cities?
That's not the way that's not the way decisions are made around heritage listing. That's absolutely not. We actually have an independent and strong heritage system. Thank you, Neville Wran. That has been in place since 1977. No, I just want to be very clear here. The decisions that I make as the Heritage Minister are dealt with on the basis of the heritage value, the assessment that's been done by the Heritage Council, and the inputs from the people that are there. When it comes to me, all of that information is provided. The other matters are not part of the decision making. If you want to use it here, let me give you an example. So one of the homesteads recently that I placed on the Heritage Register is within a mining site. There was a lot of information put forward about why I shouldn't put this on the heritage site because it would impact future mining arrangements, and I basically said that's not the way in which I have to do this. It actually was about the assessment. So
you're making a commitment that you will not have any regard to
the government's that's not how the law works.
Commitment.
That's not how the law works.
Regarding the heritage listing of
because
Victoria
that's
Barracks.
Actually not how I am allowed to operate under the law.
And have you requested that the Heritage Council investigate any site across New South Wales since you've become the Minister?
Let me take that on notice, but I don't believe so. Like, it has been very much my view and my approach to not deal with that. I do know that I have talked to the Heritage Council. So people in Camden, for example, are very interested in kind of landscape-based heritage recognition. It kind of exists in Braidwood, for example. I know that I've spoken to the chair of the council about actually doing that.
I'll move on, but I appreciate that you've said
I
take
not
it
really,
on
no.
notice. Yeah, thank you. Minister, based on a comparison of cumulative expenditure reported in this year's budget papers against last year's allocations, approximately $91.3 million of the $232.7 million allocated last year to continuing projects was not reflected as expenditure by June 30th this year.
Sorry, which bit are you looking at?
This is the budget paper 1.
Yep.
Sorry, it might be infrastructure budget paper.
Yep.
But I can tell you the numbers are accurate. So continuing projects...
I wouldn't necessarily believe that, but I'm willing to give you a go.
I said this in the House. Continuing projects was not reflected as expenditure equivalent to 39.2% of allocated continued project funding. So I'm wondering if you get a report from your department about how much infrastructure funding is actually expended versus the projected expenditure.
Yeah, we keep a close look on all of that. Really,
and are you concerned at the suggestion that $90 million that was allocated last year was not spent?
No, I think that that's a misrepresentation and misunderstanding from you about the way in which the budget operates. So the budget papers are a point in time. There is a range of different, particularly infrastructure projects, which are very dependent on weather and a range of other matters. So if it's not all expended in one year, it might be carried over to the next year. The other issue is that we've got a lot of projects that actually finished last year. So a decrease in the amount. If you've got specific projects you want to ask me about, I'm happy to do that. But generally, the point is that there is movement around that. What I'm saying to you that there's no less money than has been allocated for any of those projects.
Well, my concern is that you will claim that you have spent or allocated all this amazing money for the environment portfolio, but actually it's not spent and you end up double counting it. And for example, the New South Wales Parks and Wildlife Service Infrastructure Betterment Fund projects, $9.8 million. That was a shortfall from last year. The Georges River Koala National Park, $7 million shortfall. Great Walks, Gardens of Stone and Great Southern Walk, a $23.7 million shortfall.
So when you say shortfall, what do you mean?
A shortfall in expenditure from the projected expenditure last year.
Yeah, it's not a shortfall in expenditure. It means that the money has not been spent. It means that the work is continuing and it's taking longer than was projected.
So how are you accounting for the budget that you have put out as the $221 million budget for environment? Does that start this year, or does that include the money that you announced last year?
No. It's the money that's allocated for 26-27, record funding for environment expenditure.
So $221 million is
yes.
just for this year?
Correct.
But that includes money that was budgeted last year that is now being expended this year, presumably.
Well, sorry, I think there's two different things. There's operating budget and there's CapEx. Do you want to explain to me which ones you're talking about?
Sure. I'm in the infrastructure budget with CapEx.
So you're talking about the cap. So that's not 221. That's 247.8.
Okay. So does that include
that was last
money
year?
that
Yes.
wasn't expended last year?
Yeah. I'm not quite certain what.
I'm just trying to understand how much of that $90 million that wasn't spent last year is now being claimed as new expenditure this year.
It depends. Well, it depends on whether it's OPEX or whether it's CapEx.
This is CapEx.
Yeah, for all of the CapEx. Okay, I can come back to you.
Mr. Ruddock.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Hello, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. Let's have a little chat about global warming.
Oh, you're not calling it global boiling today.
Well, we can call it global boiling. Would you prefer to
Well,
call it global boiling?
I thought that was your preferred term.
Well, global boiling came from the UN Secretary General because there was a couple of hot days. He invented it. He's backtracked on it since.
Oh, has he?
Let's talk about backtracking. Now, Minister, when you were elected to this place, the Prime Minister of Britain at the time was Tony Blair, the most successful Labor Prime Minister.
I've had a few since then.
The most successful Labor Prime Minister in British history. Would it be fair to say that he'd be a hero of your side of politics?
Well, I think that Labor and Labor centre-left parties across the world would recognise the contribution of Tony Blair. Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay,
whether he's a hero or not, I think really depends on where you sit.
Now, 22 years ago, this is Prime Minister Blair said about global warming, global boiling. What is now plain is that the emissions of greenhouse gases is causing global warming at a rate that began as significant, has become alarming, and is simply unsustainable in the long term. And by the long term, I do not mean centuries ahead. I mean the lifetime of my children. That was 22 years ago. 3 months ago, former Prime Minister Blair said, like many progressive parties, the Labor Party has an almost infinite capacity for self-delusion. He goes on to write, we must prioritise cheaper energy and electrification over net zero. Blair then went on to, he said we need to prioritise cheaper energy and electrification over net zero, and he called for aspects
New South
of...
Wales is doing, Mr. Ruddy.
That's consistent.
Yeah, okay, well look, Tony Blair has absolutely backtracked on the global warming scam, Minister. Now,
Okay.
what do you think we can learn from that?
Well, let me just give you this. Actually, in the budget papers, I was having a look at this over the weekend, and I think it's worth for the committee to understand. I just want to read it. It's on page 9.1 in the health and wellbeing part of the budget. Climate change poses a significant threat to the environment and health and wellbeing of the people of New South Wales. Rising temperatures are a key indicator of the impact of climate change on the environment. Deviations from the average long-run temperature help provide a broad indication of long-term environmental and climate trends. In 2024, New South Wales was on average 1.6 degrees Celsius hotter than the average temperature from 1961 to 1990. It also marks the 28th year in a row with an average annual temperature above the long-run average compared to the same 1961 to 1990 climatology. On average, over the last decade, New South Wales is now 1.1 degrees Celsius hotter on average. I know, Mr. Ruddy, that you and I disagree around all of these. But what I would say...
The temperature moves around, but you just said we're
we're hotter than we ever have been
off what
in
baseline?
climates than we ever have. We've got more extreme weather events.
Yeah.
We have...
Minister, you're deflecting.
I mean, I'm not deflecting.
Minister,
Okay,
my
what's the
point
question?
is Tony Blair, Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Britain, many others. The US
Canada.
Democrats aren't talking.
Mark Carney's the Prime
The Prime Minister of Canada.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry.
Good guy, actually. I've met
These
him.
people have moved on. They are backtracking on it. Australia is now an international outlier on the global warming scam. Why are we an outlier, and is it worth all this cost that we're paying, ripping apart the social fabric of rural communities, putting up our electricity prices and hurting our economy in every aspect?
It's cheaper.
We're not a global outlier. The vast majority of countries across the world are moving towards reducing emissions and
They never
emissions
were.
across.
Most of the world never was. It was only a few OECD countries that went down this road.
No, it wasn't. It's actually hundreds.
There's 200 countries on Earth. Most countries this is not part of their political conversation because the temperature's not getting hotter.
Mr. Ruddy, look, we're just going to disagree about that. That is not true. If you talk to any of the countries in the Pacific, just as an example, they will tell you about the need and the
They want
access.
money off gullible politicians. That's what it is. They know that we're told that the oceans are going to rise. Where's the ocean rising?
The oceans are rising as people lose
Are they rising?
water.
Are they rising along the Sydney beaches?
Yes, they are. Have you seen the coastal erosion that's actually occurring?
How much have they risen?
I'd have to tell the actual figure. I wouldn't know.
It's
but I
not
could probably
noticeable,
find it.
is it?
The fact that we have beaches disappearing and people wanting to build walls
Where's that
suggests to
happening?
me that it's all up and down the coast. Wombrel,
Real estate prices have quadrupled on our coast since Al Gore came out with the scam. So you're
What's
living
your
in a different
question?
world from reality, Minister.
No, I'm very comfortable in the world. Well, actually,
Well,
I'm
why-
not.
why-
If you just let me finish, I'm actually not comfortable living in the world that we're in, because the challenge of climate change is one of the most difficult that the entire world actually has to deal with. If we are serious about providing a future on this planet for those that go after us, we have to take this seriously. And I know that you disagree about this, but the point here is there is too much carbon in our atmosphere. We have to reduce greenhouse gas emissions over time. There is a significant global consensus that needs to occur. Yes, there are challenges and people take different views in relation to this.
Let's talk about
but
the
in New
global
South Wales,
consensus.
it's one of the most serious responsibilities
Let's
this
talk about
government
the
and I as a
global
minister
consensus.
have.
Okay, the global consensus, there's a lot of voices out there. More than anybody, it's the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC. Familiar with that?
Yes.
They're working on their seventh big landmark report at the moment. Familiar with that?
Yes.
They've massively backtracked on it themselves, Minister. Are you aware of that?
Backtracked in what way?
They've said that their original forecast 20 years ago, which alarmed all the weak-minded people out there, said that we were going to have a massive increase in the amount of carbon dioxide in the air and it was going to give us all this temperature. They've restructured all of their models, Minister. If you're not familiar with it, I would encourage you to become familiar with it.
I'm pretty familiar with it. What it tells us and what actual is happening on the ground, if you think about the extreme heat, we've now got fires in places like Norway.
There's less fires than there was 50 years ago. There's more vegetation than there was 50 years ago.
Okay. We're just going to have to agree to disagree on this.
Where do you get your information from?
Well, I get my information from credible scientists who've been looking at this for decades, who have been warning that with the government.
Mr. Chappell, are you getting scientific advice from these guys?
Of course.
Mr. Chappell, do you have a degree in science?
I do. I have two master's degrees in science.
Atmospheric science?
No, I did take an elective on
you're
atmospheric
not trying hard
physics
enough.
at the University of Oxford.
Okay, well, there's lots of different science. We're only really concerned about one, which is atmospheric temperature. That's what we're concerned about. That's what the whole thing's about, atmospheric temperature. So, haven't studied that.
Have you?
Sorry.
No, I haven't, no.
Well, okay, good. Just to be clear.
You just said you're getting your advice off Mr. Chappell. What about you, Mr. Lane?
Be clear, I get my advice from a range of different scientists with a range of different
the
skills. Because
IPCC 's
unfortunately,
not with you.
I don't have time to do all of the masters that perhaps you'd like me to do. What I am very lucky as a minister to have is a range of very smart people with a lot of who look at all of the different science and provide me with the range of advice that we have. The advice that I have taken is not something that I have done alone. It's something that this Parliament has been working on for the last couple of decades. It's something that we've done in terms of the laws that we have. I know that you disagree in relation to that.
Yeah, well,
but the point that I would make is that my view remains that this is a significant issue. I don't believe that there is evidence that suggests that all of a sudden we should just give up on this and give up on the future because we've actually got responsibilities to the future, and it's something that I take very seriously.
Okay, well, we're going to come back to this, Minister, but let's just in my last remaining 2 minutes. So between Christmas and New Year last year, you did put out or your department put out a press release saying that Mount Warning was going to reopen. Good news. Thank you for that. It was taken out at a very quiet time of the year, that press release. But we were told it was going to take 18 months. Now, people who are following this closer than I said that they couldn't see any allocation in the budget to fund the reconstruction of the track, etc. The locals said that they would do it all themselves and they would have done it in 2 weeks at no cost to the government, but the government said, no, our bureaucrats are going to do it. Nothing's happened. And when is something going to happen, Minister?
Yeah, let me just work out in terms of the budget figures. I mean, there's money for infrastructure in that part of the world. I'll probably have to come back to you and take on notice in terms of whether there's an allocation that you could or couldn't see. I just genuinely don't know. In relation to this, I mean, this is not. We're working towards that. That work continues. We're hoping post July 27. That's sort of where we're up to.
So you think by July next year, we'll have Mount Warning will be open to the public and they'll be able to climb all the way to the top of the track?
I can't give you that guarantee. What I can give you is that we're wanting to have a way for people to access it and for it to be reopened, but that there is still work that needs to go on with it. I mean that hasn't changed in relation to.
Yeah, well, nothing's changed. It feels like no work has been done. Minister, this is going to cost a few $1 million to fix up this track, I'm guessing. Okay, the locals will do it for free.
Mm-mm.
They will do it for free because they want that track reopened because all the little towns around it are turning into ghost towns. And they're also worried about there being a massive bushfire hazard because the locals can't go in there and do backburning in winter.
The locals don't do backburning in relation to this. I think it's really important to say
their homes
National
burning
Parks
down.
Does 80% of the hazard reduction burns. There is the work that is occurring around there on all national parks continues. We've been very lucky that we've actually had a reasonably good season, and particularly in autumn where there's been able to be a lot of hazard reduction that's been allowed to do. It's
at Mount Warning?
I will find out what's been around there, but it is just simply wrong to suggest that no one is looking out for bushfire risk in terms of any of our national parks.
Thank you.
It's the key work that they do.
For interjecting on the questioner then, but...
time is out anyway. Yeah. Thank you. There was no point of order, even if you were going to preempt one. Minister, is the GKMP establishment contingent on the GKMP being approved as a project that will generate ACCUs by the Clean Energy Regulator?
Yes.
When was that decision made that would be the case?
That was the decision when we made the announcement.
And so who actually made that decision? Because it was different to the pre-election commitment of the Minns Labor government.
So I think there's been a couple of things. The pre-election commitment was that we would look at the proposed boundaries for a park.
Mm-hmm.
The decision around ACCU methods and the contingency of that occurred after the election.
And who was it that determined
government.
that was
Me.
So it was a sorry.
The government, yes.
Okay, and if for some reason the project is not approved, if for example the Clean Energy regulator says no, sorry, that's just not a project that we would accept under applying the methodology for whatever reason, will the GKMP still be established?
Well, it's something that government will have to consider. It's a serious matter. We obviously are awaiting the method and support through the Senate. We've registered the project and we're waiting for the CER. It'll be on Tony's desk at some point. Hopefully it'll be done before Tony gets there. We'll deal with it then.
So if, for example, that is not done, there's 6 weeks left of New South Wales Parliament time. If those things that you are seeking to align have not aligned within the 6 weeks of the Parliament sitting, is it your evidence today that the GKMP will not be established?
Look, there's a lot of hypotheticals in there. My plan is for the GKMP to be established and for us to legislate it as quickly as possible, and that's the plan that I'm working to.
So then, if I don't think there's a lot of hypotheticals with respect, Minister, there really is one.
It's a hypothetical. It's either one or it's several. It's a hypothetical.
But
what I'm saying is what our intention is.
Surely there's a plan that, like a decision made, or at least a foresight plan, that if those things have not aligned, those two things, that the GKMP will not then be established in the next 6 weeks.
That's not our plan. Our plan is to have it done and dusted.
Okay, so if these things do not happen, if the Clean Energy Regulator actually rejects the creation of ACCUs from under the project and the 6 weeks is coming to the last week, we're down to week 6, you would still bring the legislation and create the GKMP?
My plan is to try and do it. There's 3 ifs in that question. What I'll say to you is our plan is to get it done. But it requires these other things to occur, and that's what we're pressing very hard on getting done.
Thank you. Can I just ask, you made a big announcement yesterday with your colleagues about data centres. There is enormous concern that New South Wales is not on track for our 2030 target, and certainly not on track for our 2035 target. In the announcement, you've said that data centres must generate and create and contribute renewable energy. Does that, in your mind's eye and your government's mind's eye, include gas or not? Is gas ruled out?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't include gas. We're talking about renewable. So just, I might need to unpack that a little bit, but no. The idea is no. It's not. It's not about gas-fired generation. This is about contributing to renewable energy and connections to the network.
And so all data centres being proposed from here on, it would be envisaged by your government that they would not be an acceptable project that would get their red carpet rollout, 75-day fast-track approval if their energy source was contingent on gas.
Yeah, look, I think, sorry, there's a bit, obviously I'm not the planning minister and I don't, that's not in my decision making. But no, I mean, I think we need to be really clear about what the guidelines, there's sort of 3 elements to what we announced yesterday. The first is the guidelines that really provide the input into the planning system. And what we've said is that a 75-day process to get this approved can happen, but there's a whole lot of things, the guidelines set out what is required. If the question is that is gas included in that? No, it's not. It's about where is the renewable energy coming from, how are you dealing with the water, what are you doing in terms of network connection, what are your environmental and efficiency standards. So no one will be able to access a fast-track system if they can't meet those requirements.
So then there is a high chance that a data centre could be proposed relying on gas-fired power to fire up its data centre operation, but it just simply wouldn't get the fast track pathway. Is
That's
that your
my
understanding?
yeah, that's my understanding. Yes, that's not the idea. We're very clear about the way in which we think that this investment and digital infrastructure can happen in New South Wales. They're pretty strong tests. I mean, we've also got. And people probably may not have seen all of this. I mean, I've currently got the legislation in the Parliament, which is about making sure that consumers and businesses don't pay for the costs, which will, give us the mechanisms for me to make the regulations around that. But we've got a consultation paper out at the moment that literally I think went out yesterday. That's got a lot of detail around sort of how much they'd have to, commit to network costs and those kind of things. So there's a whole lot of that. But if your question is about the planning part of it, and I mean,
I'll
obviously,
take it up
I
with
encourage
Minister
you with Minister Scully. But yeah, the gas. I know that there are some proposals at the moment that people are concerned about. I'm not going to mention them individually, but I know what they are. I don't see how they would be able to, meet that because they don't fit within the guidelines of where we're at. And,
But to
the
be
planning
clear-
system in New South Wales, let's just remember, people basically are allowed to apply. They then got to
So
work
to be
their way
clear,
through
they'll
it.
get the fast track if they are one of those projects, but they could get another track if they're not.
Well, I suppose that what I'm
identified as-
saying is that it's like the current planning system at the moment. So there's 19 data centres that are currently with an SSD sort of pathway, and they get worked through. But I look. Don't get me too much in the weeds around the planning stuff. I'm not the planning minister. It's probably best that you ask with Minister
Why did the
Scully.
government not make it much clearer and say, well, unless you are this project, don't consider applying? We're prohibiting those.
Well, it's just not the way our planning system operates. Like, really, this is just getting us a plan. The thing that I would say to you, as the energy minister, who has watched this very carefully and who is obviously watching the renewable rollout, the way in which we're decarbonising, the increased demands that we have across our system for a range of reasons, I think that there is a spot in here where the government has really, I think we are landing where we can actually help bring renewable energy on faster because the offtake arrangements that will allow a lot of projects that have got approval, for example, but haven't actually started construction to get going. Things like some of our big wind projects.
Just in the remaining couple of minutes, I just want to ask you about land clearing. I'm so concerned, along with so many other people, after the release of the SLATS data. Things are not getting better. Your government committed to end broad-scale land clearing. You actually haven't done anything at all yet in terms of the low-hanging fruit that could be done. We could have repealed some of those self-assessable codes. We could have, and I accept some of this as Minister Moriarty.
Yeah, that's right. It doesn't all sit with me. Yep.
Clearly this was a government commitment.
Yep.
One of the things I understand is that the NRC's report and work has been completed.
Yep.
It is incumbent on the government to respond.
Yep.
And if you haven't done so within 6 months, the NRC can release those reports under
Yep.
its statutory mandate.
Yep.
There is the Invasive Native Species Expert Panel report.
Yep.
Have you seen that report?
There's been 3 reports. I've seen some of them. I'd have to check which ones have actually sort of formally come to me yet.
This was one that was
This has been a
commissioned
while
by
ago.
the NRC
Yes.
for them to
Yeah.
complete their work.
Sorry, I don't think. Sorry, look, I haven't read the whole thing.
Yeah.
I have had some briefing about it at some point, but I'd need to check.
Can you tell this committee now when the government intends to respond?
Yeah. I think we were on a time frame for that. I mean, my expectation, sort of as soon as possible. There's a lot of information, and look, I thank the NRC for the work that they've done at it. It's been a really important process to work through the challenges that we have with land clearing. I agree with you that land clearing is too high, and
But it's
that we
not
need to
your
work
government's
it.
priority at the moment?
We have many priorities. Getting on top of land clearing is one of the things that we need to do, and the NRC work will make a big contribution to that.
Do you accept the very valid work done by the Wentworth Group of Scientists and reflected in the Nature Conservation Council's report that perhaps the invasive native species label is very misleading and it's something that your government needs to address?
Oh, look, I know that, first of all, the Wentworth Group and the NCC, I do really respect and value the input that they have to a range of different sort of the work that my department's doing and the input that they've had. I think it's been very helpful. In relation to the sort of the definition, I accept that people think that might be a way of better dealing with it. I haven't come to a conclusion about that. Whether, what it's called is probably less important to me than how we tackle it.
Thank you. Back to the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Minister. Last February, I asked you about power prices, and you indicated that despite wholesale prices falling, the reason that people were paying about 20% more for their power prices is because...
Well, I reject that people are paying 20% more, but that's your figure.
I asked you, why are people paying 20% more this year than last year? And you answered, because the way in which we are rebuilding the system means that there are network costs that are added to the system. Now, Minister, what is the cost of infrastructure which households will be expected to fund this year out of the EII components of infrastructure?
You're talking about the roadmap?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So the first thing I would say, and I'm glad that you're asking me about power prices, very important to every household, every business in the state.
It's true.
The good news is, as we know, that the draft market offer this year has actually seen prices come down for the first time in a while. Significantly between 2% and in some cases up to 20% for small businesses. That's something that is very welcome. The reason why that has occurred is because of the really the halving of the cost of wholesale energy within the market. The reason that that's happened is because of the amount of renewable energy that's actually gone into the grid. The expensive peaking, coal-fired power stations has been able to now be buffeted and actually worked much better with the amount of renewable energy. You know that we've got 70% more capacity in the grid for renewables than we did when Labor came to government. That's meant that basically there's been a halving of wholesale prices. The DMO basically reflects the costs that also include the network costs, and it's good to see that they're coming down.
Just in terms of that, Minister, you haven't actually answered the question that I asked, which was, what are people and households expected to pay for the infrastructure that's being rolled out this year?
It's included in the AER determination. Why don't I take it on notice and see if I can give you sort of a better figure a bit later.
Okay, thank you. In an answer to a question from the Honourable Bob Nanver, effectively a Dixer in the House, on the 26th of May, you indicated that, as you've just answered now, that there was a reduction in the default market offer for households. Has there been a rule change, Minister, that has allowed, I guess, the way that the default market offer is calculated?
It's a matter for the AER. Whether they've changed the way in which they calculate it, you'd have to ask them in terms of the detail of that.
When you say rule, when you Minister?
No. When you say a rule change is different to the modelling that the AER undertakes in terms of making its decision around the DMO. So I'm just trying to understand precisely what you're asking me.
For the modelling that was released to create the default market offer for this year, are you aware...
Just to be clear, from the AER?
Yes. Are you aware that there was a rule change in the way that they calculate?
When you say rule change, what do you mean? Do you mean a change to the modelling, or do you mean a change in terms of the actual national energy laws?
It is a way that the network costs and the actual power costs are calculated. Are you aware that they've made a change to the way that that has occurred?
There was, I think I'm trying to understand what you're saying, which is that was there a change the way in which they calculated the DMO as a result of some change in approach? Is that what you're asking me? Yes.
Okay.
So yes, I can say I believe that the Commonwealth government, who oversees all of the AER, because they're obviously a national body, requested some changes from the AER, which I believe they undertook.
And what was the impact of that rule change, Minister? Do you know?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. You saying you don't know?
I'm saying that if you want accurate information from me, I'll take it on notice and provide it to you.
If I said to you part of the rule change meant that the network costs were to increase about 30%, would that make sense to you? Is that something you're aware of?
I'm not quite sure what you're asking me. It's much better if I just take it on notice and actually provide you with the information. If we're happy, I'm happy to provide you. I'm not trying to hide anything, but I also, this, as you are aware, it's complicated, and I want to make sure that what you've asked me, I'm giving you the correct answer to.
It is complicated. You're right, Minister. Now, in terms of people who may or may not be on the DMO. Now, you've indicated that it has reduced in price.
Yes, it has.
Now,
good news.
Yes. If you are perhaps a pensioner and you are already trying to minimise your power usage and you're not using as much power as the DMO calculates, and your network costs go up 30%, i.e. your daily supply charge goes up 30%, no matter how much power you reduce your usage by, you're still going to see an increase in your bills, aren't you?
Well, it depends. It actually really depends on what offers people are on. And if you're using the case of pensioners, I'd also indicate that there are significant pensioner discounts and rebates in relation to energy costs. So it is actually quite hard. We have quite a contested sector, as you know. There are many different retailers. People around are in different distribution networks. The big one of the DMO, you know, there's actually the percentage of people who are actually on the DMO. It really is a market setter. It's not. It doesn't cover the majority of people. But what it is it indicates in terms of what's going on with prices. Yep. The big advice that we give, and we spend a lot of work, a lot of time talking to people about that, is for people to actually shop around and to get support to do that. We're doing a lot of work to make that happen. There's a website that's called Energy Made Easy.
Yes.
That is very much about people being able to compare prices. So I hear what you're saying. I'm not necessarily arguing with you. I'm just saying it's very dependent on people's usage. It depends on what their profile is. It depends on what rebates they may be eligible for. It depends on whether they've got solar. It depends on whether they've got solar and battery. So you can't make generalist. I'm just not prepared to sort of generalise around that.
I love that you just were about to say you can't make generalist or generalised claims, Minister, but you've said effectively that power prices are coming down. That's what you said in an answer.
Yes, they are through the DMO. Yes,
right.
Correct. That's
so
right. Wholesale prices, just to be clear, wholesale prices are absolutely coming down. They've halved.
Are you saying then that most households across New South Wales will see a reduction in their power bills this year, or do you think that they'll actually see an increase?
It depends on what plan they're on. The good news is if they, use the DMO, then they should see reduction. If they've got solar, if they've got a battery, let's just be clear, we've got close to 1.1 million households that now have solar on their roofs. We've had over 100,000 batteries that have also been installed. We
Minister,
have a range of different projects that mean that people are paying less.
I'm asking you, are people going to be paying more or less for power this year than they were last year, given that you are saying that power prices have come down?
For the DMO they have, yes, and so it depends on what plan they're on. And I encourage people to shop around, and I encourage people to take advantage of the variety of programs that we have that are actually allowing people to really get serious discounts on relation to their energy.
You and I both know most people are going to pay more this year for their power bills, don't you?
I also encourage people to look at the over $300 million worth of rebates that we provide to pensioners and a whole range of different households that actually helps them with their bills. Are you misleading households when you say power prices are coming down when everybody knows their power bills are going up? No.
Do you believe that most people are going to pay more this year than they did last year for their power?
People are paying less as a result of the DMO. People who actually shop around should be able to DMO.
What about when you factor in the daily supply charge?
Well, it depends on what plan it is, and it depends what their usage is. This is the challenge here. We want everyone to we want to see pressure on prices going down. And that's what we are seeing through the DMO.
And network costs are going up because of the rollout of renewables. Is that correct? That's the answer you gave me in February.
The proportion of bills that go to network costs are increasing, yes.
Okay, and why is that?
Because we're building network infrastructure.
Okay, let's talk about those networks we're building. So, Central West Arana, we're rolling out the new transmission lines, correct?
Yeah, there's 40 towers up.
40 towers now,
yep.
Okay. What distance is that? In terms of, I guess,
I think all up it's about, now from memory, and someone will be able to tell me this, but I thought all up the transmission line's around 240 kilometres.
Yes.
In terms of what the 40, how much of the 40 covers, I would have to find out because I'm pretty good on the detail, but that's probably a bit beyond me.
Okay, so when you talk about 40 towers, is that 2 lots of 20 towers because we know that they're building 2 lines?
Let me check. Do you know?
I think in some cases they've built
depends.
2 next to each other because it's 2 lines. In other cases, they're
It depends.
spread
We can
out.
find
It
out if you really
depends.
want to know. That's
So
fine.
you've got 240 kilometres of lines to build.
Yep,
My understanding is you're going to need over 800 towers to do that.
that's probably right.
Okay, and we're at 40.
Yeah,
So we're about 5%.
yeah, I'm pretty pleased with that.
You're pleased with 5%?
Yeah,
Okay. So
because it means
how long
that
have
the
we been
project's
building
being
this line for
undertaken.
now, Minister? How many years?
Well, just to be clear, the starting of the building only happened in the last 12 months.
Okay, so we're 12 months in and we're 5% done.
Now, let me just check that. I'll
Okay.
find out when the actual sort of, there's a whole lot of pre-work that's being done. The point that I would make is that, the actual start of this process really only, the legislation was passed 5 years ago. The fact that we have these renewable energy zones at the degree of progress that we've got in what is actually a pretty short period of time is good news.
Okay, so say we are at 5% and
Well,
we have...
I'm sorry, I'm not accepting that figure.
Well,
I've said to you that
okay,
I'll find out.
it is my assertion that we are at about
Well,
5%.
You can. That's fine.
I'm asserting we're at 5%. No.
Well,
I'm-
that's
it's
fine.
my
I'm
question-
rejecting
it's my
your
question time,
assertion.
Minister. It's my question time.
It's okay. I'm just
I'm
rejecting
asserting
your
that we're
assertion.
at about 5%.
Okay, just as long as you understand
And
that I
we've been
reject
doing
your
it for about
assertion.
12 months now. So we're looking at about 20 years to finish this line. Do you think that's accurate?
No. It's
Okay, so let
it's
me-
also incorrect.
So let me ask then, when do you expect power to be flowing from Central West Arana into the grid so that you can hit Sydney?
Late 2028, 2029.
Yeah, late 2028, 2029 is the time
Late
frame.
2028 to 29.
So 2
Okay, so 2 more years.
Yep.
Good.
Are we going to be using that transmission line or are we going to
Yeah.
be using other... We're going to be using the transmission line to
We,
move power.
who's we?
New South Wales is going to be using the transmission line that you are currently building with ACERES from Central West Arana to get power into Sydney. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're 2 years apparently.
Yeah, that's right.
We are going to be using...
I don't know. I'm not quite sure. What do you actually ask? Is this sort of some sort of... Are you trying to trick me? Like, what is... I don't understand what
I'm
this is.
trying to get answers, Minister.
And I'm giving them
literally
to you.
just trying to understand when we are going to have renewable energy delivered from Central West Arana to Sydney.
Well,
The power line is about 5% complete. They're taking
will
a
be
lot
completed in
longer. It's
2028.
taking a lot longer for you to get that line built than I think you predicted.
Yeah.
I'm asking how long is it going to be before we get renewable energy from Central West Arana's RES into Sydney? You're saying 2 years.
I'm saying that the construction of the line will be done in 2028. Let me get, in terms of the connection of the 10 foundation generators and when they will be plugging into that, let me just get that. I'll take that on notice and come
The
back.
Okay.
clock's ticking. We're going 2 years
Well-
from today. We're going to be back here. We're going to ask. We're going
Just-
to see where we're up to.
That's
Well,
a good...
I hope I'm still in this job, Mr. Ruddock. If the
Well,
people of
unfortunately,
New
I
South
may not be
Wales,
here, but I'm sure someone else
decide
can
to
ask
do
the
it.
questions.
Unfortunately, Mr.
In terms
Mr.
of-
Fang, this is his last hurrah, so let's let him do it.
Yeah,
shall
let's
we?
let me have my 5 minutes. Now,
At least he's
in
not
terms
fighting
of the
for
expansion
this
of Central West Arana RES, it's now considered actionable in the final ISP instead of future, which it was in the draft. Was that because you wrote to AEMO and asked them to bring it forward?
No, it's because in the way in which AEMO, which again is an independent body, does the ISP, we provided with information on where New England RES was up to, and that's the way in which they have reported.
Sorry, you said New England RES then? Did you?
Is that what you're talking?
No, I'm talking about Central West Arana.
Okay.
Central West Arana, the expansion of Central West Arana has been moved from future in the draft to actionable
Yes,
in the final
because it's
ISP.
being built as we speak.
The expansion.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what stage is the procurement at for the expansion?
I'm not sure what you're talking about in terms of the expansion. The increasing capacity for Central West Arana was done about 2 years ago. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. So the expansion of
When
the
you say
increasing capacity.
expansion, it was an increase in capacity.
Yes.
Yes.
So it's now at actionable.
Yes,
Okay. So where is the stage of procurement at?
it's in procurement. It's being built.
Okay. What will the total cost be of that expansion?
It's not the way.
Yeah.
I don't think that you're actually. I'm unclear about the way in which you are talking about this is not the way
There's a
in
note
which we
coming.
consider
Let's
it.
just see what the note says.
Simple question.
Well, sorry,
The
do you want an
cost.
answer or
Yeah,
not?
I do. I
actually
really
try to
do.
provide you with. I can't help it if some of your questions are unintelligible.
It's a very direct question. What's the cost? It's a simple question. Yes, point of order, Mr.
I
Lawrence.
don't think that the Minister, with the greatest of respect, should have to deal with two people, and it's been continuing for a while. She should have to deal with Wes, obviously, Mr. Fang, who's asking the questions, but
Well-
it's been a tag team at various points.
I reject that.
Okay.
I've only said
Okay. I
two
think
or
we're
three
talking
things.
at cross
Not very
purposes.
good.
Okay. Look, let's try and get to the bottom of what you're actually asking, right? Let's work through. When you're talking about the CWO expansion,
Yes.
you're talking about the Transgrid project. Is that right? As opposed to the ACE Res project.
No, I'm talking about the expansion within Central West Orana.
Yes. But it depends who's undertaking it.
Well, it's being undertaken by Energy Co in terms of the res itself.
So look,
the expansion of the capacity for the
There's
for
two
the zone.
different issues. So
It's a separate project to take it from 4.5 gigawatts to 6 gigawatts.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
What's the cost of that?
Let me take it on notice. I'll come back to you.
Okay.
So why is the black
Because I do think that there are I'm actually really not trying to be silly about this. What you are asking is there are different projects within that. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it. I'll seek advice and I'll come back to you.
All right, look, I'll move off Central West Orana for the moment because I am running out of time. I want to go now to the New England res because you'd be aware that there are a lot of people that are actually quite upset in that area. Thank you, John. Minister, how many projects do you have that are going to come online in the Walcott area for renewable energy generation?
So you would be aware we're currently out to procurement in terms of an EOI of who will actually deliver the transmission lines. The work is being undertaken to finalise the route to go.
Can I just correct you? I'm not talking about the transmission lines. I'm
yes,
talking about the actual generation.
Yes, I hear you.
Okay.
I will check with my people, but my understanding is that there are 19 projects currently in the planning system that could be part of New England Res.
Okay. Of those 19, how many are in any way progressed?
They're in the planning system, so...
Yes. They
They're
may
in
be
the
in the
planning
planning
system.
system, but how many of those projects have financial backing, have a credible company behind them, have actually procured and secured landholders agreements, etc.?
Well, I wouldn't be able to tell you that. These are...
None of them, Minister.
Well,
the last
you
one was
assert-
Squadron and they pulled out.
You assert that. What I'm saying is that there is a pipeline of projects. This project is in a much more early part of development. We actually are working through the issues, and as I said, that's why I was talking about it needing to get planning approval, which we anticipate will go in for the EIS later this year. But there are projects in the planning system that will work through that. We're very confident that there is a strong desire and good projects that will come through for New England Res.
Okay, the biggest of those projects, and the one that was probably most viable because it was backed by Squadron, has now effectively had all its financial backing walk away from it. So, Minister, I'll ask you again, how many of those 19 projects that you say are in the New England Res are actually going to be progressed through to
Well, we have
completion?
to wait. They have to go through the planning system. I'm sorry, I can't wave a magic wand and understand how the independent planning system will assess those projects and
How much do
actually
you
approve
expect the
them.
New England transmission line will cost?
I'm not in a position to.
What's a ballpark?
To talk. No, I'm not in a position to talk to you about that. As I've just said,
Taxpayers' money.
we are currently in a procurement and EOI process for who will actually build that. It's commercially sensitive information, and it's not something that I'm going to provide.
So
to the
we know
committee.
that it was $5.5 billion.
Oh, hang on. Can I
or
just also
thereabouts.
tell you, it's not 19. There's 24 renewable and storage projects in New England.
Okay, and how many of them do you expect to be completed?
As I said to you, I'm not the planning minister. They're going through the planning process. That's not something that I could speculate on.
If it is true that we are looking at about $20 billion to build that transmission line because of the challenging
assert
terrain,
that.
and I know that the cost of New Central West Orana's transmission line was 8 or 9 times more than what was actually predicted.
You're making a lot of assertions. I'd probably disagree with all of them, but I don't want to waste your time arguing with you about it.
Okay. Minister, how many, how are you going to be able to guarantee that you'll have generation in in New England's res to actually use that transmission line, or is it going to be a white elephant?
There will be a lot of renewable energy projects, solar, wind, batteries, that will be part of the New England res.
Not one of them has financial backing at the moment.
As I said, this is an earlier process. We've already got other projects that are underway. If you look at Central West Arana, there are 10 projects that are going ahead that have access rights. We've got 4 access rights in terms of South West res.
In the last 30 seconds that I have, Minister, I want to ask you, in the time when you were excluded from the House and you were out campaigning with Labor members...
Yeah, Ryde and Oatley, it was great.
It was great. It was great. Did you use a ministerial driver to get there?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Can you table your driver's logs to provide proof that you actually didn't use a ministerial driver?
Well, what I would say to you is that I had... I did not use my I did not use my driver. I did not use my ministerial car. I understand the rules with which we operate under.
So you'll table your driver's logs?
No.
Okay, that's. I think it's over to you, Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Minister and your officials. Just coming to the Brumbies, in my long time in politics, I've never seen such grief expressed by a vast number of horse lovers in New South Wales. And what is the situation with the slaughter of the Brumbies? Do you acknowledge the grief that so many of our residents feel? And at a minimum, can you give a commitment to stop the barbaric practice of shooting them from helicopters, which results in a very prolonged and sad, tragic death for these horses on the ground, and very often their foals as well?
Look, there's a few things in that. Look, I really acknowledge that for a lot of people, particularly horse lovers, this is very distressing. But there's a few things that I want to say to you about this. We have done a significant control program in Kosciuszko over the last few years. It has removed over 7,000 horses from the park. Not all of those have been from helicopters, but the vast majority of them have been. We still continue to do rehoming. You would be pleased to know that in the last month we've rehomed 50 horses. The last operation that we had wasn't just about horses, it was about other invasive species. So the operation took out over 2,000 deer, 350 pigs, foxes. There was also foxes and dogs. I don't have the exact number. But it is the case that we will continue to do these operations. I do really want to reinforce, though, that horses that are being controlled by this method, by being shot from helicopters, are not suffering. The entire standard operating procedure for this means that the horses are basically become insentient in less and mostly dead within 30 seconds. This is not something that I know. People like to hear about. There's been a lot of pictures that have been put out around the foals. The reality is that the horses die immediately, and the gases in the bodies of the horses over time then expel the dead horses that are there. So it's a distressing thing, and I never thought that I would have to be speaking so graphically about the way in which this occurs. But the thing that I really want to say is that this is done carefully by very professional staff in a way where animal welfare is critical, which means that the horses do not suffer and that they die very, very quickly as a result of the action. So it will remain a control method for us. We're continuing to look at rehoming continues to be something that we do. We are looking longer term, but we're not going to be able to do this anytime in a fast way, about other things like fertility control in a smaller area if we could get the numbers down. But it is the case that we will continue to do it. The reason that we do it is that we've actually seen the impact of horses and other invasive species on the park. And, even a lot of the horse people raise with me quite frequently the impact of deer and pigs, which is why we also take such a take a very strong approach in trying to eradicating them from the park. But basically the grasslands that are impacted, the water, the edges of the streams that are impacted as a result of hard hooves on that very fragile alpine environment basically endanger a whole range of other native species in the park. And we have seen, and I've seen firsthand actually, I've been there, the change in the grasslands in the sponginess of the water, in the health of the streams, in the clarity of the water, as a result of not having hard hooves on those areas. And that's why we will continue to do it.
Just to follow up, can I ask how you know that the horses die within 30 seconds, given that shooters say it's inaccurate to be shooting from a helicopter because it's moving so quickly?
No,
the helicopters move on. What on-ground verification have you got of that
So
claim
you need to understand there's a whole, there's a whole sort of standard operating procedure, but the weapons that are used, I think, again, there's a bit of a misconception that the shooters are aiming to take one shot to kill a horse. That's not the way it operates. They use very high-grade weapons that often use multiple shots, 7, sometimes up to 15, which guarantees that the horses die very, very quickly. It's not this sort of one shot and then they're harmed and then they're wandering around and then the helicopter has to come down and deal with it. There is constant maintenance of it, and that's the way that it's done.
As an environmentalist, how do you live with that 15 shots to kill a horse?
Well, there's also very strict requirements in terms of the type of bullets that they use and the impact that it has on the park. All of that has been considered in the way in which we run the program.
Okay. Turning to this question of renewables, as we know, Australia's main economic challenge is to turn around its decline in productivity, which is driving higher inflation, lower growth and the cost of living crisis that's been running since COVID. Labour productivity is actually below where it was 3.5 years ago in March of 2023. Minister, are you aware of the recent report of the Australian Productivity Commission, which in respect to the recent heavy investment in renewable energy concluded at page 5 of its June bulletin, and I quote, "This investment has contributed to a productivity decline. Measured productivity has declined because gross value-added output has not kept up with the investment inputs. Despite a 126% increase in the capital stock since 2001, output has only increased by 14% over the same period." How do you respond to this finding?
Shocking.
Thanks, Mr. Ruddock.
It is shocking, but how's
yes,
the
yes. I've been enjoying the ongoing narrative on the way through. Yes, I'm aware of it.
He's the hype guy.
But we are working on this. We need to. The most important thing we need for productivity is to make sure that we have a solid and reliable energy basis into the future, and that's what I'm working on.
Well, Minister, you say you're aware of it. Do you understand that the Australian Productivity Commission is saying that for every $9 in energy capital investment driven by renewables, there's an increase in output of just $1, 9 to 1, a ratio that would send any business broke and elsewhere in the public sector probably have the program cancelled due to its lack of effectiveness?
Look, that's a productivity measure. The actual benefits in relation to these projects, which is about rebuilding the energy sector, and the cheapest and most efficient way to do that, is a different measure.
So you think there's a trade-off between impact on global climate and this massive decline in productivity that's caused so many problems in the Australian economy and, quite frankly, has driven the rise of one nation and the end of the two-party system? You're happy with that trade-off?
You're asking me for opinion about a range of things in there. The point that I would make is this, which is that, yes, I'm aware of the Productivity Commission report. To be frank with you, I haven't gotten to the bottom of it because what I am busy doing and focusing on is basically the build-out of a new energy system for New South Wales so that we have renewable energy into the future that's reliable and that is as affordable as we can make it, and make sure that our economy is actually able to benefit from that change into the future.
What's the impact of that change on global surface temperatures?
I don't know whether you were in here before, but the impact in relation to climate change and emissions reduction is something that is, as you know, a collective one, and New South Wales and Australia is taking that responsibility seriously, as we've done for a range of ways. I was pointing people before to the fact that New South Wales is already 1.6 degrees hotter on average than it was even 30 years ago. We've got significant impact in relation to climate change. The cheaper and most effective thing we can do is to tackle it as early as possible. The longer it takes, the more expensive it gets.
Minister, do you find it incongruous that the government's engaged in output-based budgeting, but no one will model the outcome of net zero in New South Wales with its stated goal of doing something about global surface temperatures. I've been on about this for several years, but the Treasury refuses to do the
I
modelling.
think you need to ask Mr. Mookie when you
Well,
go
no,
to Mr.
no, no.
Mookie's. Go to Mr.
I ask
Mookie's.
everyone.
But look, the point is that we've got a range. We've got a range of different modelling and activity across government. What is absolutely clear is.
Is there modelling there on the bit of paper?
No, I don't know. I don't know what this is. Let me have a look.
I've tried to get Treasury to do the modelling. Your department refuses. The Net Zero Commission refuses. Even our Productivity Commission here refuses.
Okay.
Can I just ask the only glimmer of hope?
No, just hang on. I might actually have some good information. Okay.
Okay.
Maybe.
Here's some stuff. Okay, the economic impacts of climate change in New South Wales. So this is from the Net Zero Commission, and this is what this says. Yeah, your favourite, Mr. Ruddick.
That was me.
Future. Oh, Mr. Fang. Then you two are sounding the same today. Waldorf and Statler over there. Future economic outcomes
badge of honour,
diverge
mate.
significantly under different global problems, and the figure here. A lower warming trajectory consistent with global net zero by 2050 substantially reduces economic damage. The New South Wales economy is estimated to be $800 billion cumulatively better off over the next 50 years under this trajectory when compared to the higher warming trajectory.
Well, if you
So
can model
I
that,
suspect that there'll probably be disagreement about that. But like, we are doing work and we are doing modelling and we are paying attention to it.
Well, when will that modelling be complete? If you can model about economic impacts, why can't you model the impact on global climate, which I think most people would know is zero?
I'm happy to look at it.
Over to you, Ms Abigail Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, Minister. I wanted to come back. I know there's been some questions about data centres already. Under these new guidelines, we've got 19 projects currently in the State Significant Development Pipeline. How many of those 19 projects will be required to meet Performance Measure 13, which requires they bring their own renewables?
It's a good question. It's not a question for me, though. You need to ask Minister Scully. It's obviously within the planning system. I can't tell you that. I don't know.
Can you tell me this then? That performance measure doesn't require contracted supply to match demand until the 4th year of operation.
I believe so, yes.
What proportion of its electricity must a data centre match with renewable generation its first year?
That's just not something that I could answer for you. As I said, they're the plan. That's the planning sort of levers that we have. Important, and I think very significant, and I obviously support them. But the detail of how that operates in relation to the planning system, I'm just not in a position to tell you.
Just from an energy perspective, though, obviously you're the minister in charge of,
I am.
of trying to, and I know you're passionate about getting us to 100% renewables as quickly as possible. Yep. Something from the announcement this week that doesn't math for me, as my daughters would say.
The math doesn't math. Yes,
the math is not mathing.
Young people say that to me too.
When it comes to this idea that suddenly, there's this kind of magical pudding where these data centres will contract renewables and they may be able to say that they're 100% eventually matched with renewable energy.
Yep.
But ultimately the demand, this additional demand, which is forecast to be 11% of our total New South Wales electricity demand by 2030, is expanding the pie, if you like. It's expanding the amount of energy supply that New South Wales has to offer. Yep. And whichever way you dice it, that is going to result in us being reliant on coal-fired power for longer, isn't it?
No, not necessarily, but it is a challenge. There's no doubt about that. We've obviously, just to remind you, that in terms of coal-fired power that's in the system, two of the Araring's due to go out in 29, Vales Point and Bayswater in 33, and Mount Piper in 2040. To provide, and I understand sort of the 4-year gap that you're asking and all of those things. So yes, we are getting increasing demand. There's two things that we think are happening that are required under the data centres. The 4-year lead-in is to enable new wind projects. Mm-hmm. So you'd be aware that we want additional wind. That we're saying that within the power purchase agreements that there needs to be 40%. The lead time for wind projects is about 4 years. So that's why the 4-year change is. But in the meantime, the actual preparing and other sort of PPAs can be used to bring forward ones that are in the system that are yet to be finalised. So we believe that they'll support that.
The 40% wind requirement is a genuine improvement, but does it require the electricity to be delivered in the hour that the data centre actually uses it?
That's a good question. Someone will tell me if I say the wrong thing, but look, I think the idea is that they basically have to provide the energy. As you know, the centres don't use that much until they need to use a lot, and and we're looking for them to have to cover the entire load, not just part of the load. If that's what you're asking. Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, I mean, I think the answer, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the answer that I have is that it doesn't. I mean, in the middle of the night, when these data centres are running 24/7, they can't possibly be using wind power at that time. So
why is that? Wind's better at night often. Yeah. It's actually solar that's the problem because there's no sun.
But is it? Does it need to be matched in that hour?
Let me just check.
Okay.
It's a fair question, but it's a technical one, and I never let me speculate. That often doesn't go well.
Let's come back to the pie, if you like, the growing pie. We already have 5% of demand from data centres currently in New South Wales. What is the requirement for those existing centres to match their energy use with renewables?
Yeah, look, again, that's sort of one that's really for the planning minister. Like, a whole lot of them have got existing consents. There's, as we know, there's about 66, I think the Treasurer said 61 data centres that are already, that have sort of been put in place without any rules. It really is a question for the planning minister in terms of what their development consents are and what they are. If you're asking me about whether it would be retrospective, that's not the intention.
No. So I think we're coming to the same conclusion then about the maths, that we have a larger pie, which means that we have more energy supply that we need to put into the grid.
Yep.
So if we are not looking at keeping these coal-fired power stations open longer, then you're talking about far more renewable energy projects across New South Wales. Is that right?
Yep.
And in terms of, obviously, there's only a certain number of people who can be building these renewable energy projects, and you need a certain amount of investment and everything else. Does that then, in your modelling, show that we are going to get to 100% renewables a lot later than we otherwise would, had it not been for the data centre 11% demand?
I don't believe that's the case. Let me get you some more detail. The sort of style of modelling that you're asking me, I'm not sure that we've done in that way. Let me just see if I can provide you with more information.
Thank you. Because then that.
But just to be clear, I mean, we're really working. I mean, the sort of the roadmap and the move to renewables is we're really working to the 2040. Last retirement of coal-fired power, which is Mount Piper. We expect that our system is not going to be 100% renewables. I think we need to be clear about that. It's going to be about 95%, and there was still 5% that is for the gas peaking part of the firming part of our system that we're moving to.
I mean, yeah, the data I have shows that we're talking about, nearly 4 erarings worth of energy being required from the data centres that are currently in the pipeline, those 44 data centres in the development pipeline as of the 31st of March.
Yeah. I suppose the point I'd make is that, and I think it's fair to be looking at what is the kind of worst case, highest impact scenarios. There are a lot of projects in the system. There's not necessarily the case that they will all be approved, and that's the sort of the unknowable part of that. I think it's right to be looking at everything that's in the system, but as most people know, not everything gets approved, and I think particularly under our guidelines where we've been very clear about cost to consumers, impact on water, impact on energy is going to be a requirement going forward. That I think it's a little bit hard to predict exactly what that growth will be, but I'm happy to. I'm not arguing with the figure from you. They're the figures that we use, but I just want to make the point that it doesn't. That assumes that everything's approved and everything operates
and I
understand
that. I understand that there are vagaries around this, and we can't know for sure. But again, the maths don't maths. All things being equal, we are talking about having to bring on a much larger amount of renewables quicker if we're to meet not just our 100% renewables target, but also our emissions targets. The alternative would be to do something like Singapore did and to sort of eke out an allowance for a certain amount of energy from the grid and really slow down the amount of data centres coming. New South Wales has chosen not to do that.
No.
If the result is that we end up with this huge impact on energy demand, which ends up blowing out our climate targets, I guess how do you feel about this decision to just roll the red carpet out for data centres?
Well, I suppose I have been, obviously, across government, we've thought a lot about the data centre challenge. I mean, I would reflect that when I first became the Minister 3 and a bit years ago, we weren't even talking about data centres. Like the speed with which this has become a huge issue is very challenging, I think, for all governments and for regulatory systems to make sure we just sort of don't let rip here. There's been really a lot of consultation and input into the development of these guidelines. I think that New South Wales has got basically jurisdictional best in terms of now setting up this framework for how data centres will be able to operate in New South Wales. Obviously, it's, we've even, because it's going so quickly, I've never actually known where we announce a policy and say that within a year we're going to be reviewing it because we know how quickly this is going. Yeah, so it's just going to have to be, this is just literally, I've actually not seen anything go as quickly as this particular issue, but I do feel like New South Wales has grabbed it appropriately, and that the framework we've got is good. I mean, will it need to change? Will it need to change in the future? Quite likely, because we couldn't even, I just couldn't have even predicted 3 years ago we'd be where we are.
Which is why other jurisdictions have taken a much different approach. But
in Australia, we've got the best one.
You actually don't.
Who do you think's got the best
I would
one?
ask that you look at Singapore, that you look at Ireland.
I'm asking about Australia, within Australia.
Oh, within Australia. Well,
that's
I'm
what I'm
talking
saying.
about international practice. Just in my last 5 seconds, can I ask you, Minister, in relation to the Tomago announcement? Sorry, I need to finish this question before the dinger. In relation to the Tomago announcement, can you tell me whether part of that deal between Tomago and New South Wales and the federal governments involves some form of offset trading?
No, it does not.
Thank you.
Did you want to finish?
Yeah, sorry. Can I actually just to be clear, and this is in terms, and again, the concerns that you're raising are absolutely legit. Like, I'm not actually arguing with you about this, but I just want you to be aware is that there are basically more than enough renewable projects in the pipeline in terms of going back to not everything is approved, but through the planning pipeline to meet the demand. So the extra stuff that
in what time frame though?
Yeah, but no one's going to build any of the Walker ones.
Okay, all right. I thought it might be.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Okay, look, you've got 2 minutes. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
Minister. Do you recognise Glenlee, located in the southern suburbs of Sydney and Lugano?
I know Glenlee well.
And
yes.
Do you recognise it as a very significant heritage and environmental site on the Georges River? And if you do, which apparently you do, what is the government doing to ensure its long-term protection?
I've been involved in this for quite a long time, in fact, since before the last election. Glenlee is a house that's on the side by the river. It's privately owned. It actually sits with Georges River Council in terms of the kind of heritage protection within their LEP.
And I understand they've got a formal resolution requesting that the New South Wales government actually acquire Glenlee.
Yes, they have, and we have actually looked at that. National Parks and Wildlife Service actually did an assessment of that. It's not a very big area, and the assessment at this point suggests that it's not a priority to turn into part of the National Parks estate.
So you're not exploring any options for future public acquisition?
No.
And will you meet with Georges River Council and the local representatives, the Friends of Glenlee
I
group,
have
about
met
this?
with them. On many occasions. It's been quite a while, because I think that where the current kind of concern about the long-term care of that property is coming from is that I think that there's a DA in. It's really, but yes, I have met with them. I have met with people before, and I've met with councillors. I'm happy to meet with people, subject to finding the right time.
Will you release the evidence that you received that suggested that it wasn't an appropriate site for acquisition?
It was quite a while ago. Let me have a look at it.
And are you? I mean, okay. So basically, you don't know if you will release that information.
I'll have a look about whether I can. I mean, my general view is that if we can release information, we can release it. But I just don't know the status of the document, and but I'm happy to look at it.
Okay, Mr. Ruddock, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, are you familiar with the school program in the Central West called Resource Force, which is educating children from years kindergarten to year 6 about global warming and
No.
climate change?
No.
Well, it's part of your department. It's it's under the Energy Co logo was on their website, and they're going into schools and they are teaching kids about global warming. So why do we have to? Why is your government involved in teaching kids at this such a young
Sorry,
age?
who delivers the program?
Energy Co. Their logo is on their website.
Yeah, but do they deliver it, or is it part of one of the... Like, I just need a little bit more info. I'm happy to answer the question. As you can tell, I'm not familiar with it, so...
Well, the Energy Co recently said it's an ASA Res school education program, the Resource Force.
Yeah, let me just... Why don't I take it on notice and I'll come back to you with a bit more info. I mean, the point that I would make, though, is that there is a lot of work about going into schools because it's actually about jobs and jobs that are available in terms of renewable energy.
I think you're
One of
trying
the really
to
good
brainwash
things
children,
about central...
Minister.
Well,
that's what's happening. You're trying to brainwash children
I think
because the
providing
case is so weak.
information- I
The
think
case is so weak.
I think providing information in relation to the jobs that are on
Surely you've got
offer.
more
Let's just be clear,
important
there are
things to do than
600
brainwash
local
kids.
people who are currently working on the Central West Arana. There's 118 small businesses who've got contracts as a result of that. The significant
Government contracts. It's not real
impact.
money, is it?
Okay, I think you're done. Thanks, Mr. Ruddock. I
You've
get the last minute.
very argumentative
I get the
today,
last
Mr.
minute.
Ruddock.
Minister, could I just ask in the last remaining minute of this session, what
This
has
has been a lot of
happened
last
to
minutes, yes?
what we're all running?
You're all on
last
1 minute. Okay,
What
sorry,
is
I'll stop
happening
interrupting.
with the park establishment plan and any consideration within your office and the department of a reserve target number?
The reserve target number, we are finalising the kind of the establishment plan. I haven't made final decisions in relation to
Will we
that.
see one this term of government or possibly not?
I mean, I would hope so. That's my intention, but I just can't give you, like, we're still working on it.
And does it have a top line saying we commit to 30% of New South Wales
You'll
in
have to
protected
wait and
areas
see.
by 2030?
You'll have to wait and see. As I said, I haven't finalised how we're going to do it.
All right. Thank you. All right. So, government members,
Thank you,
you
Chair.
now have
Come on, mop up the mess.
you now have some
Thank you,
time.
Minister. Is there anything you would like to elaborate on?
No, it's okay. People have now given me a lot of information, which I will read over the break and provide to the committee once I've worked out what it all is. So let's just do that.
Thank you.
Yes,
Normally, a good
thanks.
minister would actually know that stuff. Without
All right.
even
We're
knowing.
just taking a short break, and we are back at 11:15.
Sorry, I do have one thing, which
Yes,
is a
go for it.
correction, I said that in relation to horses, and I said it was 30 seconds to insensibility. It's actually 5 to 8.
Yeah. Thank you.
5 to 8 seconds.
5 to 8 seconds. We heard that in the inquiry. It was very clear.
Yeah, I think it's 30. I think it's...
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll stop speculating. Okay.
All right. It is time for everybody to have a lovely cup of tea. We'll be back at 11:15.
Yeah, 6,000 plus 1.
Great, thank you everybody. Welcome back. We're now over to the opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, going on your own government's small business momentum survey figures, this is from March 2026, business confidence levels are at rock bottom levels. 22% of businesses indicated that they were confident about their individual business prospects, which is down. 87% of businesses indicated they're concerned about the cost of business inputs, and over 80% of businesses are concerned about the predicted retail electricity and gas price changes. Have you been working with the Small Business Commissioner given these figures and concerns that are raised?
I work really closely with Minister Saffin, who works through the Small Business Commissioner on all of those matters in terms of supporting small business.
And what's your work been consisting of at this point?
Well, I mean, I talk to Minister Saffin. We talk about the way in which we can support small business. It's ongoing work. I mean, the announcement that we've made today that will allow small businesses to upgrade to put batteries as part of our PDRS program is a very significant and helpful part of the way in which we can support small business in the energy space. We've also provided.
How much will businesses have to pay for that?
Beg your pardon?
Will businesses have to pay for those batteries?
Yes, but they'll get a significant subsidy as a result of that.
So how much would you be expecting that they pay per battery?
Depends on how big their battery is.
And how big is the subsidy?
It depends on how big the battery is and how big their business is.
Right. So is there any work that you're doing at this point? I mean, doesn't this confirm what Mr. Fang was saying earlier, that businesses are experiencing increasing energy costs?
I think that there are challenges in the energy sector, yes.
Is that an admission that businesses are expecting higher prices and experiencing higher prices?
No. The thing that I would remind you that the DMO shows that people in the essential area, which is in regional New South Wales, which I'm sure Mr. Fang was very interested in, their DMO their energy prices are expected to reduce by over 20% this year. So there's a whole. All of this is dependent on the premises, on the plan, on the way in which people use energy. But what we are doing is putting as much pressure to lower prices across the board, and we're succeeding in relation to wholesale prices.
Well, I can tell you that the industry groups that encompass agriculture, forestry, fishing, mining, electricity, gas, waste and water services, they're the least confident out of all industries. They're only 10.9% as confident about the future, and a big part of that is energy prices. So do you think that your message isn't getting out there, or do you think that they're actually experiencing higher prices as a result of the grid?
Yeah, I think it's challenging for people. To just give you some more information though, if you wanted to know about what the kind of battery discounts to help businesses would be, a small-sized business such as a grocery store could receive a discount of around $37,000, and a medium-sized business such as a dairy farm could receive a discount of around $355,000. This is a really important program. In terms of the percentage of how it would help, is between 20 and 40%.
Okay, so that's a significant capital outlay for a small business. Sure, there might be a discount, but fundamentally, if they're already very concerned about their revenue, about their prices, and most importantly about their energy and electricity costs, it's very unlikely they're going to have a pot of money available for the installation of a new battery.
Well, we'll see that. We've got more demand in relation to these programs than we've ever had before. This is about filling a gap. We've done a lot of work in relation to households. We've done a lot of work through our Home Energy Saver program, which is going gangbusters in terms of people taking up loans and support to be able to put more renewable energy within their houses. I think this is important. Let me finish, which is, and the point that I would make is that we've made this change because we recognise where businesses are at. The second thing that I would say is that depending on the plan that businesses are on, and again, I would encourage them to shop around in relation to this. The DMO shows that small businesses, particularly across the essential energy network, which is most of regional New South Wales, are 20% less than this year. That includes network costs, that is 20% altogether.
So how do you explain that month after month after month in this business confidence survey, a growing number of small businesses are reporting a decreased confidence level or increased fear about electricity prices. You told us at the last budget estimates in February that the DMO was dropping, and yet every month since then, businesses report more concern, over 80% in March, about their electricity prices. So where's the gap in understanding? Are they actually not experiencing a drop in electricity prices, which is why they're increasing concerns?
Well, it depends on where they're at. And there's no doubt there's a huge amount of challenges within the economy. Interest rate rises, for example, are impacting. We know the cost of living on a whole range of areas. We know that supply chains have increased.
Energy specifically.
Yes, but all of it feeds in together. What I can say is that the DMO is lower, which is welcome. I would have thought that you would welcome that. What I can say is that businesses should shop around to see whether they can get a better deal. In some cases, in terms of using some of these, some of this support, people can see a drop in their bill by 20% straight away without even making a change. I think looking and supporting the kind of programs that we're putting in place. So we've now had the federal government look at large-scale solar, which is about using all of that unutilised rooftop space, particularly across the state, and then pairing that with our battery program will make a significant difference to lots of businesses, and that's
hopefully
that's
they don't
direct
close
action.
down before all of that rolls out.
Yeah, and look, the other point.
If I can just finish
this, the other point that I would make, that in terms of energy prices, particularly for businesses that are diesel reliant, you may have noticed that there's been a global fuel crisis, and that the cost of energy, which also includes liquid fuels beyond electricity, is significant.
Sure,
and that's something that's also part of that.
But what has the government done to address that is my question.
The government, the federal government, so just to be clear.
In the short term.
Yeah, the federal government lifted the excise, and the state government gave up our GST revenue to bring prices down. We also worked at diversifying our energy, and particularly liquid energy, from a range of different sources so that we did not have the shortages that are there. This has been a significant piece of work, but there are some things, the Strait of Hormuz and Donald Trump's ability to work with Iran is not something that we're in complete control over.
Every other state is not experiencing the rock bottom levels of concern that New South Wales small businesses are.
Well, that's what you say.
Well, that's what the data says.
That's what you say. Okay.
Minister, in February you told me that the waste levy review had been done, but the government had not made a final decision. The EPA still says that the review is being finalised following consultation in 2024. What exactly is still being finalised?
You can talk to Mr. Chappell about that.
Well, have you provided advice to the Minister,
Yeah,
Mr. Chappell?
we're working through it. We've got to make a decision in relation to that, and it's ongoing.
So what's the delay? I mean, almost a year ago in September last year.
The delay is that it's a major piece of, it's a policy lever as well as that has economic impact.
Sure.
That we need to work through. That there is not necessarily consensus in the way that we should do it. There are some people who want us to hike the levy so high that it would basically send a whole lot of other people broke.
Sure.
There are people in industry
it's
who...
your job as
there are
Minister
people,
to make a decision about the level of the waste levy.
When
will you make that decision?
When I've done it.
Before the end of the year?
When I've done it.
How long does industry have to wait? We're about to run out of...
I talk to industry all the time. We work with them very closely. I work with councils extremely closely. I meet with mayors and with local government all of the time. The decision we made when the decision's made.
So have you been given an optimal level of the waste levy as suggested by the Audit Office that modelling be conducted?
I'm given a range of advice. I'm not going to go into all of the details until I've finalised.
So what's preventing the decision being made?
It's complicated.
Okay, but lots of policy issues are complicated.
Yes.
Well, how does more time mean that it's less complicated? It actually makes the situation worse.
It means that we do it properly.
But how is 2 years acceptable?
Well, it's the time that we've made and working with industry. They're aware of this. I've spoken to industry at length.
Industry are very concerned that the decision hasn't been made. They're looking for certainty.
Of course, industry want the decision made yesterday. People want these decisions to be made as quickly as possible,
tomorrow.
And I'll do them when they're done.
But I just have to understand the infrastructure that's being supported by the waste levy, for example. How much is being spent from the waste levy into waste and recycling infrastructure, CapEx?
Sorry, that's a bit more complicated. When you say waste infrastructure, what do you mean?
I mean,
I'm happy to give it to Mr. Chappell. He might be
I mean,
able to
actual
unpack what you're
physical
actually
infrastructure,
asking.
transfer stations,
That's
new
not what it's
capacity.
That's not what it funds.
No, that, most
Yeah.
of that infrastructure is privately owned and operated, so the government typically doesn't fund infrastructure directly like that.
Sure. So is any effort being made to support that infrastructure development given
Yes.
the lack? So how is that support occurring?
Well, you may. We have done a lot of work in the last while, which has been about laying out for the first time what the infrastructure needs in relation to what the infrastructure needs are in relation to recycling and waste. But so we've got the Greater Metropolitan Infrastructure Plan, which has gone out, which sets some of that guidance. We're now working with councils and others about how they implement that. Things like planning for the FOGO mandate is another one where there is actually grants attached to that, which has been used to support local councils to do
Can I
that.
put to you that industry are looking for certainty on the waste levy because they
Yes,
are
I'm
interested
aware.
in
I speak to them.
because they are interested in making investments into critical infrastructure where we have Greater Sydney about to run out of landfill by 2030, and they can't actually have confidence that there will be appropriate measures in place that create a market for their infrastructure.
The point is that we're doing a lot of work. Industry's had a lot of input into this. I'll make the decision at the appropriate time and people will know.
When will it be the appropriate time? How will you know that it's the appropriate time?
When I've made a decision.
But what is that going to be based on? Like, I still...
On
I just,
the very good advice of the industry players that we work with the EPA, and with the people who have provided all this information.
they have given you that information
Yes.
already. So what more questions are you asking? What more information is required?
Well, you'll have to wait and see.
Well, there is the second chapter of the plan the Minister referenced, which is nearing finalisation, which is for regional New South Wales waste and infrastructure and the other material flows. So Chapter 1 of the Waste Infrastructure Plan was released last year, and the second part of that, which completes the State Infrastructure Plan, will be released shortly.
Once that's released, I mean, how do you release a plan without a waste levy in place? Like, what's the relationship?
There is a waste levy in place. The question is how much is what is the trajectory of it into the future? That is a different question. The idea that there's no waste levy, or that people don't understand how much they're paying, or they don't understand how CPI increases work, is just simply incorrect. So we're working through that. The choices that we need to make are about how much do you raise it by, over what period of time, what does that look like, what is that going to impact on in terms of people's cost of living, what does it mean in terms of actually developing the resources that we need to deal with the landfill crisis. That is why it is complicated.
Sure, but have you asked those questions of the EPA?
Yes.
And what have they said to you? Presumably they've given you answers.
Well, I'm so glad that you know how this works. But the point
It's
that I would just
2
the point that I
years.
would, yeah, and it will be done when it's done.
And you can't give any, there's no document,
Well,
internal document that says we're going to aim for this date. We think that we can get all the work done.
I'm glad that
or
you're interested
we're
in the
going
internal workings of the way in which decisions are made
Well,
through my
obviously
office.
I
But the
am.
point that I'm telling the committee the information, which is, yes, I'm aware of it. Yes, it's very important. We've done more in waste in the last 3 years that occurred in the last 10.
That's not
And
true, but
I would
okay.
simply make the point that the decision is imminent and it will be made when it's made. And I'm not able to give you the final time frame for that.
Is it before cabinet?
It's a decision that I have to make that I haven't made yet.
So it's not that you can't say, it's you haven't made a decision.
Yeah, she tells you she's going to have to shoot
Yeah.
you.
I mean, you say one thing and then you mean another.
The New South Wales Waste and
Thanks,
Circular
Statler.
Infrastructure Plan states that from early 2026, the PD, NSW and EPA will be the lead government agencies responsible for the strategic waste infrastructure planning and coordination. Has this happened? Is there a streamlined planning assessment process for new priority waste infrastructure proposals?
I might give that to
Yes.
Mr. Chappell in terms of where that's up to, but a lot of that question needs to go to Minister Scully.
And there was funding allocated in the budget for the concierge service for waste and circular economy proponents for this financial year.
For this financial year?
Yes.
Okay, so that was supposed to happen in late 2025, but obviously that's... So this
So mid
2026 to
2026
27.
is not fast enough for you.
Well, it was late 2025 and now we're hearing that it's budgeted for 2026-27, so that is 2 years late effectively.
So glad. I didn't know you were going to be marking the homework so much.
Well, That's literally our job. It's not. I'm not doing it because I
Just
am.
because you didn't in opposition doesn't mean that Jackie won't.
Well, this is on behalf of the people of New South Wales who are interested in not having a landfill
Well, I'm
crisis
glad
by
that you're being a
2030,
diligent shadow
and an
minister.
industry that is looking for certainty so they can invest to provide that infrastructure. We heard this morning on 702 that the soft plastics processing plants are only operating 1 out of 14 days because there isn't enough soft plastic material available. Is there any work being done by the New South Wales government to encourage soft plastics collection?
There's a huge amount of work being done with industry, as you know, soft plastic
with
collections.
you didn't let me finish my question.
Oh, okay,
with
sorry.
With councils to actually
I
encourage
might give
this?
that to Mr.
Yes,
Chapel. He's dealing with all of that.
There's an infrastructure advisory group that the Minister established with representatives from local government. In terms specifically of the packaging soft plastic material, the federal government is leading work on options for mandatory product stewardship, for packaging reform that would...
But in the meantime, is New South Wales doing anything to support councils with soft plastics recycling?
Well, a series of funding commitments have been made in recent years from both New South Wales and the Commonwealth governments to support facilities like that one at Kundal. The fundamental issue is the market alone is, without some sort of product stewardship architecture, is not going to deliver the feedstock for those facilities, and that's where the federal process for packaging reform.
I'll quibble with that with you later, Mr.
But I would
Chappell,
say that
thank
there's a
you.
huge... So, I mean, the soft plastics issue was one of the significant issues I had to deal with early when I became the minister, was there was all of those stockpiles.
Minister, I'm really sorry. I am talking about now, but I would like to move on if that's okay.
Well, if you want
because
to
I've only
understand
got
what we're
a
doing,
minimum.
I'm happy to tell you, but that's fine. I'm happy to move on.
Well, you were talking about years ago, and I was talking about now, so
Okay.
I'd like to move on. if
Sometimes
that's okay.
2 years is too long, sometimes 2 years is
I'm
too
wondering
short.
if there is any audit and clean-up of government-owned land where waste is being dumped illegally.
I'll give that to Mr. Chappell.
Do you have the answer, Minister?
Do you have a specific...
Well, what do you mean by audit,
site?
and what do you mean by
wondering-
work?
I was out in Western Sydney last week, and I got taken to site after site of government-owned land, easements, under power lines, on the sides of roads where you have massive dumps, illegal, obviously truckloads of waste, which clearly included asbestos. Is the EPA doing any work to audit these sites and remediate them?
First thing I'd say is a couple of things about that. We have basically increased penalties across the stream and working with councils in terms of illegal dumping. Illegal dumping is a huge issue.
I know.
The second thing I'd say is that what we've announced in around asbestos, which is allowing households to deal and to dispose of it for
I'm really
free.
sorry, I have limited time, but my question is quite specific.
Okay, well, I'll leave it with Mr. I'll
Are
leave
you
it with Mr.
conducting any
Chappell.
sort of audit and
There is work
remediation
going on
work?
across a variety of sites, some of which are government-owned, where various regulatory actions are underway. I mean, I'm happy to take on notice the specifics of
That would be
sites in
helpful.
Western
I guess,
Sydney.
is there any proactive work to identify these sites, or does it entirely rely on reports from members of the public?
We work with councils as well. Like there is a range of different ways in which reporting happens, particularly via the environment line, and we do. So some of it is reactive, some of it is proactive, where we work closely. It's like a place down in East Hills that we work with local member Kylie Wilkinson. There was a known dumping area when I was there. There was polystyrene and 2 pianos,
Okay.
and that
But
was
it doesn't-
basically cleared because of joint work between the council and the EPA, and they've been able to also work with transport to actually block off it. So it is not an easy issue,
Sure.
but it is one that we're pretty active on.
And we do a lot of proactive
I'm really
work.
sorry,
Yeah.
Mr. Chappell.
Tell us
Minister,
about, well, if
are
you want to know what
still
we're actually
aiming-
doing, perhaps you need
I'll-
to know what the proactive work is.
I will ask in. Ask in the afternoon. Minister, are you still aiming for 12 gigawatts of capacity and generation by 2030 in New South Wales?
If the National Party will let us keep doing it, yeah.
Are you going for any higher, or do you think 12 gigawatts is sufficient?
Well, it's not. That's just within the renewable energy zones through obviously through the roadmap. So as you would be aware, the legislation that was passed in 21 was the 12 gigs and the 4 gigs in terms of long duration storage. That's what's the legislated target. Given the discussion that we've been having, we know that there will be more of that. There's also development happening outside the renewable energy zone. So, yes.
Is Eraring going to close in 2029?
Yes.
Okay. And is there going to be any guarantee for heavy industry, like the smelter at Tomago, for capacity and energy supply?
What are you asking?
I'm asking if Tomago will be able to operate once Eraring closes.
Yes.
And does the government have any guarantee associated with that?
We have a very carefully thought out plan with the owners of Tomago and with the Commonwealth Government about how we transition our largest energy user to renewable energy over time.
Never going to happen.
Okay, Mr. Reddick.
Minister, the fourth largest coal mine, or the fourth largest mine in New South Wales, is the Hunter Valley Operations near Singleton.
Yep.
And they're employing 1,500 people directly, and basically keeps Singleton afloat. Okay, there's lots of other flow-on
Well,
jobs.
I think there's a few more mines than just that
Well,
one that supports Singleton.
Thank
but
you
yes.
for that correction. And all those mines are coal mines. Now, a lot
yes, I'm aware.
Now, a lot of these coal miners have been, throughout history, been the backbone of the Labor Party.
Of the miners' union.
Yes. Now the union and the owners of HVO are currently in the process of seeking an extension, because the good news is they've got easily enough coal to mine until the 2040s.
Yeah, it's currently with the IPC, yes.
That's right. So this is a big test for the government, isn't it? But it is actually officially a decision of the IPC.
It's a decision for the IPC.
And the government would not have any input into that.
Well, as you would be aware, that there's a range of information that's provided to the IPC in relation to impacts, and things to be considered. So yes, the government does have some, provides information, but the decision is not the government's; it's the IPC's. That's why the IPC exists.
Okay. Now then, let's also bring in our friends at the Net Zero Commission. Now, you did tell Budget Estimates almost 2 years ago to the day about the Net Zero Commission. You said it is not the role of the Net Zero Commission to be another pseudo-planning panel in relation to these matters.
Correct.
We have to be very clear. The Net Zero Commission is about monitoring and advising and reporting to the government.
Correct.
And then you said it is not you repeated, it is not a quasi-planning panel. That is
Correct.
not their job.
Correct.
I agree with that. Thank you, Minister. Now, did you know that just a few weeks ago, in IPC, the Net Zero planning, the Net Zero people turned up and made a submission?
Oh yes, I'm aware.
Okay, good. Now, doesn't that so they are playing a role in a very important planning decision? And when we were told that they were, you've said that they're not quasi-planners. You were emphatic about it.
No, but they actually have, under the legislation, they have the ability to provide advice, and that is considered with all of the other advice. That I don't see there being any, that being sort of separate to what you're suggesting. They're not a decision maker. They're not a planning advice. I mean, the EPA provides advice to the IPC on a range of different matters as well. I'm not quite sure what you're worried about.
Well, I just thought it's contradictory to what you were telling us 2 years ago.
No, I don't think so, because they're not the planning. No, they're not a planning body. They're not a planning decision maker.
But they're getting involved in a very critical piece of planning about keeping.
But so does the EPA, and so does DQ, and so does a range of different government agencies in terms of the impact of these things. That's not unusual.
So the Net Zero Commission was a creation of the Minns government, correct?
Well, thankfully also supported by the opposition at that time. I doubt whether they'd do that now.
Probably not.
And the Greens.
Yes.
So we were okay without it. Now, the world didn't come crashing down without the Net Zero Commission prior to its creation. Now, its budget's about $7 million. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's about right.
And is the government happy with the Net Zero Commissions, and you're looking at renewing it? If you do happen to be fortunate enough to get re-elected, you'd be looking at...
Yeah, no, the Net Zero Commission, we were very clear about why we wanted it to exist. Obviously we've got legislated emissions reduction targets. We believe that having a body that is monitoring and reporting and providing advice across government and more broadly about the pathways for us achieving that is worthwhile.
So, look, are they doing field studies? Are they measuring carbon, or are they just moving paper around?
I mean, aside from the rudeness of that, these are very, the commissioners are very established people who are experts. But look, in terms of the way in which they are using interpreting data, why don't I take that on notice and work out exactly how they do that? I think the Net Zero Commission is coming this afternoon, so you can speak to him. He'd be able to take you through that.
Okay. Now, Minister, there is something that...
The other thing that I would say is that the Commission is actually independent of me. It doesn't get directed by me.
So you have said that... so the IPC is expected to make a decision on HVO in the next month or so. Is that your understanding?
I don't know. You need to ask the Planning Minister.
Okay. Now, there is something, Minister, that you and I do strongly agree on.
Oh, what's that?
Well, you and I, unlike my friends in the opposition, are very hostile to the idea of taxpayer funds to be used to create a nuclear power industry.
Yes.
Okay. But where we do disagree is that you... so while we don't want to put any taxpayer money in there, you think that we should still have laws to ban the private sector who may want to put their own capital at risk.
Oh, are you talking about exploration, or are you talking in terms of generation?
Well, I'm going to get to exploration, but I'm talking about generation.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and I know
well, look, it's just not currently in our... Look, our view is pretty clear, we've actually had a sort of a multi-partisan kind of view in New South Wales about the need to decarbonise our energy sector for quite a while now, and we've chosen the pathway through the electricity roadmap to do that.
Yeah.
And nuclear has not been part of that, and that remains unchanged.
Okay, but it still doesn't... I mean, maybe nuclear is a terrible technology. Maybe all these countries around the world that are investing billions in it...
No, I'm not saying that. That's not my view.
Maybe it just doesn't add up. Maybe, and maybe it's just a fluke that France has the cheapest electricity in Europe. But we still haven't answered the question why we want to ban it. If it's too expensive or it's going to take too long to come online, why do we have to have a law using the violence of the state to stop private capital giving it a go? Maybe it's a bad decision, maybe it's a great decision, but why do we have to ban it?
I mean, look, it's a fair question, and I know that we have a differing view in relation to this. But I mean, I think the point here is that we're on the clock in terms of the need to change our energy system, and
because of global warming,
which you disagree with, but that's okay. Let's leave that to the side, shall we? The point that I would make is that, and it's an interesting question, because when we look at the emissions challenge, it is something that I've actually given quite a degree of thought to. This is, my view is that we can't afford to dismiss anything at this point. The way that technology works, we need to deal with that. We know that a nuclear industry is well established in other countries, but it's literally been there for decades. I was actually quite persuaded early on by work that our chief scientist had done, who is actually a nuclear physicist, used to work on the nuclear subs in Britain. And the point that he made to me, which was very persuasive, was that, yes, we could potentially do nuclear here, but the amount of time that it would take in the window that we have to decarbonise is very challenging. That's before you get to the cost, to the fact, to how you'd actually get a skilled workforce. And like, on balance...
This is not addressing the question of why we want to ban it.
Well, it's have you got ledge in front of the House about this?
On uranium.
Yeah, so I look forward to your bill coming forward, and we would consider it. But the point I'd just say is the priority of what we're doing is about the electricity infrastructure roadmap and getting all of that done. That keeps me busy enough. If you're asking me, the government, to bring forward and change the rules, no, we're not going to do that for a range of different reasons. But for me, personally, it's really about the priority to get this other work done as quickly as possible.
Now, Minister, I did ask you 3 or 4 minutes ago, why the ban? Doesn't make any sense. And you have waffled because there's no rationality to it. But I will put to you the reason why the Labor Party...
Let him ask the question, Minister.
What do you say about this proposition, Minister? The reason why the Labor Party wants to ban it is because they want to force investment into the renewable scam.
Yeah, I reject that.
Okay, well, that's the best answer we can come up with. because you didn't come up with one about why we're banning something.
Look, I know that all of you have got views about the way in which I answer the question, but I think the point that I would make is that I've been pretty open about the reasons why, whether we're doing it, yes or no, and the reasons why we're doing it, yes or no. If you don't like it or you disagree with it, that's fine, but I think I've actually answered the question.
Okay, well, could you, maybe I'm a bit dense, Minister, but could you just...
I don't think so, Mr.
Could you put it to us in like one sentence? Why are we banning a nuclear power industry?
We have a plan to change our energy system, and it does not involve nuclear. So we are not moving on opening up
Well,
nuclear.
you can do that, but I mean, if the private sector wants to go out and build something, shouldn't we be happy about that? I mean,
Well, I look forward to your legislation before the House, Mr. Ruddock.
Well, look, the legislation got through the upper house. This is on uranium mining. Now,
Yes.
I'm
talking about whether you're bringing in another piece of legislation.
Let's see how.
Where are you going to put your nuclear plant?
Well, let the private sector work it out, Chair. Now we do. Now I'm guessing, Minister, that you have had a close friendship with the Prime Minister for a few decades. You've at
He
least
and I have known each other for a long time.
You've known each
yes.
other for a long time. Now he happens to be very good friends with Mr. Modi, Mr. Prime Minister Modi of India. He was out. I'm
not friends with Mr. Modi. I don't know Mr. Modi. I've not met Mr. Modi.
Okay, well, the Prime Minister is very good friends with him.
Well, I'd
and
hope
the
he
Prime
would be.
Minister, your friend,
India's
your ally, your political ally, and Mr. Modi, basically came out and did a tour of Australia recently. Said we desperately need uranium, and what are they going to do with the uranium? They're going to lift up 500 million poor people in India. So. Shouldn't we be cooperating? The federal government seems to want to get the uranium mining happening. Why can't New South Wales jump on board and help poor people?
Well, it's good to see the Libertarian Party endorsing what the federal Labor Party is doing.
Thank you.
Well, that's not an answer.
Minister, just something quite specific. Are you aware or able to confirm that offset funds for the Illawarra lowlands grassy woodlands were spent on the Illawarra Nature Festival and an event called the Grassening in particular?
Yeah, look, I can't, but let me take it on notice and see if I can get something for you.
Thank you very much. And if you could, I'd be very interested in the actual dollar amount of funds from offsets that were spent on that event, and there are a number of credits that that's equal to. And just on that, do you accept that it is a perverse outcome for offset funds to be used in a celebration of nature where the source of those funds is literally the destruction of an irreplaceable, critically endangered ecological community?
Look, let me go to the detail of that one specifically, but I think I know where you're getting with this. We've done a lot of reform in terms of the biodiversity offset settings since coming to government. There's been changes in terms of legislation. It's part of the nature strategy. Part of it is reduced. There's a whole lot of credits that have been sitting around for a long time that, for a range of reasons, have not been able to be retired, and there are variables within the system that sometimes go to. I forget what the word for it. There's a particular word.
Conservation actions.
Conservation actions or something. So I suspect for what you're asking, you're probably right. Like it's probably gone through that. But let me just get the details of that. It is not my preference. The whole system is supposed to avoid harm, mitigate it where it is, and then when we're offsetting that, it's actually used. Particularly sort of for like in terms of biodiversity. It's not always the case. It's actually been working, with the department and with the Biodiversity Conservation Trust in the way that we deal with it. So I suspect that's what you're getting at. Let me get you more information.
Thank you.
But my view is it's not desirable, but sometimes it happens.
Thank you. The government action number 1 in the Plan for Nature is to amend and strengthen the Biodiversity Conservation Act. Where's that process up to? Do you plan introducing more amending legislation, and if so, this year? And if so, are you planning on consulting on a draft bill before introducing it?
Yes, there's a lot in that. The short answer is yes, I would like to. The long answer is that this is really important legislation that's going to be complicated. That there's been a lot of input into it, and I welcome. There's been a lot of environment groups and others, and industry and others who've talked to us about it. I would hope that we're able to bring the legislation to Parliament, but as you notice, we've got 6 weeks sitting list. Yeah.
Where is the New South Wales nature strategy up to, and will we see that soon?
Yes, so that's it's in the same category. Yes, I would hope so.
Okay, and that is not contingent on the next tranche of legislation. That can just
No, I don't think so. I mean, there might be some bits that hang off it. So let me just clarify. But no, the nature strategy is not obviously legislation, but there would be aspects within the strategy
that require
that would require legislation, and so that's a bit it's a bit chicken and egg in terms of how we deal with that. Yeah.
And perhaps I can talk with Mr. Lee more on the logistics this afternoon, if that's okay. Thank you. The other thing is, I'm curious, in light of the EPBC reforms, is the New South Wales government taking steps to update the bilateral agreements?
Yes,
and to meet those national standards? Is that work happening?
Yeah, so yes, we are. There's planning, there's the way in which we deal with offsets. I mean, it's actually worked well for New South Wales. We're better than most of the states in that we've actually had long-standing bilaterals that has meant that it really has sort of allowed the recognition of the work that we're doing to be recognised and to allow sort of approvals to go. There's obviously there's forestry as well. Yes, we are working on all of those things.
And will we see those changes this term of government?
Well, some of that's not in my control, obviously, it's with the feds, and some of it really isn't due to start till 1 July next year.
Yeah.
I mean, it's suffice to say that I have a good working relationship with the Federal Environment Minister. He and I, speak reasonably regularly about how we're pursuing that. New South Wales has been very keen to get in place the bilaterals that we had, particularly in planning and offsets, and we're optimistic. I don't know whether Mr. Lee can actually give us a bit more time frame.
We're working towards 1st of December 2026 on the bilat.
On the bilat. So it'll be a new bilat?
Yes.
Yeah.
It will make sure that we continue we can continue under the same model that we've got, adjusting for the changes made to the Commonwealth Ledge.
So they all need to be updated because of the changes.
And will there is there, one of the changes, of course, is about the preventing unacceptable impacts and this idea of there's no mandatory requirements to refuse or that kind.
Yeah.
Are we finally going to be looking at that at the New South Wales end of things?
Well, I mean, we're trying to align where we can, but look, there's still work to be done. There's still aspects of the standards that need to be finalised from the government, from the federal government. So we're not in the driver's seat here. Other than what I'd say is that we have seen the benefits of where we align closely because it actually means certainty for everyone, and we can be clear about that. But I just can't give you that level of detail because it's still being worked through.
That's right.
Can you name how many, in terms of a number, how many DQ staff have been seconded to the Development Coordination Authority?
I can't, but I'm sure Mr.
Lee probably can.
Yes, it's around 44 staff have transferred at this point in stage 1. And then there's another tranche of staff that will transfer in stage 2 from both DQ and EPA. I'll get you the specific number, but I'm pretty sure it's 44.
Okay, thank you. And do you have an idea of in the tranche 2 how many will be required?
I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
I think for EPA it's 8.
8. Okay, thank you.
And then I think for DQ it's 2.
Okay, thank you. Minister, I just wanted to ask you very briefly about the commercial killing of kangaroos and the kangaroo management program. Is there anything specifically that is preventing you from implementing the 23 recommendations that you supported from the inquiry?
Yeah, I might get some. I know I've got a note on this. I mean, my understanding is that we've actually implemented a lot of the recommendations, but not all of them.
Mm-hmm.
I know I read something about it on the weekend. Just give me a tick. I know it's here.
No, it's okay.
Thanks. Sorry, just give me a minute. Do you have? Sorry, I'm happy to come back to you about this, and you can talk about this afternoon. I mean, there was a bunch of There's a bunch of recommendations. I was on that inquiry. I recall it well, that we agreed to.
Is it right that so the draft Kangaroo Harvest Management Plan 2027-31 is public exhibition of that is imminent? And if so, who's responsible for that? There seems to be a bit of a cloud of not clarity about what is happening.
Yeah, I might let me take that on notice so I can give you the right info, and you might want to go back to Mr. Lean this afternoon. I know that we are responsible for part of it.
Thank you. Can I just quickly whiz to the budget? So the biodiversity conservation, the 25-26 budget included $472.9 million over 4 years to 28-29 for coming from the offset scheme. I have an interest in what proportion of this funding is being used to support Aboriginal landholders.
Oh, good question. Let me take that on notice.
Okay.
I don't have that.
Thank you. And then a similar question, but in relation to the RESs, the investment and participation. What's the total value of the New South Wales government's expenditure on Aboriginal participation and outcomes across the 5 renewable energy zones?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I'd need to take it on notice because there's a bit of detail there. I can tell you. Just in Central West Arana, for example, there, through the community benefits funding, there's over $10 million going to Aboriginal organisations. There's also requirements in terms of staffing through kind of ACE Res, and I know that Energy Code, for example, has an Aboriginal team as well. So, I mean, there is quite a lot of activity, but the detail, let me unpack it and see where it's up to.
Thank you. Do you think any of the settings need to be recalibrated in terms of the feedback from ACOs and Aboriginal and land councils and so forth?
Look, I think we need to refine this all of the time. I mean, the point that Aboriginal organisations and Aboriginal people make to me, which is a powerful one, is that for all of the resources that have been extracted in New South Wales over many decades, that virtually no money has actually gone to Aboriginal organisations. That there's an opportunity through the renewable energy, in sort of a once in a generation opportunity to really improve that, and that's really what we've got guidelines, we've got groups that are working, but I think that the appetite amongst Aboriginal organisations, particularly for actually getting some equity in the energy sector, is real, and we have been doing some work on that.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair. I've asked for some documents to be circulated.
Oh, you beauty!
Yeah, you knew I would get there in the end.
Well, I was wondering if in your final appearance for us together that you'd actually give me some docs.
It may be, may not be. Let's just
have you numbered them? No. My only question is, have you learned to number the docs?
No, I haven't numbered the document. I don't need to. They are the documents of the documents. Now, while they are being circulated, I want to ask you another question because I want to give people time to read them.
Yes.
Sorry,
you wanted me to read them or you wanted me to answer the question?
Yeah. No, this is a separate question.
I'm
letting the Secretariat circulate the documents.
Okay.
In budget estimates with Minister Taylor, when you were in opposition, you criticised her because the Department for Women had a Facebook post which said, do you like cats? I note on the 15th of June, your department put a Facebook post up asking Department of Climate Change, DECU, put a Facebook post up saying, should Ugg boots be worn outside the house?
Yes.
As a question.
What boots?
Ugg boots.
Ugg boots.
Do you think that's an appropriate use of the department's Facebook page?
Well, I think using Ugg boots,
in my
case, I wear them outside the house, but then they get wrecked by the wet, so probably not a good idea.
I think never wear Ugg boots outside.
I would think it was a waste of the department's time, but anyway, that's by the by.
My daughter would disagree.
Let's get to the documents, shall we?
My daughter wears them.
Minister, can I draw your attention to the advertorial that appeared recently in the Newcastle Herald?
Is this
it's the one there? Yeah. Yes, it is. It tells the inspiring story of Casey, a young mum who swapped mines for the Crudledge wind farm just north of Mudgee. Are you aware of this?
Am I aware of the Crudledge wind farm or am I aware of Casey?
Let's go with both.
Well, I'm not aware of Casey, but I am aware of the wind farm.
Are you aware that your department had this advertorial put in the Newcastle Herald?
I'm aware that they do a range of information through a range of different forums, yeah.
Okay. Would you be able to advise the committee how much the department spent on that advertising for Newcastle Herald?
Happy to. I'd have to take it on notice.
Okay. Are you aware of how many ongoing jobs the Crudledge wind farm is expected to provide once operational?
Not the detail of that, but no.
You'll see in the advertorial it says 240 direct jobs.
Yeah? Okay.
Yep.
Well, I haven't seen this before, so yes, thank you for directing it.
Well, if you go to the second document, you'll see the submission that the government put in, had for the wind farm, which says that there are expected to only be 15 jobs.
Okay, so this is, just to be clear, this document's from 2013.
Yes.
Right.
So
it's quite old.
Yes.
Right.
But it says that there are likely to
13
be
years old.
15 jobs. Okay, let me ask the question, Minister. Which number do you think is accurate? Do you expect there'll be 240 jobs ongoing, or do you think there'll be 15 ongoing jobs?
Well, I think that given that it's now operational, this was what I would say about this is that this is a very old report which was wondering what has, from 2013. The wind farm is now built, it's now operational. I think they would know how many people are actually working there.
And how many direct jobs are actually created?
Well, they're
by
saying
the wind farm?
240, so I have no way of verifying that at this point, but I'm happy to check.
Okay. You might want to check, Minister, because I don't believe that there are 240 direct jobs that are
What evidence do you have of that?
Ongoing in the...
What evidence do you have of that?
Well, what evidence do you have that there are 240?
Well, I said I'm going to check. I can actually find out.
Other than the advertorial your department put in the Newcastle Herald.
I'd be pretty... To be honest, it would be actually pretty rude that the company that's running this, that you're challenging it. If you want to challenge it, that's fine. I'm going to get it closer. But if you're working off a document from 2013, nice try.
Minister, your department has spent money...
Yes, when I'll tell you how much.
Promoting the fact that you've created 240 jobs by the approval and rollout of this wind farm.
Yep.
Do you believe that there are actually 240 direct jobs, ongoing jobs, created by this wind farm's
Well, as I
operation
said, I
in
will
New
find
South
out
Wales?
for you and I will confirm that, but I have no reason to do it. But the point that I would make,
So
we
if
just
there
use
aren't,
central... Sorry,
if there
can you let
are
me finish?
240 ongoing jobs in that wind farm, who's going to be responsible for promoting misinformation in the Newcastle Herald, given that it's an advertorial
why don't we get
placed by your department?
Well, why don't we just get to the bottom of it first and actually confirm it? I would not be using your document from 2013. It's a nice try, though. I appreciate that you've been doing some good Google work. But the point that I would say is that let's actually get to the facts and let's deal with it. I've told you how much that will cost. I don't think that there is any problem with the government providing information to communities about the opportunities and about what's going on.
Do you have a problem
in
with
Central
it's
West,
misleading?
so if we want to use Central West Arana at the moment, there are 600 locals across the Central West area who are working on that renewable energy zone. There are 118 businesses who are contracted and who are actually working and putting money into that economy and providing people with jobs. I think that's a good thing.
And in terms of that then, Minister, you said there are 600 people that are working on Central West Arana's renewable energy
Local
zone.
people.
Yeah.
No,
Now,
a lot of foreigners.
are you suggesting...
No, that's the local people.
Are you suggesting
Yeah, a lot
that
of Irish.
about half of that workforce would be just on this wind farm alone?
No.
Well, that's what your advertorial says.
No.
Does it not?
No. The work is for the creation of the transmission line and the work that's going on that. This is a wind farm that's been, I assume, operating for quite a while, that has that. I mean, I know that you've really wanted to have a big sort of wind up and big bang here. Let me just find out what the numbers are and come back to you.
No, that's fine. I mean, look, if it is, it is. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be. Minister,
Well, you look pretty silly if it's not.
I'd like to bring you to some of the department's prior work. In early 2025,
Which bit of the department?
EPA released the New South Wales Guide for Large Emitters.
Yep.
In turn, the regulator outlined preferences for New South Wales-based offset projects.
Yep.
Right. Can you advise if that's still the New South Wales government policy?
No, so there was a long... Mr. Chappell can add to this, but like this is a really important piece of work. New South Wales is one of the few jurisdictions that's actually requiring people who have environmental licences to actually report on and reduce emissions down to net to 2050. There was consultation in relation to the guidelines, but it does not. The outcome of it is, in terms of the emissions having to be New South Wales based. My preference is for them to be New South Wales based, just because that actually means that they work better and actually count towards New South Wales targets. But it is the case that they're able to be across Australia. And that's part of the national inventory and the way in which emissions accounting occurs, and that remains the same.
So
Yes, that's
In,
right.
in terms of that, it was your preference that they be New South Wales based, but who overrode the preference that the regulator?
Well, we basically have consultation and we work through it,
So whose
and that's
decision
the
was it?
outcome that we made. Governments.
It was the government's. So even though it was
Well-
your preference, the government decided to do something different.
No. What I was saying is that yes, we have a preference, but we also accept where consultation happens. So I'm not unhappy about this. We put these issues out, and then there's a decision around how we're going to work through it. And the EPA guide, so this is good. Basically, again, says preference, but we don't require them to be New South Wales offsets, which reflects the reality of how emissions accounting occurs.
Okay. When coal and gas companies were looking to purchase sites in the Great Koala National Park to generate offsets, that wasn't approved by the government, was it?
There's no project that's currently approved. There is no ability for anyone to be getting any ACCUs as a result of the Great Koala National Park as yet. But it is the case that New South Wales has said that for this project, our preference is for manufacturers and high emitters under the safeguard mechanism. So if you think like BlueScope and some of our large sort of cement makers and others, that we want to support manufacturing in relation to the use of these credits. The other thing I would say about them is they're a very small, like it's actually a very small amount of the market.
Are you going to permit coal and gas companies to access the same program for carbon credits if it's approved for Great Koala National Park?
No, we've made that clear.
No, so you're only going to allow it for yourself?
Sorry?
For the New South Wales government. The New South Wales government is only going to allow itself to actually purchase credits effectively.
No.
through the Great Koala
You're
National
misunderstanding. We're not purchasing any credits. We will generate credits.
Park. Because you're creating a national park.
Yes.
Yes. But you won't allow other
To buy them.
organisations to buy
them.
credits.
Well, we will allow other. It's the market. This is.
So will
So
coal,
what
and
I'm
gas,
saying
will
is- so
coal
what
and
I-
gas projects be able
Sorry?
to buy credits?
No, not for the Great Koala National Park. But
It's just an admission that they're not real.
Yeah. So why not? So how is it not the case that you...
okay, I don't think you actually
You're
understand the
no,
system. That's fine.
I understand it completely, Minister. I understand it completely. What it is that you're making one rule for yourself and separating
No,
it
the
out, saying the
important part is
industry
that-
can't access the same
No.
scheme that you're creating to try and have creative counting in order to pay for the
Are you going to let me
National Park.
finish, or are you going to keep interrupting? The point, what I'm saying is, it's not New South Wales government credits. The park will generate credits, but in terms of who can purchase the credits, there is a whole range of industry that will be able to do that. What we have said is that coal and gas will not.
Isn't
So why is it that they're not able to do that? Why are they not able to access the same schemes that every other company in New South Wales or Australia are able to do?
Well, the important thing, and the mining and coal and gas industries have access to a whole range of other credits within the market. There is a huge amount. Can I just be clear that in the Great Koala National Park, it's around 1% of the New South Wales market. In terms of where people will be getting offsets through other methods, and where mining, and as we just had that conversation, that they're able to access them not just in New South Wales but elsewhere. This is, we don't believe that this is an issue.
So how is it then that you're running a market program that's effectively crossing out one part of the market from accessing what should be a market-driven scheme?
No, it's a decision that we've made.
Isn't that going to actually effectively reduce the value of the New South
I don't
Wales?
believe so, no.
Well, now, you can't just dismiss it like that, Minister. If you're excluding one of the largest aspects of the
I'm
industry...
answering your question.
Well, no, isn't it going to reduce the value?
I don't believe so,
of the
no.
And what modelling have you done to prove that?
We've done some work on it, and we don't.
Can you
believe
provide
so.
that modelling to the committee?
No,
Why not?
because this is still being.
So you say it
considered.
won't happen, but you're telling me now that you won't provide any modelling to prove what it is that you're saying.
Well, you can
How are we
just-
supposed to believe you, Minister?
Mr. Fang, you don't believe anything
I don't
that
know.
I
I
say
don't
to
believe you, Minister.
And
I
that's
don't
a matter for
believe
you.
That is true. I do not believe you.
Well, you really need to
Minister,
stop
there
worrying
is
about
a
me
point
so
of order.
much.
There's a point about 3 questions back where the Minister was interrupted, and she hasn't had a chance to answer any of the questions since.
Yeah. Okay. So, carry on. Point of order is upheld. You've just got to let the Minister answer the question. You know that, Wes.
Is one carbon molecule different from another?
No.
Or is carbon? So then why can't
I've told
one
you.
industry
That's
access...
been a decision that we've made.
But why?
Because
What
that's
is the
choice
what
that
is the
we've made in
fundamental
relation to
issue
that.
when you've got a scheme?
I've told. Are you going to let me finish,
Yes.
or are you going to you can keep acting for the video, or you can just let me answer the question, which is because we've made a decision that in relation to this, we have manufactured. This government is extremely focused on manufacturing jobs and a range of work through the transition, whether it's Tomago, whether it's Blue Scope, whether it's high emitting groups. We've got, we're supporting a bunch of projects that are helping people transition to lower emissions, things like cement and others. This is actually a priority of government, which is about domestic manufacturing and being able to build out work that actually is going to give companies the priority and the advantage long term in terms of export around low carbon fuels and manufacturing.
Did
that
Chris
is our
Minns agree to
preference.
this? Did Chris Minns agree to this?
Our government agrees together. I know it's a shock for you.
Did Courtney Houssos, the Resources Minister, agree to this?
It's a government decision and people agreed.
So both the Premier and the Resources Minister agreed to rule out coal and gas from being able to access credits from the Great Koala National Park.
The government made the decision and yes.
That's extraordinary.
Thanks for the commentary.
Well, yeah. I'm going to move on now.
I wish you had subtitles.
to-
We could have like the whole sort of inner thoughts of Wes as we're going
yes,
through.
okay,
with all of
Minister.
this. That'd be great.
Pink mapping. Has there been any request to the LLS or DECU to access any native vegetation mapping issues around cemeteries in New South Wales?
Okay. I think I know where you're going with this.
Okay. Well, how about we just go with the question that I've asked?
Well, because if you want an answer, I need more. You need to be more specific for me.
That was a question. There's been any request in relation to cemeteries?
Yeah, there has. I'll hand it.
Okay,
yes, there has been.
Thank you.
If you know the answer, that's fine. But why don't you just let me answer it?
All right.
And be clear about it. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. And what's the result of that request?
There is one map review that I'm aware of where we were asked to reclassify land where it appeared to go over a gravesite. That we've amended the map to so that it no longer applies in that area. I believe the landholder is still querying whether we've effectively addressed the issue. We've asked for the opportunity to do an on-site assessment to make sure that we've got the right piece of land, but we believe that it's now mapped accurately based on the information we provided.
Okay. Minister, I want to turn to Brumbies just while I've got a little bit of time left. You'd be aware, obviously, there is great concern as to the methodology and count that has been conducted and the accuracy of those counts.
I'm aware that the method and the count is contested.
Okay. Given that it is contested, will you agree to not further aerially cull any more Brumbies until we have an accurate number that will establish that we have around 3,000 in the park before further reductions?
No, I won't.
And when will you conduct further aerial culling operations?
Well, as someone who's been watching this for a number of years, I thought you would know that further... Sorry, did you ask for counting or for culling?
Culling.
At this point, we've finished the winter operation, which I said before was very successful. 2,000 deer, 1,000 horses, 350 pigs, I think 11 foxes and some dogs, and some goats, 11 goats, I think, which is important. We obviously are working on how, where the sort of 3,000 is at and the number that we think is there. There may be another operation, but that hasn't been finalised yet.
When would you expect that operation to occur?
We'd need to think about that. But if necessary, there'll be another count that happens later this year because it happens annually. And
What
we
methodology are you
look at
going to use for that count?
similar methodology to the way that we've done it. It's been the continuous one. There has been trialling as a result of some of the work done on the committee, actually, in terms of whether there are changes that we can make. Interestingly, some of the changes that have been made as a suggestion of yourself and others has actually leads to a lower count than the other one. But the point is that we need to compare apples with apples. We need to do the most powerful point about dealing with this is try to do it consistently at the same time in the same way. As the numbers reduce in the park, it does get harder because, of course, this is a very big space and they're very well distributed across the landscape as we're trying to move into retention and obviously removal areas. So
how much have you spent in terms of aerially culling brumbies since you came to office?
I can take that on notice.
Okay. And in the last cull, you said that you culled over 1,000 horses, I think it was, but only 350 pigs. Were you deliberately targeting horses over other animals?
No, we also did 2,000 deers.
No, I get that. I'm asking about the pigs.
Yeah, no,
it's unusual that you would shoot almost 3 times as many horses as you would pigs.
No. The point that I would make is that the helicopters are operating and they are dealing with the animals that they see in the space that they're operating on. The fact that there are 2,000 deer should worry everyone in terms of the impact on the park, and it's something actually that the Brumby advocates have said to me a lot, which is what are you doing about everything else, which we've also dealt with this. So the point is, in terms of the pigs specifically too, where people are shooting in the park is not where there is the vast amount of where pigs are. They don't actually hang around in the mountains. They tend to be in the lowlands.
So you must be targeting the horses then if you're going in the areas where the horses are.
Let's just be clear that we're not making any mistake here.
Right.
We are trying to reduce the number of horses in the park.
No,
we're
I know,
also dealing
above
with
everything
deal,
else.
and we're doing all of those things. There's no shock here.
In answer to a question earlier, you indicated that Araring would close in 2029 regardless. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How long do you think... and in terms of...
so just to be clear, I don't own Araring. I don't own Araring. It's a privately owned coal-fired power station that your previous government sold.
Given that you indicated that it takes 4 years to roll out a wind farm effectively, and that was an answer to another question that you gave, how are we going to have enough generation coming online to replace Araring? Because if you have a look at it, we've already talked about Central West Orana's transmission line being maybe 5% complete. You say that it's going to be complete by 2029, but that's not there. There's barely any generation that's being rolled out in terms of solar and wind to actually cover Araring's closure. You've already admitted that we've got data centres that are going to chew up power. How is it Araring is going to close in 2029?
Well, you better ask Origin that.
Well, no, I'm asking you, Minister. You're the Minister for Energy in New South Wales. Do you know what is going to happen if Araring closes in 2029? Are we going to see rolling blackouts again?
We've actually got monitoring on this that says that this will work. And
Can you table that? Can you table that modelling?
It's on the website. Have a look at the energy target monitor, and it might.
I can see Aidan Morrison in the background behind you, and the look on his face saying, "We are looking forward to seeing this modelling, Minister."
Thanks, Mr. Fang.
I'm glad you're getting some help. That's great.
I get a lot of help. People like to help me.
We're now over to you, Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, just coming back to this question about modelling to work out the impact of net zero in New South Wales on global climate. I've pursued all avenues here, and the only glimmer of hope I ever had was from Lucy Hartis in the last round of budget estimates. She's the Deputy Secretary in the Cabinet Office for Economic and Environment Policy. Yep. See, she said she was going to get me some accurate figures, so you can imagine how excited I became at that point. And she took it on notice, and she said she talked to her science colleagues in the DCCEEW, your department.
My people, yep.
So when she spoke to them, are you aware of any figures they were able to produce?
I don't know.
Or Mr. Lean?
No, not specifically.
We can take it on notice.
Have your science experts calculated the impact of net zero on global surface temperatures?
There's a bunch of work that we do. I mean, there's modelling. There's a range of different modelling that occurs. But look, let us take it on notice.
Can you take that on notice and produce the modelling?
Well, I'll take it on notice and see what we can provide. I'm not aware, obviously, of Miss Harkes's commitment. I'm not aware of the conversations that she has when I'm not there, or we'll find out.
Are you talking about the NARCLIM modelling, which forecasts out to 2100?
Okay, right. So it's the first time I've ever heard that there is modelling. Can you produce that modelling for public?
Well, NARCLIMS is public.
Information.
Yeah, have a look at NARCLIMS, which is public.
Who's that?
NARCLIMS.
NARCLIMS. What does it stand for?
Good one.
Something.
NARCLIMM, I think.
Right, and who are they exactly?
No,
it's our modelling in terms of impact of climate change in a range of scenarios out to 2100. Right. It's very accurate.
And that includes scenarios if we do go to net zero in 2050?
Yes.
Right.
I believe so, yes. But that's public.
That's public?
Yep.
Okay, I'll look that up.
There's a dashboard. There's a lot of information that's there. You can go down to postcode in terms of potential impacts and the modelling under a range of different scenarios.
Okay, well, why then would, I suppose I'll ask her on Thursday afternoon. Lucy Hartis, after speaking to your science experts, said it's not generally possible to disaggregate the impact of New South Wales emissions from the global projections of the IPCC.
Yeah.
But it is possible, isn't it? We measure the emissions annually here in New South Wales.
Yeah. Look, let us take it on. Let us take it on notice. I mean, I know that. Yes. Let's just see what we can provide you. We do a lot of modelling. It's taken, we deal with it seriously. Oh, here we go. It stands for New South Wales and Australia Regional Climate Modelling, NARCLIM.
Okay, great.
Well,
good. I did my own work here this morning, reaching into one of our data centres to look at AI, and they say that for the 106.2 million tonnes of greenhouse gas CO2 equivalent in New South Wales, if we go to net zero by 2050, it will have an impact of 833rd of a degree Celsius on global surface temperatures.
Crisis.
And by the end of this century, 2100, 180th degree of Celsius on global surface temperatures. Does that sound about right?
Look, I wouldn't necessarily trust everything that AI puts up, so I'm not prepared to accept it. But I understand the point that you're making, which is that if what you're really saying is why are we bothering?
Yes, correct.
Yes, that's what you're really saying.
Why are we bothering?
We're bothering because it's a global effort. Unfortunately, as you know, we live on a planet, and the impact of everyone's action actually matters. And it's a matter for communities to actually understand this. The New South Wales government and previously the previous government and the Greens and others have spent a long time arguing the case that we need to reduce emissions where we can, that we all have a role to play, that that is part of our responsibility of the future. That's why we do it.
Yep. Well, on that same page, do you agree with Jeremy Buckingham?
Oh, I don't know.
And
depends. It depends. What's he said now?
If Chris tells her to.
Well, hang on. Even a broken clock's right twice a day, so let's give him that concession. Jeremy Buckingham and genuine professional demographers around the world, that depopulation will solve the climate change problem without the need for the economic wrecking ball of renewables and net zero.
Look, I know I'm aware obviously of the debate. I'm aware of Mr Buckingham's view about this. But
you can see the world is depopulated against all our expectations growing up.
No, I know. And this is the
every
part
country
of it,
is growing.
Yeah.
The demographic information
I expect that.
clearly
And that will have an
shows-
impact on emissions, which is good, because we're actually, emissions are increasing in so many other places. This is the way, what we do know
Yes, humans is
you
good.
can't outrun physics. And the physics say that there is a level of, pollution in our atmosphere which is already starting to impact on ecosystems, on weather, on sea level rise, on a range of different things. If depopulation helps with that, well, that's something that it's part of the inputs. It's the reason why we do different modelling all the time. I'm not in a position to say to you whether I agree with him or not, or whether I think that is the solution and that therefore we don't need to do anything. What I am very clear about, and what this government's been clear about, is that climate change is real. We have a responsibility to deal with it, and we will continue to do so.
But do you agree that the evidence shows that other than sub-Sahara Africa, every region of the world is depopulating? Some faster than others.
Look, I don't know whether I can agree to. I haven't read the work on that, so I wouldn't. I'm not going
But
to. I'm aware of Mr Buckingham's strong views in relation to these matters.
Well,
I'm aware of some of the issues that have been presented. But I'm not going to answer something that I haven't read into directly myself.
Well, fairness to
Or
Mr
been briefed on,
Buckingham,
to be
and I
honest.
don't often say this, particularly on matters of mass murder, But I've gone and checked the documents and research papers that he cites, and they do appear to be accurate in what I've just said about the extent of depopulation.
I'm not contesting it. I'm just saying that I'm not in a position
but you would accept,
say yes or no.
Minister, that fewer humans means fewer carbon emissions. All other things being
that would
equal.
seem self-evident. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So depopulation can only be helpful then in meeting the climate change.
Well, not
challenge.
necessarily.
No.
No.
Why is that?
Well, it depends on what else comes with depopulation. It depends on where it is. I mean, this is not just about climate change. If it's just into, let's just say that I'm not in a position to agree with you or disagree with you. I'm aware of the issue. I'm aware that we are contemplating all the time and all of the work that is being done globally in terms of what is happening with emissions. And what globally it tells us is that emissions are increasing and that we need to do more to reduce them. The issue around depopulation or the kind of the lever that has, the impact that is, I'm just not in a position because I haven't done the reading and I wouldn't pretend to.
Okay, thank you, Minister. And Chair, I return my time to my colleague.
Thank you. Minister, so in 2020 this Parliament passed the Electricity Infrastructure Investment Act.
Yes.
And I was surprised to see you didn't speak on it.
But there were enough speakers that night, let me tell you.
Well, thank you to the Honourable Mark Latham and the Honourable Rod Roberts for
We only got 4 votes. Today we get more than that. We've recommitted.
Now, Adam Searle was leading for the then opposition at the time.
Yes.
Now, I have heard the government, since I've been here for almost 4 years, I've heard the government on multiple occasions say that the renewable rollout is a Liberal Party policy, a National Party policy, and that you've made some tweaks, but it's basically their policy. Well, Adam Searle said in 2019, he made a compelling case. He says the Berejiklian government had simply cut and pasted the 2019 state election Labor government policy.
It was everyone's policy. We sat up all night, 120 votes, we only got 4 against it.
4 heroic votes, who will always be remembered
well,
by the future.
until about 3 o'clock when the shooters went to sleep, then we were down to 2. Then we're down to 2.
4 votes for sanity.
And Don Harwin said, if we keep this running, Latham and Roberts might just die on the floor.
This is a very interesting committee hearing now. Back to the questions.
Okay. Now, when the Act was passed, Minister, we have. I'm happy to give you the Part 4, Division 1, Section 20, and it says procedures for declaring renewable energy zones. Now, first point is, before making a declaration of a renewable energy zone or access area, the Minister must A, consider a report from the Secretary about the potential effects of the declaration on electricity prices for New South Wales electricity consumers. So, have we, good to see you consulting the Secretary, so we're meant to have had these reports on the electricity price. So, are we producing these reports?
Let me find out what they were. So some of the renewable energy zones were actually declared by the previous government, including New England, Central West and others. Oh no, here we go. It was all of them. I've made some changes to things like Central West, which we've discussed previously. So they were all declared previously. So I'm not in a position to actually tell you, Mr. Ruddock, because I don't know. I was not the minister. I was not in government.
Right. Okay. Well, Mr. Lehnemann, were these reports produced?
I'd have to go back and check.
Know.
I only came back to government in 20...
It does say must.
Yeah, so I only came back to government in 2024.
Yeah, let's be clear, this was done by the previous government. Mr. Lean was not in the position, nor was I in the position, but we'll find out.
I reckon they've got records in there somewhere. Where there's a will, there's a way. We can find these reports.
So 52 is your friend, Mr. Ruddock.
Now, the thing is, the interesting thing is one good thing that the Labor Party in 2019 wouldn't have brought in, but the opposition did is, and the Nationals, they said, or the government at the time, they said that we're going to have a report explicitly about what the impact will be on the cost of electricity to consumers.
Yes, as I said, this.
So have we got any? Can we make this document public, Mr. Lane?
We could have a look at it. There are some rules around, like I don't know whether it was a cabinet document in relation to the previous government, of which I'm obviously not in a position.
Legislation doesn't say anything about it being cabinet. I think you don't want to disclose it because you don't like
Mr.
what
Ruddock,
it says.
I'm actually trying to help you here. I'm actually trying to help you here.
Yeah.
Like
you never try and help, Minister.
Okay, can we take it as the minister will take that on notice and
it
get
just
back
might be
to
the case
Mr.
that if it's a cabinet document from a previous government, I'm actually not able to produce it. So
Thank you.
I just want to be honest with
Well,
the
it would
committee.
be.
Okay,
Set
we've done
expectations.
now. Thank you very much, Mr. Ruddock.
Yeah.
Over to you,
It's
Ms.
actually a
Fairman.
rule. Mr.
Welcome.
Can you tell them it's a rule?
Good.
There's
That's a rule.
Hello.
Minister. Now, in March this year, you went to the New South Wales Marine Parks Forum.
I did.
Which I
Some
did
people
as
were
well,
very angry
but
at me at that, yes.
And I didn't hear your speech, but I have been told
Well,
that...
it didn't go well,
I
let's just say.
I think it went well with some people, which is what I'm... but I understand that you committed at that forum to basically saying that the government would shortly release the draft New South Wales Mainland Marine Park Network Management Plan.
Yep. So, and I know it's not been released.
Many years.
No, I know. This is something that I obviously jointly have with Minister Moriarty. We've agreed, I can give you an update, which is that we have agreed on the plan and we want to release it soon. The hold-up in this one was that we've also wanted to refresh the advisory committees that actually sit with that. So there's some appointments that are being done, which are, I believe, almost complete. I know that I've said it's coming, but it is actually imminent.
Okay, and I think you also, that's very good to hear, and I think people in the sector will be pleased with that as well. You also said that the government would apply, or you wanted to apply, go back to the comprehensive, adequate and representative kind of principles in terms of marine park protection, that in terms of the Commonwealth goal of 30% by 2030, that you were also keen on that. I just wanted to check whether these changes are we're going to be able to expect any changes in the marine park.
There have been some changes.
I'm not
in a position to. Sorry, let me just have a look. But I'm not in a position to give you a lot of the detail. As I said, we're very close to this.
So in terms of the fact that the government has been, well, you'll have been in for obviously 4 years and going to an election in those 4 years, pretty much the same arrangements have stayed in place as they were under the coalition government when it comes to marine parks, that there won't be any change before the election. Anything you're telling the groups is a promise, if you like, that things will change.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are some changes based on what the plan will say, but look, it is close and it will be before the election. But I think what you're really getting at, and I know what the concern is that how are we dealing with the rules?
Principles of
there's the principles, but there's also the rules and regulations in relation to no-take zones and those kind of things. That part of it won't be dealt with before the election, because that's the next part of it when we release the Marine Estate Management Act, but that is very imminent. The New South Wales Mainland Marine Park Network Management Plan will be soon, and we'll obviously want to work closely with the groups around marine conservation.
And so any kind of month, is that going to be released in enough time before the end of the year?
As I said, I'm wanting to do it very soon. I think we're close. We wanted to make sure that the expert panel appointments were sorted out, which I think they almost are, and we'll go from there. But I'm not trying to be tricky about it. My intention is to get it out as soon as we can.
Just wanted to turn to PFAS and PFAS in biosolids in particular. Not wanting to get into the detail too much with you, but there seems to be a delay in regulating the PFAS in biosolids. The EPA has been looking at this for many, many years, actually. Why has that not come into force yet? There's PFAS in the biosolids from waste that are being applied.
There's PFAS in everything, as we know.
Yes, but I think it's rather alarming that it's being given to companies that on-sell, so-called organic waste to apply on crops and what have you. This is actually what's going on now. So why the delay? When can we expect strong regulation in terms of PFAS in biosolids?
Yeah, I might actually give that to Mr. Chappell, because he could just be able to tell you where we're up to. It's something that I know there's been work on, but the actual details of where we're up to. And again, just in terms of
happening this term of government.
Yeah.
Yes, no, thank you, Minister. Some pretty extensive consultation occurred in 2025, and our intention is to finalise the new regulatory framework in the current quarter, so within the next month, I would say.
Okay, all right, so we can see that. So, Minister, in one of the last budget estimates, it was in March 2025, you actually answered a question from the Honourable John Ruddock regarding PFAS, and you referred to the ICAMS legislation at the federal level.
And state, we passed it through the state. We've actually passed
saying
that
that
here.
PFAS is banned from the 1st of July this year. If there are paper straws that have got PFAS in them, they won't be allowed in Australia. That's not actually the case.
I suspect it's more complicated than that in terms of where it's up to.
Is like 14,000 chemicals.
Yes.
There was only 3 banned at the federal level, just to be clear, and it's not in terms of every product that comes in is scanned for that PFAS. It's more the importation of the chemical itself. And so were you incorrect then? Was that a misstep in terms of that response?
No, I don't think it was. I mean, I think it was the intention of ICAMS is to ban it. I mean, as you know, there are a range of different chemicals that are. There was no intention to overstate what we're doing. I think it's the reality of how you actually, we're not in control of the borders, and the federal government has to do a lot of the dealing with that, and I think that's a challenge. But the actual legislation means it's out. I mean, I might hand over to Mr. Chappell to deal with that.
Thank you, Minister. I think the Minister's comment was correct. There's 5, I think now 6 in the PFAS family, which represents the vast bulk of industrial
Mr. Chappell,
chemistry.
You know what I'm going to do, don't you? I will come back to you this afternoon.
Yes,
I'm
that's
sorry
okay.
to do that.
So I mean, I can take that on notice, but this is pretty. It's very technical. It's I mean, it is something we've taken really seriously. So
I just wanted to turn to a different issue. Are you aware of Reward Gold Mine's application to Bathurst Council to modify their development consent for mining in Hill End? And I'm saying Hill End because it's National Parks and Wildlife manage that, own part of it because of the historic site
it's a heritage
situation. The EPA has advised council that basically the mine is trying to get away with increasing its mining, extending its mining, and trying to get away with it, saying it's not, a big modification, and that the council can therefore look at that. This was first approved in 2000. The EPA has advised that, in fact, the changes constitute a major variation from the original approvals. Plus, there's risks to the historic site. The reason I'm raising this is Bathurst Council is considering that this week, and I just, as you are the Heritage Minister, just to make sure you're aware.
No,
of
I'm not
that.
aware of it. So I mean, it is, but again, it's a planning decision. I mean, Mr. Chappell can talk about the role of the EPA in that, but it's going. Is Bathurst Council?
But it's National Parks and Wildlife Service.
Yes,
just
it would have
clear.
been. But yes, no. I'm not trying to. I'm being honest. I wasn't aware of that. It's going through the planning system.
It's to council. It's before council.
It's before council. Yeah. So and again, like that would be rare that I would actually have that level.
So
but
the EPA, what the EPA is after is a full contemporary environmental and heritage impact assessment.
Again.
But that's been, as I understand, that's been there's been pushback on that.
I'll have to just take some advice because I'm not aware of the specific project, but perhaps this afternoon I can share with you our
I mean, that's quite normal. I mean, there's a lot of DAs, EPA provides input. Anyway, let's just find out what's going on because I'm just not aware of it. Yeah.
Okay, we'll come back to that one as well. In relation to Cadia gold mine, now we've talked about this issue a lot. There was I think you're aware, Mr. Chappell, of the hydrobiology report.
Yes.
That was right. Now, we have asked a number of questions on this over I think the last estimates. We got one back just recently that in relation to that report, in terms of any recommendations, that the EPA has just handed it to Cadia Valley Operations, I understand, asking that they address the recommendations of Hydrobiology's AMO report. Are you aware of what the CVO has been, Cadia Valley Operations has been asked to do with it?
I can certainly have some more detail on the specifics, but my understanding is we're close to finalising some new licence conditions that are addressing not only the hydrobiology report but a couple of other issues as well.
Do those licence conditions, in the very few seconds I have left, require CVO to test for PFAS in its operations, including its tailings storage facilities and other operations? And if not, why not?
My understanding is they do have new testing requirements, but
for
let me
PFAS.
just get the specifics. Yes, I think including PFAS, but I'll get the specifics for you today.
And that hasn't been implemented.
No,
yet
no,
then.
we're still
This
we're
has
still
changed.
finalising the new conditions, but they are in response to the hydrobiology report as well as some other work.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Fairman. Okay, you've got 3 minutes.
Okay, Minister, are you aware that Data Centres Australia gave evidence at the data centre inquiry that there were already not enough PPAs available for operators to engage in renewable generation, in supporting new renewable generation?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Have you spoken to the Treasurer about the impact of the guidelines that were released yesterday on the apparently $50 billion or more in investment that data centres will make in New South Wales with regard to these new guidelines, energy-based guidelines?
Key ministers have spoken about all of the aspects of our framework for data centres.
But have you spoken to the Treasurer about that? Has he given you
I speak
any
to the
advice?
Treasurer all the time. Am I going to tell you what I say to the Treasurer? No.
Will you be promoting the government's fast track for data centres?
It's not a matter for me to promote it. What I want is for our legislation to get through the Parliament so that we can put the rules in place to ensure that consumers consumers and businesses are not paying more. So I'm hoping that the opposition will see fit to pass that legislation, and we'll continue to work on the framework. It's a whole of government thing, as you would notice. There's a number of different ministers who are involved in this. We speak regularly. That's our job.
Are you concerned that the net zero commitment is at risk because of the data centre investment in New South Wales and your Treasurer's promotion of it?
We need to work through all of the issues. There's, the net zero commitment and meeting our targets is under pressure in a range of different ways, and we're continuing to work to meet them.
Do you agree with the Net Zero Commissioner's assessment that we're not going to meet the target?
There's a number of places that are saying that the target's going to be hard to meet. Whether I agree with it is immaterial. What is important is that we continue to work to meeting them. They're legislated. That's the idea.
Do you trust your Net Zero Commissioner?
Yes.
And was he appointed on the advisement of your department?
He was appointed because he's got long experience, included working for Tony Blair.
Blair.
Working for Tony Blair. And he worked.
And Peter Mandelson.
Yeah, he worked for a range. I didn't know that. Anyway, he worked for a range of. I didn't know that.
Did the department offer any other person for that role?
We considered a number of people. I would need to check.
Could you please provide on notice whether you appointed the Commissioner against the advice of your department?
Well, I think that's a pretty rude question. I'm happy to provide information in relation to the appointment of the Commissioner.
Thank you.
I don't accept the allegations that you are making.
Minister, I just want to check. You were recently, I think, in Wagga, and you didn't let me know. That's okay. Why didn't you visit Bland Shire? You know that there are a number of...
Sorry, I missed the... I was distracted.
You went to Wagga.
I said you were in the Wagga region and you didn't let me know. And that's okay, but you also didn't visit Bland Shire. Do you think you should potentially have gone there and actually met with the locals that have been impacted by the pink mapping decision?
I've met with the locals online in relation to this.
Not online, Minister, meeting with them in person. You were there, you were in the region, you could have detoured and met with them in person, but you didn't do that.
No, I was not able to do that.
Okay.
Why not?
So no, that's time. Mr. Ruddock.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, in 2023 you had an interview with 100 climate conversations.
I did.
You did. And in that,
Brand new.
In that, you said, I had the pleasure of listening to it
Did
recently,
you?
Minister.
Oh,
yes,
God,
yes.
that's
I
an hour of your
loved
life you're not
it.
getting back.
This is what you said. We're at the precipice where the window for really taking action on climate change is becoming smaller and smaller, and we're already experiencing the effects of that. Think about the responsibility. I think about that responsibility and try not to waste a day in just pushing forward as fast and as far as we can. Now, Minister, do you agree that it would be fabulous if you were wrong?
I wish.
Okay, but so yes, it would be good if you were wrong.
I wish.
Yes, okay. Now, you do accept that there has been lots of scientific consensuses which have, with the passage of time and open debate, have proven to be inaccurate.
That's science.
That's science. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Now, so it would be personally bad for your reputation, since you've invested so much in it, if the consensus in coming years is that this was all hocus pocus. But the trade-off
I'm not worried about my reputation.
Okay.
What I'm worried about is
good.
the responsibility I have to future generations and being able to do
Yes.
as much as we can while we're here, while I am lucky enough to be in this position.
Yes.
I don't take one step back from anything
But
that I've
science,
said in relation
science
to this.
consensuses do change. It would
Yes.
be bad for your reputation, but the small trade-off
care
is
about my reputation,
the small
Mr.
trade-off
Wright.
is we don't have a global boiling apocalypse. So it would be fabulous to be wrong. So do you have curiosity in working out whether this consensus
As I said,
is actually
I wish
accurate?
we were wrong. We're yet to be proved that that is the case.
Do you
and
have
in the meantime, we have
curiosity?
to get on with it. I am a very curious person, Mr. Ruddock.
You're not demonstrating
Thank
it.
you, Minister. Just finally, a poll released today has shown overwhelming support for the creation of new national parks and protected areas on the New South
People
Wales
love them.
South
People
Coast.
love them.
They
Of course
love them,
they do.
and they return enormous amounts of money to the economy.
Yep.
Statewide, it's 67% of voters would support the creation of a large new protected area like the Great Southern Forest National Park, and in the South Coast area, that is 72%. Minister, will you consider the making of the Great Southern Forest National Park, the proposal of which you would have seen by now?
Yeah, I mean, we're considering all of the creation of national parks through the establishment plan and through a range of other activities. I'm looking forward to gazetting several 100,000 parts of land that we've done over the last 3 years that will expand the national parks estate. Always happy to consider it, yes, but I'm not in a position to commit to it.
Thank you. No announcement right now? The Great
No, you'd be
Southern
shocked.
Forest National Park,
No,
the Minister announced it today.
I can tell you if our
Thank
vacuum method operated, that would make it easier too.
Minister, are you aware that right now, literally this minute, really important koala habitat is being logged in the area that is being proposed as the Richmond River Koala Parks in my area of the Northern Rivers?
Well, I'm assuming that there are, I've been up there with people like Dylan, and so I'm aware of it. I mean, it would be under the same arrangements that we currently have in forests, so I assume there are koalas there, and I assume they're being managed under the same regime that they are managed through the EPA and the regulation that Forestry Corp has to follow.
It's government time.
There we go.
Mop up the mess, come on.
Do you have anything else you'd like to add, Minister?
I do, thank you. I'm happy to take it on notice, and you can wait for 28 days to actually get this stuff back, or I could actually provide the information, which I'm going to do.
Let's hear it.
Now, the commercial harvest, just an update on that. The federal EPA is doing public consultation on the wildlife management plan for 27 to 31, and that's consultation closes on the 4th of September in relation to this. But actually, while New South Wales is involved in the drafting of the document, the feds are running the consultation and the approval, which I think you probably already know. You really were asking about those recs. I will come back on those, because I know that we've done most of them, but there are some that I think we're not doing, and I'm happy to give you information in relation to that.
Thank you.
I want to be clear in terms of Ms Munro's question on the budget. The money that's carryover is not included in the budget. The money that is in the budget papers is new money only. It's accounted for in terms of the broader accounts, so that means we've got record funding for national parks, of which I'm very proud of, but that it does not include carryover money. It's additional money, which means we've got more than we've ever had before. So, for example, the additional $130 million being invested in national parks is new money. In relation to national parks and wildlife camping, camping fees bring in approximately $16 million per annum. Entry fees and annual passes bring in approximately $28 million per annum. I can confirm that I have not exercised any power under the Heritage Act to direct the Heritage Council. As I said, I did talk to them about Camden and the desire for some people in Camden to have that whole area listed, which they've done that. But it's not been my approach really in terms of being the Heritage Minister in dealing with that. So I think that is pretty much. Here we go.
Just to clarify, the number of DQ DCA staff in stage 1 is 46, and then it's 2 in stage 2.
Thank you.
And so if I could just clarify, I think it's a total equivalent of 8 roles, but we're expecting 4 actual people, and the remaining would be transferred sort of labour expense to the DCA.
And it's a mix of transfers and secondments.
Thank you. Great. Any other questions from the government?
I can give you some.
No, thank you, Wes. Okay, that's it. Thank you, Minister, for attending this hearing. We're finished with your questioning. Mr. Lean and Mr. Chappell, we will see you back.
Yeah, I'll be watching them upstairs. Don't be too mean to them. I don't want to have to come down
Never,
and deal with them.
never. And the committee will now break for lunch and will return at 2 p.m. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Before we resume questioning, all of the additional witnesses who have joined the hearing will need to be sworn in prior to giving evidence. So, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And Mr. Rowley, we'll start with you on my left.
Thank you very much, Chair. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Erin Giuliani. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Hannah Makaki, CEO of Energy Co. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Steve Beeman, Executive Director, Regulatory Operations at the New South Wales Environment Protection Authority. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Ms. Curtin.
Kim Curtin, Deputy Secretary of Energy, Climate Change and Sustainability. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Alex Graham, Deputy Secretary, National Parks and Wildlife Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Alison Pepper, Deputy Secretary of Strategic Policy, Science and Engagement. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Brendan Bruce, Deputy Secretary, Conservation Programs, Heritage and Regulation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Sam Kidman, Executive Director, Heritage New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Thank you very much, all of you. We'll now commence with questions and over to you, the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here, everyone. Obviously, cast of thousands, which is helpful for us all to get some information. So, starting off with the wild horses in Kosciuszko, I just wanted to clarify the last minutes that are publicly available online of the Wild Horse Community Advisory Panel were released on Thursday, this is to Ms. Graham, released on 4th of December last year. I was just wondering, has the panel met since then?
Yes, the panel has met since then.
Why has the publication of those minutes stopped being publicly available?
Allow me to come back with you with that answer.
Okay. All right, that sounds helpful. Do you know how many meetings have been had since then?
I'll need to come back to you on that one.
Okay. All right. In terms of who should I speak to about the H5N1 preparations?
That's me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bruce. Is there a threatened species, seabird colonies, wetlands, area of outstanding biodiversity value list that you've prepared in terms of vulnerabilities to the virus?
There's a couple of things that I can probably point to. So we've completed over 220 species assessments, which has kind of ranked our species as high or very high risk.
Mm-hmm.
We've just recently published that list of species assessments, so that's available on our website. We've also published 34 wildlife preparedness plans. They are also listed on our website, and we are progressively publishing snapshots of what those kind of risk assessments are for those 34 species.
Okay, thank you. And is there an inoculation or a vaccination program that's rolling out as part of that?
Yes, so the Commonwealth has just recently made some changes to the vaccination kind of permit arrangements. So we've just recently had our New South Wales vaccine plan approved by the New South Wales Chief Veterinary Officer. That is identifying priority captive species for vaccination in line with the national approach.
Mhm.
So previously the Commonwealth had required individual species applications, and last week gave a broad approval for vaccinations to occur within native species. So we've quickly adjusted our vaccination plan and are targeting captive population vaccinations in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, and do you run that program with partners, or how does that actually operate?
So the trial program that we have in place will be done with DPIRD, so Primary Industries and Regional Development, and Taronga Conservation Society as well.
Okay, and is there funding allocated from the New South Wales budget to undertake that, or is it fully federally funded?
So funding for preparation and response activities is a bit of a mix. So if I get my notes on funding, so there's currently 2 cost-sharing arrangements in place with the Commonwealth. The first that's currently in place has been around surveillance costs, so that's 24 million approximately across the country. And then in addition to that, there's a national management agreement of up to $30 million nationally, which will be around more targeted kind of measures. So New South Wales is required to meet its share of those cost-sharing arrangements. In addition to that, each of the agencies that are involved are meeting the costs associated with our activities. So for instance, National Parks and Wildlife staff are involved in surveillance activity, and we're meeting those costs through our normal budget allocations.
Do you have a figure that you are estimating the rollout of vaccinations and
I don't. Things are moving very quickly. As I
Yep.
say, the Commonwealth's just changed the rules around vaccination. So essentially we'll keep track of our costs. What we've done is put forward a schedule of what we think are reimbursable costs to the Commonwealth. We'll keep a track of those, and as things progress, we'll make submissions to government as we need to supplement our budget.
And what was that figure for the feds?
I'd have to take on notice what we put forward as our contribution. I think it was more we put down a list of items rather than what we think that the thing is, but I can take that on notice.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you very much. Going on to the biodiversity offset obligations, who is best? Is that also
It's
you,
probably
Mr. Bruce?
also me.
Yep. So I understand that the New South Wales Government is developing a register of biodiversity offset obligations, including when and how the offsets obligations were met. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that was one of the commitments in the revised Biodiversity Conservation Act, so there is an obligation to set up a register. We haven't commenced that in earnest yet, so that's kind of in development, so it hasn't been developed at this stage.
Okay, and is there a timeline for when that is hopefully made public?
I'd have to take that on notice as well. It's certainly on our work program, and work has begun, but I'd have to take on notice what the timeline is for that.
Okay, and just to confirm, that is designed to be fully publicly available when it is ready?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. On the waste levy review, thank you for your answers to the earlier questions, and I appreciate your patience. I was just wondering what, if the EPA has provided any sort of optimal levy, either a range of fees or requirements or recommendations that the Minister can consider in her determination?
I think the short answer is yes. We've looked at a range of possible permutations of the different levy zones and settings and rates of change. As the Minister sort of outlined, there's some pretty significant macroeconomic impact from potentially cost that flows through to the construction, demolition and rest of the economy through that channel. So that's sort of the range of analysis that's been conducted, and there's been lots of engagement. I think we've met with every local government in the state as well to discuss the settings and their impacts locally, and their impacts for obviously ratepayers as well. And that's now part of an ERC process that will be considered, I think, over the course of the year.
Okay, so are there any outstanding questions that the Minister has asked the EPA to clarify before she takes something to ERC, or it's already with ERC?
Let me take that on notice. I think there may be a number of issues that we're still in sort of discussion on.
Okay, I guess the landscape, like an economic landscape, is always going to be changing, so it's like at some point a decision has to be made. In terms of the consideration of what is hopefully an increase in construction for housing, how is the EPA modelling that against a waste levy?
Well, the Treasury sort of assumptions include various inputs into the broader macroeconomic models that the state uses for population growth, housing, economic activity and so on. And I think the latest recovery numbers are 67%, I think, of material now is being recovered. So the volume of waste per person, though, unfortunately continues to rise. And it's the interplay of those figures and the broader economic environment, and then sometimes major infrastructure projects can also shift the dial a little bit, as we've seen with some of the major tunnelling projects.
So are you expecting that construction and demolition waste is going to increase over the next, I don't know, year to 5 years?
I mean, it's that part of the economy already is pretty high in its recovery rate. I think it's over 80% today. And so I guess that's part of the trade-off is you know, much higher levy would see a higher recovery rate, but also those costs have to be passed through. So I think that's part of the set of considerations.
Okay. With regards to the questions I raised about illegal dumping on government sites, is there any proactive, systematic investigation of government sites, like easements, for example, and whether there is dumped material on those sites?
I think the best way to sort of describe how we approach illegal dumping is we work very closely with local government, who are often the land manager or owner or regulator. We have a number of what we call regional illegal dumping initiatives and squads that are jointly staffed and funded, and they do a lot of proactive intelligence work. We also fund local government with litter programs to reduce littering in various precincts. And then when there's a report that comes in, obviously we react to that through Environment Line or other reports of pollution. So we don't specifically focus only on Crown land or state land. We focus on illegal dumping more generally as a serious environmental crime. Do you want to add anything to that, Mr. Beaman?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chappell. It's a really difficult problem, this one, illegal dumping, because by its very nature, people are doing it secretly.
Indeed.
They're trying to work a way around. And every time we come up with an intervention, we're dealing with a combatant with a brain. They're then doing sort of counter to what we're trying to do. So we attack it a couple of different ways, but directly to your question around public land managers, we do work collaboratively, both with our colleagues, say, in Transport for New South Wales. We've had a project recently tracking down illegal dumpers with Water New South Wales, so dumping on some of on their land and their easements. As Tony mentioned, we've got the RID squads and we've got one regional illegal dumping squads. And that's where we engage with local councils and get that intel from local councils. And there's one of those in Western Sydney and also one in the Hunter. And those RIDs, the Penrith one, the Western Sydney one's probably 25 years old and the Hunter one's probably about 10 years old. The EPA has its own waste crime task force. And so we've got special investigators in that team whose sole job is to investigate illegal dumping.
So, sorry to interrupt.
No,
just on that, is there a do you have the number of complaints that are currently being dealt with, the number of complaints that have been finalised or investigated? Do you have that data?
Yeah, we can take that on notice.
We can certainly get it.
That would be helpful. Maybe for from 2020 to 2025, if possible.
That should be possible.
Yeah,
the bit I was going to say, every dumping call that comes in gets triaged.
Yeah.
And so there's a relationship here in that the EPA is a co-regulator with local councils.
Yeah.
So local councils do the smaller scale legal dumping.
Yeah.
And
below
EPA does the larger
tons,
scale.
I believe.
Sorry?
Below 1,000 tonnes for councils and above 1,000 tonnes for EPA.
And you probably noticed in the Herald maybe a couple of weeks ago, we're starting to see the outcomes of investigations into one Mr. Andrew Hughes. So we've got 4 matters before the court and 2 have He's been found guilty on so far.
Yeah.
So it's a very active program for us to chase those big organised illegal dumpers.
Okay.
But this fly tipping thing that happens in the middle of the night is a challenge.
Yeah, yeah. And I guess part of my question, it goes to not just the prevention, but obviously that is crucial for the longer term, but the management of sites that already have waste on them, particularly where, I mean, I was out last week and there were clearly sites with asbestos strewn through them, and
When we find those, we work with the public land managers. We want to have a look at those poles first to see if we can find anything that can lead us to a
source.
There was a famous one a few years ago where someone left their phone bill taped to the wall, but we found the part of the wall, so it was easy to trace that one back.
If only it was always
But
that
where
easy.
there isn't an obvious polluter, and we've had these on a few occasions recently, we'll arrange with the public land managers, be it transport or water or local councils, for that material to be removed.
Cool.
And it's also one that we're dealing with the development sector. So when property developers have got vacant land, and so we're down to have some workshops with the sector.
But also the asbestos program has been a long-standing challenge. You mentioned asbestos, Ms. Munro, and so it's I think really pleasing for us to now have the government endorsing a program to engage directly with households doing demolition.
Can I ask
extract
about
the
that?
Asbestos material and take that away for disposal.
Very, very briefly, because then I'll take it to Ms. Merton. So that $9 million that was put aside for that program, that is essentially paying for the household waste situation, is that just subsidising the waste levy that would have been collected by government?
No, it's got an educative component, so it'll involve proactive outreach to complement our other asbestos awareness for home renovators, and then an assessment and removal and retrieval of that material and disposal. So it's all of that process.
So it's partly the waste levy being subsidised as well as the logistical function.
That's sorry.
I was only going to jump in and sort of say like our analysis of illegal dumping. There are three reasons why people dump.
Yeah.
It's cost.
Yeah.
An uncaring attitude, and convenience.
Yeah.
And that's the one where you've got to do the behaviour change piece to do the uncaring attitude.
Yeah.
But the idea of this is the household asbestos program is making it convenient for people. If you make it easy for people, then they'll do the right thing.
Yeah.
And so that's what that one's really trying to target.
Thank you. If you could please take it on notice to just share the figure of the waste levy that's being subsidised out of that $9 million, that would be helpful, please.
Okay, I think let us take that on notice. I'm happy to address that.
Ms. Merton.
Thank you so much. Thank you to you all for being here. I wanted to direct my questions relevant to the Wild Horse Heritage Management Plan, and just confirming that I'm thinking that would be
Ms. Graham.
That's me.
Ms. Graham, thank you, as Deputy Secretary.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So, Ms. Graham, so just confirming you have a responsibility for the Wild Horse Management Plan.
Correct, yes.
Yep, thank you. And its implementation. Ms. Graham, I know there's been a lot of discussion here and previously just around data and integrity of that data. And I guess I just put to you again that you are operating in full confidence of the accuracy, the reliability of the Brumby population data on which these decisions are being made relating to aerial culling.
Yes, I am confident in the estimation of the population of wild horses in Kosciuszko National Park, as it is determined by the best available survey method available internationally.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Graham, could you explain, if I just, and I'll keep this simple, if I could just take you to what the 2024 estimates were, in round figures, 2,131 to 5,639 horses. Then 2005 estimates come in and they say 6,476 horses to 16,411 horses. Best estimate 10,000. There's some pretty big gaps and discrepancy in that data. And it's that data in which these decisions are being made as to the aerial culling of the Brumbies.
So there is a big difference between the 24 and 25 survey results. We anticipate that the larger number in the 25 survey results is due to two factors. One is the lower detectability of horses in the 2024 survey, and two is the population increase from 24 to 25 as well, a range of other factors that can play into population increases and changes over time.
And no doubt you've heard that, you know, veterinarians, experts in this space then say biologically impossible to have that growth in population.
I wasn't saying that that's fully attributed to population growth. It's also about the detectability of the horses in the 24 survey, which is why we believe that survey result was lower.
Ms Graham, the government's expert welfare assessments undertaken by the Kosciuszko scientific panels, the Kosciuszko independent technical reference groups and the Kosciuszko scientific advisory panels speak of the aerial culling and have put an agreed position here to achieve a humane outcome under the aerial culling regime. They say the first shot is an accurate shot to the cranium, causing immediate unconsciousness and health in terms of the humane management under the aerial culling principle. Yet, Ms Graham, I refer you to the current standard operating procedure in place, which is SOP H009, which details that accurately targets lungs, backs, spine, chest shots, recommends several shots, insurance shots. The trial shows 7.5 shots per horse. How do we reconcile this with the starting point about the Wild Horse Heritage Management Plan must be carried out to the highest animal welfare standards when we're getting those reports from government-appointed expert panels?
I can speak to the standard operating procedures which have been developed under guidance and with the endorsement of veterinarians and the RSPCA. They meet the highest standards for animal welfare. And it is true that the greatest animal welfare outcome can require up to several shots because what we really want to make sure is that the animal is dead as quickly as possible.
Thank you. And Ms Graham, in terms of the standard operating procedure, I'll just finish this, SOP H009.
We'll let you have one last question, Ms Merton. Go for it.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Is it publicly available, and if not, why not?
They are not currently publicly available, and it's very much just a guidance to those that are operating as to what needs to happen and when, but they are verified by independent experts that they do meet the animal welfare standards.
Thank you. Okay, we're over to my colleague, Mr Ruddock, and I suspect, Mr Rowley, you should be prepared.
You have a good hunch, Chair.
Strap in.
Mr Rowley, with the net zero, you're the chairman or the commissioner of the Net Zero Commission. Now, on your CV, it does say that you previously worked for the British Prime Minister Tony Blair. Could you tell us what years you worked for him?
By all means. I worked at 10 Downing Street in the Downing Street Policy Directorate.
Right.
The Downing Policy Directorate included around about 26 staff with deep policy expertise. Some there who were actually appointed directly by the incumbent Prime Minister, who were there by wont of patronage. I was one of those.
Right.
And also around about half was made up by quite senior public servants. I commenced my employment on the 29th of April 2004.
Right.
I completed my employment, and I don't have the precise date, but I'm happy to take that on notice, on the 15th of January
Okay.
2006.
Okay, good. Now, it must have been a great honour to work for a very electorally popular Prime Minister of a great nation, Great Britain. And I, unlike you, I haven't met him, but I get the impression he's a pretty sharp guy when it comes to public policy. I'm sure that was your impression. Now, just a couple of months after you commenced working for Mr Blair, Prime Minister Blair, he said, this is 2004, what is now plain is that the emission of greenhouse gases is causing global warming at a rate that began as significant and has become alarming and is simply unsustainable in the long term, and I mean within the lifetime of my children. So that was 2004. Now, just recently, Mr Blair has had a major change of opinion on this subject. He said in May 2026, he said, like many progressive parties, the Labor Party has an almost infinite capacity for self-delusion. We must prioritise cheaper energy and electrification over net zero. He went on. Mr Blair explicitly advised against prioritising, he suggested prioritising cheaper energy and electrification over net zero. He called aspects of the current acceleration a quixotic fantasy. He said rapidly phasing out fossil fuels in the short term or limiting consumption of coal was doomed to fail. So what's your response to that? Do you think Tony Blair's right, or do you think you're right?
I think that Tony Blair was, well actually it's not really a matter for me to think this. I think between April 2004 and the middle of January 2006, whether or not Tony Blair was well advised or not in relation...
He supports what you're saying now. 20 years later he doesn't, but I mean...
I'm just answering your question. Whether or not he was well advised during the period that I worked for him is a matter for others, but I'm happy to refer you to others who will be able to advise you as to whether or not he was well advised during my time in the policy directorate.
It sounds to me, yes.
I'm trying to answer your question. When it comes to statements made by Tony Blair in relation to the global climate problem in recent times, I have my own views on that. I think much of what he says is nothing that I would disagree with, but there are some elements of what he says, particularly in relation to the domestic policy situation in the UK at the moment, where I would disagree.
Well, I would encourage you to have some curiosity. I mean, he's obviously somebody that you've looked up to. He's respected around the world, and he's changed his opinion. He might be right. Now, let's move to the last December, I believe. Yes, the Net Zero Commission produced a report called the Coal Mining Emissions Spotlight Report. You're familiar with that report, sir?
I am, yes.
Okay, good. Now, in that report on page 2, it refers to the Moonbar underground mine at Appin Bulli. Have you ever visited that mine? The Moonbar mine?
I was fortunate enough to go and visit a mine in Appin. There are a number.
Yes.
It's slightly unprofessional of me, but I can't recall whether or not it was the Moonbar mine that I visited 2 weeks ago. But one of the things that is, of course, really important for me to do in my role as chair of the Net Zero Commission is to understand quite what the measures might be in the coal industry or anywhere else that might reduce the risks of climate change for this state, and what the applications might be of new technology to reduce, in the case of the mine that I visited in Appin, potentially, and I use that word advisedly, potentially avoidable methane emissions.
Now, why I'm asking about this Moonbar mine is that people in the mining industry with a lot of experience tell me that there is no mine in New South Wales or Australia today or ever called the Moonbar mine, but your report has just casually mentioned the Moonbar mine. So I'm wondering, I've got concerns about the professionalism of putting together this report. Are you using AI to generate these reports?
The use of AI within the New South Wales Net Zero Commission is guided by, I believe, guidelines that Anthony might be able to talk about in relation to the use of AI more generally. If you've got a specific question, which I think you do, about
Moonbar. How did Moonbar get in there?
About the efficacy of any statements made within a report by the Net Zero Commission.
Okay.
I'm very happy to take that on notice and provide advice back.
I'm pleased to hear you're happy, because I'm going to make you happier. Because we've got another report, the Net Zero Commission 2026 Annual Progress Report, published in July this year. On page 77, the opening page of the Resources Sector chapter, there's a big picture of a coal mine, and it says, this is the Bulga coal mine. That's not the Bulga coal mine, it's the Mount Thorley coal mine. So this is a second pretty serious error. There are two mines there. There is the Bulga mine, there is the Mount Thorley mine. We've taken a picture of the Net Zero Commission has taken a picture of the Mount Thorley coal mine, put it in their big annual report, and they've called it the Bulga coal mine, owned by different people, different operators, and they're about half an hour away. So there's a bit of a pattern emerging here, Mr. Rowley, that we're just not careful with the details. Can we look into how that error came about?
Very happy to do that.
Yeah,
Very happy to do that.
excuse me, Mr. Rowley, there is a point of order.
Chair, I know the member's entitled to question, but he's also got to be respectful to the witness.
I agree.
He can't
I apologise,
simply
I haven't been respectful.
accuse the witness of whatever he's accusing him of without providing some evidence.
You can't articulate what he's accusing him of. What's your
Needs to
point
be
of order?
respectful.
There's no point of order.
Respectful.
No, I hear the point of
Respectful.
order, and the member seems to have accepted it. Carry on. Thanks, Mr.
Okay. Well, there's a. So are we going to? You can take that on notice about this error with the Bulga coal mine.
Certainly in relation to any images of coal facilities or anything else in our reports, and whether or not they are correctly labelled. They should, of course, be correctly labelled, and I'm not saying that they are correctly labelled, but I'm very happy to provide advice to you in relation to whether or not they are.
Okay, so we've got a third one. So the Net Zero, there's a lot of reports coming out of your office, sir. Net Zero Commission's Coal Mining Emissions Spotlight Report, published early this year. Figure 2, page 14, in the report identifies the Ulan underground mine, also being known as the Integra underground mine. So it says it's the same thing, but these are two very different mines located 100 kilometres apart with, again, different owners. So do we know how that came about, that error? I mean, these are simple errors. These are just sort of, pedestrian errors. So I'm worried if we're getting the little things wrong, are we getting the big things wrong as well?
I'm very happy to provide you with advice in relation to that image and whether or not that image within the report is correctly described. Very happy to do that.
Okay, good. Now, well, what about my concern that we're making... I thought you might have had an explanation, but there is no explanation so far of how these errors came about.
Yes, I'll hear the point of order.
The questioner keeps describing these things as errors. That has not been established. It hasn't been accepted by the witness.
Has the witness doubted whether I'm wrong?
That's the member's view. It's not
the witness hasn't said I'm wrong.
Well, he said
because
he's
I'm
going
not.
to take it on notice.
He knows I'm right. He knows I'm right.
Okay, I hear the point of order. Perhaps you could just reframe these as, rather than just making these blank assertions of inaccuracy.
Well, he hasn't doubted it.
For example, the Mount Thorley mine is at Bulga, and these names are often interchangeable when you're in the sector and you know. So perhaps just put these questions a bit more respectfully, I think, is the point of order. And on that, the bell has rung, and it's my turn. Thank you. Actually, Mr. Rowley, if we can, I might just stay with you, because you have, the Net Zero Commission has just released the very important update on progress report, and there are some concerning findings that we are not on track, or New South Wales is not on track to meet its 2030 and possibly even making our 2035 target even further out of reach. Are there any observations that you would like to make in terms of, obviously the report stands and the words are quite strong in there, but are there any observations that you would like to make in terms of that shortfall? Is there anything that you see in terms of where we can try harder, where we need to be doing better, where we need to be pressuring the government or wherever we should to be getting to that 2030 ambition?
Thank you very much for that question, Chair. I've probably said this before. If if not in this committee, then in other forums here at Parliament House. But really, I think that one of the key values that the Net Zero Commission adds, in line with the purposes as laid out in the legislation, is to be a critical yet supportive friend to government and to policymakers within government, and that we place an enormous amount of stead on our independence, and other commissioners do, in that task. The emissions reduction targets within the Climate Change Act in New South Wales are enormously challenging. And whether it's not on track, that might sound a little bit like a waggy finger. I think that I tend to be more of a tragic optimist. And I think maybe it just comes not from my temperament or socialisation, it probably just comes from my age. I've been working on climate response for quite a long time, and when I was first working in this area, if people had told me the base statistics in relation to how New South Wales has progressed in relation to decarbonising its electricity system, implementing things like new electric buses, thinking about developments in a really sophisticated way, or far more sophisticated than the time when I first worked in the New South Wales government, I would have been pleasantly surprised. There are many opportunities in this policy space for New South Wales to get closer to those targets. Our role, it's part of the reason why when we produce a report, we use the metaphor of a spotlight. It's a little bit foggy, it's a little bit dark. The Net Zero Commission has a spotlight. We can see through some of that, often contested space, and with rigour and clarity, and I would also say with a degree of optimism and positivity, we like to shed light on what the opportunities are for New South Wales to get closer to those legislated emissions reduction targets. There's been an enormous amount of focus, even in this room here, with regard to, I think, the very important work that we've done on coal, not just because we sat back and thought that that was a brilliant idea, let's do a lot of work on coal. It was because of deliberations within the Upper House Committee on our Net Zero Future, which I know you're part of, and that you yourselves deciding to engage in your own investigation, and our decision that we could help inform that. These are important processes. I know they're processes, but they're really important democratic processes.
Can I just ask you with that one, in relation directly to coal, one of the members here raised the fact that the Net Zero Commission had been invited by the IPC to provide advice on the recent HVO project. I'm just curious about what your insight is to that. Has that been a mechanism that you think has been valuable? Have you had feedback about that in terms of the Net Zero Commission engaging with the IPC at that kind of more detailed and granular level of emissions reductions?
Well, the IPC invited us to appear before them, and the very clear perspective of myself and fellow commissioners, it's not just the chair here, I'm the only person in this room, but I chair in the commission there are many other highly capable commissioners, and their view was that we should accept that invitation, but very much in the spirit of making the decision in a sense easier for that committee of the IPC by given our responsibilities within the Act to help inform that decision through revealing to them some of the risks that they may want to take into account in relation to their deliberations. But the decision was absolutely one for the IPC. I mean, it's not as if we went to that as sort of advocates saying we believe this and you should too. It was merely that we have a really clear legislated purpose, as does the IPC, and you've invited us to help inform that process, and here we are.
And do you think, is it your, given, I mean, it's a very novel thing. We've never had this before in New South Wales. I know the Parliament specifically included provisions within the legislation to engage the Net Zero Commission and the IPC. To date, would your evidence here be that it was a very constructive, it was useful? Is there feedback that you can provide?
Look, really, I think it would be impressionistic for me to do that. I think that's probably a question for the IPC.
For the IPC, yeah.
And of course, when you take the time that it did for us to appear and do the serious thinking and work undertaken by the team at the Commission in helping inform the presentation that I made, accompanied by our Executive Director. Of course, people say nice, positive, polite things, but quite what the nuances are around that, I think it's probably a question more for the IPC.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to ask about the Biodiversity Offset Fund. I spoke with the Minister earlier about the Illawarra Nature Festival, the grassening. I know that, and this is obviously no reflection on how fabulous or otherwise that festival was. I've had feedback that it was a very incredible event, and it was... but I am curious about, whether it was in fact Offset's money that funded that particular festival, and I'm looking at whether there is a precise dollar figure that was spent on that grassening event, and what were the equivalent offset credit numbers that were retired in relation to that.
Thanks, Chair. I'll have to take the details on notice
Sure.
with respect to that festival. In terms of the conservation actions that the Biodiversity Conservation Trust do deliver using offset funding, there is a specific project that's focused on Illawarra lowland grassy woodlands. We've so far committed around $2.7 million to that project and have recently expanded that project to just over $5 billion for focused restoration, habitat rehabilitation, and it's focused on working with public land managers to deliver a range of conservation outcomes in that area, focused on that endangered ecological community. Part of that overall envelope of just over $5 million in funding, there is a very small allocation toward community awareness raising and engagement activities. I'll come back specifically on whether and how much of that festival or awareness raising activity was funded through that specific envelope. But generally speaking, some of these conservation projects do have scopes attached to them that are focused on engaging with the local community to raise awareness about the importance of biodiversity conservation. But generally it's a small aspect of an overall project that focuses on the ground action to deliver a conservation outcome.
Thank you. And again, I'm the first. I think everybody loves the idea of public awareness. It's just there's a concern about that awareness comes at the cost of the destruction of the thing you're trying to make the people aware of, and there's just this incredible irony involved in there. Mr. Lean, I was just quite curious if you could tell us whether you're aware of any work that's happening at the moment in relation to the New South Wales Department of Planning asking you for assistance or advice in relation to the development of a koala SEP.
I might ask either Brendan or Alison to answer that.
So I think that primarily is a matter for the Minister for Planning. I'm not aware of my team having been asked for any engagement on that matter.
Okay, I think that's the answer. So you haven't been asked for any engagement in the last couple of years about the development of a koala SEP?
Certainly not recently. Over the last couple of years, I'd have to take that on notice, but quite possibly, but recently, not my teams.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll take that on notice.
That would be great. Thank you. I think the answer is no. Yeah. I'm just literally trying to confirm. Thank you. And I will ask the planning team, but if you could let me know. Okay, I think it's back. Oh, hang on. Where are we? It is. You guys. Off you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
I was looking at
That's all right, Chair. We got it.
No. I was actually looking at the wrong red numbers. I apologise.
I mean, it's very confusing.
20 minutes over
There's
to you,
like two
Mr.
clocks
Fang.
there.
Behave yourself.
Thank you. I will behave. I'll try. Mr. Lean, I imagine for you the provision of accurate information is important.
Yes.
Of course. Your government department's certainly what you want to do. I imagine that you'd want to provide timely and updated information to the public of New South Wales. Would be the aim of the DECU?
As a general principle, yes.
Yeah.
Perhaps if you've got a specific question, you
I
might
have
want
a
to jump to
very specific question,
Okay.
Mr. Lean, and it was actually raised with me a couple of months ago, but I sort of, just filed it away and thought I'd keep it there, and I've double-checked again yesterday. If I was to search for a organisational chart of DECU, would I find an accurate one online on your website?
It's not something I do every day to check it's up to date, but I could get someone to have a look to
Maybe
make sure
once
it
a
is
week
up to
you might
date.
check, I don't know. Well, you'd have somebody keeping an eye on your organisational chart, wouldn't you?
Possibly, yep. I
Yeah.
have an internal comms team that I think would generally.
Well, I mean, your internal comms team, let's... if I was to turn to who the Deputy Secretary at National Parks and Wildlife Service, it would say Atticus Fleming, for example. Would that be accurate or not?
No, it's Alex Graham.
Yeah, so I think this is from at least a year ago, or longer, I think January 2025. Why hasn't it been updated, Mr. Lean?
I'm not sure. I'll have to have a look into it and come back to you on that.
Is it usual to provide the public inaccurate information from your department?
No, we endeavour not to, so I'll look into it and I'll come back to you on it. I mean, I'm not even sure where you've got that document from.
No, well, look, as Barnaby Joyce said the other day, you can judge how clean someone keeps their kitchen by how they clean their bathroom. I wonder if this is endemic of other issues that might be happening. And I note that when we were asked by the Minister to check the website in terms of modelling that would be provided for the closure of Eraring and the provision of renewable energy, she said check the website, that the modelling would be there. We've done that, and it specifically says in the document, the energy security target method only assesses capability adequacy. Therefore, it does not adequately assess risks to energy adequacy from lulls in weather-dependent resources. The energy security target assessment does not account for this lack of availability and the risk of an energy shortfall. So, when I asked the Minister, if Eraring closes, is there going to be enough renewable energy coming online to replace it? She said, the modelling's there, look at the document online. I go to the document online, and it effectively says that the document's not responsible for the energy adequacy in terms of lulls in weather-dependent resources. So
what the target monitor looks at is the overall generation and firming and storage capacity that will exist in the future to determine whether there's sufficient capacity when there's other changes in the market, and obviously the one that's coming up in 2029 is the closure of Eraring. There is other work underway that is assessing the impacts of wind droughts, those coinciding with solar droughts as well. ASL, or the Consumer Trustee, has been looking at those issues. We're thinking about that very deeply at the moment to understand whether that would influence decisions around additional firming capacity that we would need in the system to plan for those wind droughts.
Okay, so let's talk about that potential additional firming capacity that you speak of. Where would that come from?
ASL would run tenders. It's planning on doing a tender towards the end of this year for additional firming capacity.
And when we're talking about firming, we're talking about gas. Is that correct?
Long duration batteries, potentially pumped hydro, potentially gas as well.
Okay, so let's assume that...
I mean, we already have gas in the system at the moment.
No, I appreciate that, but let's assume for a moment that we lose Eraring in 2029. At the moment, there's not, I would suggest, not the additional renewable capacity to replace Eraring's operation in the grid in New South Wales. You're saying that ASL's effectively going to let new contracts in order to provide firming, so that's either batteries or gas or whatever it is in terms of additional generation or additional storage to compensate, where is that in the modelling that the Minister pointed me to say, it's on the website, have a look?
No, the modelling that is contained in the Energy Security Target Monitor reports outlines where we think we will have a supply shortfall in the future.
Okay.
I think the most recent report that you would have looked at would have shown one in around a slight dip in 28 where there was a need for additional capacity. That's been addressed through Origin's decision to extend Eraring till 2029, plus also the outcome of a firming tender. The way this process works is if there is a gap identified in the future, the Minister will then direct ASL to conduct further tenders to get the supply that we need to close the gap.
Okay.
So if you look in the outer years towards 2033, 34, one of the tenders that ASL has underway at the moment is one that's particularly focused on getting wind generation into the system to assist with dealing with what is identified as a generation shortfall in the future.
And the Minister indicated that that's approximately 4 years from, I guess, project to delivery. So if we're in, let's say it's effectively 2027 by the time we get to, the end of this year, you're looking at 2031, you're 2 years past Eraring closing.
I was talking about the gap in 2033, 34. The modelling that we've done plus the actions that have happened since suggests to us that we're okay to 2030. The wind tender at the moment is targeting those gaps that come when the next round of coal generators come off. We're expecting that ASL will complete those tenders towards the end of this year. And hopefully those projects will start to reach financial close in the next 6 months.
And if they don't?
We're working, we've got a range of things underway to try and ensure that projects do get to financial close.
How many projects have reached financial close this year, this calendar year?
This year, I haven't got the specific numbers in front of me. Sorry, calendar year or financial?
Let's go calendar year for the start, because that's what I'm sort of looking at. How many wind projects have reached financial closure in this calendar year?
Yeah, I think the answer on that is 0.
Yes.
But there are other projects sort of either making final investment decisions or getting to financial close.
And when you said that ASL had released the tender, are you talking about round 8 and round 9 of the tender? Okay. So that's got seeking an indicative 2.5 gigawatts of generation and 12 gigawatt hours of long duration storage. Is that right?
It's one of them, yeah.
Okay, what's the other one?
Sorry, one is 2.5 gigawatts of generation and then the
one's
other
12
is the
hours.
long
Yep.
duration storage.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you say that is planning to be fully let and operational by 2029 when Eraring's due to close.
I didn't say that at all. I said, in fact, the opposite.
Okay. That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm seeking to understand.
Yeah, they take, wind projects can take up to 4 years. They do actually come on progressively as well. 4 years would be full completion, but they do start generating energy progressively.
Okay.
But as I said, that is primarily designed to deal with the issues around 2033, 34. And there will also be a focus in that of getting projects that can be delivered by 2030.
So, for example, this tender round, is this 2.5 gigawatts of generation, is that for wind and solar or just wind, or is it?
They're technology neutral, so...
Technology neutral, except for nuclear, which we can't have, right?
Yes, good point. So they are very focused on deliverability, and certainly ASL has been encouraging proponents to bid what they need to get the projects going, but they have to go through a competitive process.
Okay, so in terms of deliverability, what's the most deliverable? Gas?
Well, no, it depends on the individual projects and where they're at in the stage.
Which leads me nicely to another question I was going to ask. The New England res, where you've got the Minister has spoken of the number of projects in the planning portal in that area, and that's effectively the generation that's going to be used to power, I'll say in inverted commas, the transmission line between Walker down to Bayswater through Gundy. Those projects that are there, we know that for Central West Arana, for example, we've had to do a large upgrade program in terms of roads, in terms of clearances to get things like blades and equipment, transformers into Central West Arana, because the roads themselves are very narrow, they're very tight, the radiuses don't allow for those blades to get around. Has any scoping work been done in terms of how we're going to get equipment to the Walker region? Because I've been up there a number of times in the last 12 months, and the roads are, I'd say, 10 times worse. They're much tighter, they're a lot more, the elevation changes are a lot more extreme than what we see around Central West Arana. What do we need in terms of enabling works to be able to get this equipment up to those areas?
I mean, I'll ask Hannah to respond on this, but we have done regional infrastructure strategies that I think for New England we put out late last year as well, and so this is something that's being discussed at the moment between EnergyCo and Transport. I'll ask Hannah to talk about it.
Yeah, so in short, yes, there is a detailed review of what is required in terms of upgrades to road to accommodate OSOM movements. So, and in addition to that, we need to work with generators, and we are working with generators as to exactly where they will be, but these are not insurmountable issues. It's been done in CWO, and the learnings from that will be taken to New England.
So you say that you've got a document in effect that outlines the transport limitations and the upgrades that are required. Where can I get a copy of that?
So I think there's just two things to separate, is that we won't have an upgrade for every single generation project, because all of those generation projects are still going through the planning system.
Okay.
But there is underway in detail in looking at the major routes, and I think that is going to be shared shortly. I don't think it's public yet, but I think it will be shortly. I can assure you that there is significant work underway.
Okay. What sort of upgrades are we talking about? Because I'm trying to understand. I've seen those roads up there, and I mean, you've got to build that transmission line, which I'm not sure exactly how you're going to do, but I mean, good luck. But in terms of, well, she may have to get a shovel. I hear that they're losing that many executives out of, you look at LinkedIn, half their executives are gone in the last 6 months, so let's just see exactly who's going to be picking up the shovel. But in terms of the roads that you're supposed to be building and the infrastructure that you need in order to get the equipment up there, you say that there is, I think, a scoping study or whatever, but it's not public yet. Why isn't it public? Why can't I know what you're looking at in terms of the upgrades and what works are required in order to be able to have those generation projects enabled?
Yeah, so as I said, there is work going underway, and I believe it will be released shortly. The sort of upgrades that you'll see in New England are quite similar to those that you've seen in CWO. So in CWO, we have upgraded 12 intersections, and they involve, widening those intersections. There are certain areas where you need to lift a bridge to allow a wind tower to go through, but they're, these are not huge infrastructure projects. They are widening, they're turning bays, they're those sorts of things that have been done and already delivered for the CWO. And in fact, the Ongala wind farm, as you're probably aware, successfully started delivering the wind turbine blades last week, and those intersections worked as required.
Okay. Have you been up to the Walker region and had a look at the roads and the challenging, I'll say, terrain that is posed around that region in terms of moving things like transformers and blades into that area?
Yeah, I have been to Walker, and you know, you're right. Like there will be need to be upgrading of roads at certain points. It's also beneficial that many of those roads, you know, are country roads, so there's not, you know, you can move stuff around, and that's part of the reason that we're working on the study, because they need to work out what is the proposed route and try and get a common route, so we're not getting, you know, multiple routes. But you know, the roads, you know, some roads will need to be upgraded, and we will be working on that.
Okay, I'll come back to that issue a little bit later, but just I want to move to something else briefly. The Southwest Res. When did the government decide that it was going to become actionable through the EII Act? Ms. Lean?
Sorry? AEMO decides that.
So you didn't ask for it. They told you that it's going to be your project, and the government didn't ask for it.
No, it's been part of the roadmap since 2020, 21.
Are you talking about Southwest Res?
Yeah, you said actionable project.
Yes. So
and
that's
it is
now
a term that's used by AEMO in their
okay, well, let me rephrase. Southwest Res was to be done by AEMO, right? Then it appears that the government it was being delivered through the RIT-T process. It was being delivered through the RIT-T process. Southwest Res has now been moved by the New South Wales government into the EII process.
Okay.
So at some point, the New South Wales government must have said, we want to take over the Southwest Res from AEMO and move it into the EII process.
So with respect, that wasn't the question that you asked first.
That's
quite a different...
When did it move from being...
No, you asked when it was an actionable project, but I will get you the details of when the declarations were made or proposed to declare it a priority infrastructure project. I'll come back to you on that.
Okay. So the New South Wales government requested that it become part of the EII process instead of the RIT-T. Is that correct? Anybody?
Yeah, so it basically, I think we'll get you the exact, it was, basically it's going through the various authorisation paths at the moment. It was a NER project initially with Transgrid, and now because there have been delays associated with the Transgrid VNI West process due to how it connects into Victoria, we are undergoing a process to ensure that it can be built under the EII Act, and that is underway. Okay,
so it wasn't in the draft ISP, but it's now in AEMO's final ISP.
Yes.
So was this something that the New South Wales government told AEMO was going to happen, in effect, for it to have been moved out of not appearing in the draft to effectively being now deliverable in the final ISP?
Yeah. So the way that the ISP works is that AEMO puts out a draft ISP deliberately to consult with its stakeholders and to make sure that that it has all the relevant and accurate information.
Yep.
So in between the draft AEMO ISP and the final ISP, there was engagement and more data was provided in terms of the availability of wind generation that was moving, that was close to be actionable. And as a result of that, then AEMO upgrades and does their modelling based on the new information provided, and therefore it had a different status in the final ISP.
Right. So riddle me this then. My understanding is that we had, under the RIT-T process, a determination in terms of costs for the Southwest Res. Now that effectively the New South Wales government has taken over the Southwest Res and moved it into the EII process, one, how are we going to separate the costings for Southwest Res that was part of VNI West when it was being done through the RIT-T process? And two, what is the total cost now of the Southwest Res now that we've taken it over through EII?
So just to separate out a few things.
Yep.
First of all, the Southwest Res was always a res under the EII Act,
But
right?
the
Never
the
changed.
costs were calculated
So
through...
Yes. So let's just make sure though we're using the right nomenclature. Like the Southwest Res has always been a res. The decision to deliver the infrastructure as res network under the EII Act by Energy Co was made in June 2026.
Right.
We are now going through a regulatory process where Energy Co is working with Transgrid, where the final costs of that will be submitted to the AER and they will ultimately be determined by the AER. And we are moving through that regulatory process as is established under the EII Act.
But you haven't said how you're going to pull out the cost from VNI West.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Fang. It is time up.
They didn't answer the question.
You can come back to it. Okay, Mr. Ruddock.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Rowley, do you have an employee called Garth Edwards?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and what's his role at the Net Zero Commission?
I think any questions in relation to staff, who I would say are not in a position to answer for themselves, which I think is a little questionable.
I'll just start with a job title. I accept what you're saying. Okay, if you don't want to answer. He did write, he co-edited a book called Regional Energy Transitions in Australia from Impossible to Possible while he was an employee of the Commission. In his first chapter, written by himself and Mr. John Wiseman, it is asserted that to achieve, quote, even the less ambitious target of limiting warming to 2% requires 95% of Australia's coal would need to remain unburned. Do you agree with that statement?
So, in fairness to Mr. Rowley, I think questions about employment matters in relation to staff of the Commission should be directed to me, as I'm the employer of all the staff.
Okay, sure.
So, Gareth is a senior advisor in the Net Zero Commission.
Okay.
And I think if there's any further questions on that, we'll take them on notice.
Well, I don't know why it's controversial. I mean, he said that the whole world is going to increase its temperature by 2 degrees Celsius unless we keep 95% of Australia's coal in the ground. Now, you've just confirmed, Mr. Secretary, that that he's a senior advisor. So I think it's a very legitimate question to Mr. Rowley to ask, does he agree with this statement? I mean, this book is a public book. He's got an important public office. And he said...
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Ms. Fairman.
Point of order. The member is asking a public servant for their opinion on policy that has never been allowed in the past. That's obviously government sets policy, and usually that's what the officials can respond with if they wish, but I think the question's out of order.
Yeah, look, I tend to agree, and I think we do have some pretty clear standing orders. Okay. And, you know, perhaps if you wanted to put that to the Minister, you could have, but given we're in a different part of the hearing now, I think, yeah, if you could...
Well, the Net Zero Commission's a very important commission with a lot of influence out there.
I wouldn't say they're important.
The government listens to it, the media listens to it, and we've got a very senior person there saying, well, is it the position of the Net Zero Commission? No, let's put aside Mr. Edwards. To avoid a global warming apocalypse, do we need to keep 95% of Australia's coal underground?
Is this a question to me?
That's a question. That's a question to you. We've forgotten about Mr. Edwards.
Yes. I think the question was about the Net Zero Commission's view. So
the Net Zero Commission's view in relation to the statement that you just articulated.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear. So. We've got this. We've got someone. One of your senior executives does believe it very strongly. He's written a book about it, a public book about it. So, do you think that is appropriate to someone who's giving you advice in a senior role to have a view that you don't hold and the government doesn't hold?
I think we've already kind of moved on and ruled that question out of order. I think perhaps just if you're ready to change.
Well, I think that we're trying to run cover. I mean, it's an absurd statement. 95% of Australia's coal.
You can go anywhere you like in the world.
I'll move on.
But we're talking about the rules of this committee.
I mean, this is not about running cover. This is a completely inappropriate question. Asking a public servant about an
You just don't like the answer because it makes you look absurd. That's why you're trying to
run
cover.
In their work role. It's inappropriate questioning.
Yeah, I agree, and we'll move on now. Thanks, Mr. Ruddock.
Okay, so Mr. Rowley, the Net Zero Commission gets almost $7 million from taxpayers every year. You are independent of the government. You're not independent of the Parliament. Can you outline to the committee, you produce these spotlight reports on industries. What industries have you got in mind to do a spotlight report over, say, in the next year or two?
It's a very good and welcome question, Mr. Ruddock. I think that our next Commission meeting is absolutely got that on the agenda. There's consideration in relation to what our focus priorities should be over the coming year. We had a very fruitful meeting in a beautiful room at the Mint only about 2 weeks ago,
Right.
in which we had a very open conversation and discussion about what the most effective work would be for the Commission over the coming 12 months. That is now being worked on in relation to really clear advice back in terms of what the options are for us with regard to our focus over the coming 12 months. I would say that if you look back over the last year, the Spotlight report into coal is just one example of the work that we have done. I know that earlier today there was some questioning of the Minister in relation to decisions by the government in relation to data centres, and particularly some of the requirements around data centre approvals here in New South Wales, something that I know that Ms Monroe on this committee has been very vocal on previously. And it is something where I'm very proud of the contribution that the Net Zero Commission has made on that issue. And I was very pleased to see that some of the principles that the Commission itself had argued for and put into the public domain were taken on board by the government.
So we've done the big spotlight on the coal mining industry. And when we were here at Budget Estimates 6 months ago, I asked you a question about which industry had most reduced their carbon emissions in the last 20 years, for people who think that's important. And you said you weren't familiar with it and you were going to take it on notice, but then we agreed that it was coal. The coal industry had reduced most substantially the amount of carbon dioxide. So despite that fact, we've done the Spotlight report. So is there going to be more? Can the coal industry, our biggest export industry, can it expect more scrutiny, or are we going to move on to other industries? And
ultimately, that's a matter for my colleagues who sit on the Commission. But I think that when it comes to the Coal Spotlight report, something that I know that you're familiar with in great detail because of the questions that you've been asking, I think that that has been a very useful contribution to an understanding around the further contribution that the coal industry could make to helping the state achieve its legislated emissions reduction targets. I would be very surprised if my fellow commissioners decided we needed to do another report on coal, given the contribution that we've already made.
Well, that's good to hear, sir. Thank you. I'm pleased. Now, on that coal mining emissions spotlight report, it did state that you consulted widely, and that included a wide range of coal mining companies in the preparation of that report. Is that right?
I believe so, yes. Much of that work, to be clear, I only commenced my role as chair of the Net Zero Commission in September last year. Right. So much of that work, I believe, was undertaken prior to that time. But I think you're right, yes. So
there are government guidelines around consultation processes, and it says these are government guidelines. It says consultation activities have a clearly defined purpose and objectives. Participants are provided with adequate time, background information and opportunities to participate in a meaningful way. Are you able to tell us which companies were consulted from the coal mining industry to help prepare the report?
I'm very happy to take that on notice. I couldn't answer straight off.
Yes, okay, well, I'll look forward to that response, Mr. Rowley. So, Mr. Chappell and Mr. Lean, so earlier the Minister said that she said that she hadn't studied science, but she said that she did rely on you two for science, and you both, I think Mr. Chappell said that he has got qualifications in science. Could you Tell us what they are, please.
That's not what
It's
he
me.
said.
I have a master's in environmental change from the University of Oxford, master's in science, and a master's in environmental technology and energy policy from Imperial College London.
So was that? Well, sounds impressive, but
it's kind of impressive. I think it's very impressive.
Well. Now, this was not training you. This was not training you to go and do field tests. This was training you for sort of corporate management or bureaucratic management of industries like the EPA. Would that be fair to say?
No, I did a range of courses in the context of that study, including, as I mentioned this morning, a unit on atmospheric physics, which does look at radiative forcing and the physics of the climate system.
Okay, and what about yourself, Mr. Lane?
I'm bound to disappoint you. I'm a recovering lawyer. I do, however, have access to a science division, specifically with an atmospheric science team that has 69 staff, and I think 20 of them have PhDs in relevant areas.
Okay.
Aren't we just take a moment, Mr. Ray? How fortunate are we?
Well, I mean, sometimes the most apparently educated people can be the most deluded. See, what I'm getting at is, I mean, the minister seems to think that there's this big consensus out there that the whole world is moving in the direction of the renewable industry. But my view is that New South Wales is leading the pack in the world. I mean, what other jurisdiction around the world is more advanced in solar and wind than New South Wales, except for maybe Victoria?
South Australia.
I mean, she's saying that we're just part of what everyone's doing. I think we're an outlier.
Yeah, look, I think that was a comment, and that's time. Over to you, Ms. Fairman.
It was a question that they didn't have an answer to.
Okay, over to you, Ms. Fairman.
Thank you. Mr. Chappell, I just wanted to turn to some questions, some answers to questions on notice that I put in, and I got some back yesterday, and it's in relation to some of the testing that the EPA has undertaken in Broken Hill in terms of lead testing. So I asked in supplementary questions to the last budget estimates, a range of questions, and then I pursued just a bit more detail, particularly in relation to a list of childcare facilities that had been tested for lead levels, of which I was provided a list back. The list that I got back yesterday confirms that there are 10 childcare facilities that have recorded soil lead levels above the national, this is the 300 milligram per kilo safe lead limit. These are just the ones you tested over a period of 2015 to 2025, just to be clear, that's what. One of them was 2,933 milligrams per kilogram, almost 10 times the limit. The others are very concerning as well, but apparently the EPA has only remediated 4 of those childcare centres. Do you know why the EPA hasn't remediated all of the childcare centres that have lead in their soil that is higher than the safe level in Broken Hill?
I think in the 4 sites that were remediated, the property owner or the service opted in to proceed with remediation. We offer this testing on an opt-in basis, and then it's up to the owner or operator of the facility if they want to proceed with further action. I would also just say that the government in the recent budget announced a very significant increase in resourcing for an integrated approach to remediation of the legacy lead issues at Broken Hill. And so all of these programs will now be reviewed and revised to ensure they're delivering maximum effectiveness for that increased level of resourcing. And
okay, so the ones that came back, these de-identified, we did ask for them to be de-identified for obvious reasons. So there's 10 of them that came back. So as I said, one was 2,933, another was 1,271, another 1,606, recognising the safe limits 300, another's 1,271, another's 1,144. And it says that the EPA provided information to the affected properties, including an assessment report, advice and recommendations and a fact sheet with recommended measures. Was anything else done? So if the property owner chose not to take anything up, that was it? That EPA's job is done?
No, I think when the interventions, it's important to understand the context here, which is that these are complementary services offered to operators of these facilities who are obligated to ensure the safety of their staff and other people there. So this is an additional service that's available. In terms of the lead interventions, we under the existing program, the substantive intervention is triggered when a child has a high level of lead detected in them, and then that typically looks to the most significant source of contamination, which usually is the home, which is why they focus on home remediation. Would you like to add, Mr. Beeman, to how we think about those institutions?
Thanks, Mr. Chappell. I think too, we need to be careful with language here. So health investigation levels, when you read the National Environmental Protection Measure for contaminated sites, clearly says investigation levels are not clean-up or response levels, nor are they a desirable soil criteria. Investigation levels are intended for assessing existing contamination to trigger consideration of appropriate site-specific risk-based approaches.
Right. So appropriate site-specific risk-based approaches for a childcare centre with lead in the soil 10 times above the safe level.
So you got to look at.
What's the appropriate action then?
You got to look at each site. The site mightn't be accessible to children.
A childcare centre.
That where the sample is taken may not have been accessible.
Lock them inside.
No, that site mightn't have had been accessible to children.
There's 10 of these.
Yeah, there are a maximum number that we've given you.
There's 10 that's over 300.
Yeah.
But only 4 were remediated.
And you've got to go through each site to do a
site-specific
assessment.
Were the parents notified?
It's really appropriate for the operator to engage with the parents and the staff. It's their obligation to ensure the safety of the work site. So we need permission from the site owner to undertake remediation. In some cases we were able to do that, but as I said, I think all of these programs will now be recalibrated given the new level of resourcing.
So if it's a matter of resourcing, that's not what you're telling me. So you're telling me that it's the owner and you can't do anything about it. Now you're saying it's a matter of resourcing. If it was a matter of resourcing, you're saying that the government, there wasn't enough resources to ensure that all of these childcare centres were remediated?
No, what I'm saying is there's a significant increase in resourcing now, which is prompting a more integrated approach across the whole government for how we address these legacy issues, which have been in place for over 150 years.
And active mining, Mr. Chappell.
Yes, that's right.
You just said legacy issues, which have been in place for over 100 years, but also as a result of active mining
the lead contamination in the community is a result of unmitigated smelting and mining over a very extended period. The mines today either operate crushing under negative pressure or with other controls. There's still lots of legacy lead in the soil, including on the mining
I've read the Office of Chief Scientist and Engineers report that begs to differ a little bit, and we've had this discussion a number of times now.
Well, yes, there are multiple sources of lead in the environment there, I think it's fair to say, and so the government's recognised that and moved to deliver significantly more resourcing. But in terms
However, the EPA has previously stated in terms of the zonal remediation that's required, that $150 million over 10 years is actually required to fully remediate public spaces and the 500 homes a year to ensure all children who will live in lead-safe houses in the city of Broken Hill. So that's $11.5 million each year. However, the latest funding commitment is only 12.7 over 4 years for remediation. So how is the EPA going to clean up everything that's needed now? Because in fact, it's not what you asked for to do the job properly, is it?
I think the total funding package over 4 years is closer to $40 million.
For remediation.
Right. Yep. So again, with the level of resourcing available, we'll prioritise to the biggest impact and where the risk is most acute. And there's a lot of resources that will come to bear now across the whole government, given the work we're doing with the other agencies. So I can't lay out in detail what that's going to look like yet because it hasn't been finalised.
I just wanted to check the other data I got back as well had some revealed that one school, which was the only one tested, and 8 out of the 10 public sites in Broken Hill also had soil lead levels above the 300 milligram per kilo threshold. There was one that was, a couple of that were particularly concerning, 65,500, one was 62,800. Can you confirm, were they the historic slag heaps, those two figures?
I'm not aware.
Would you like 200?
Which site that is? Yeah, let's take that on notice and we can give you the answer.
Okay, and finally, in terms of blueberries, I also got questions back on, answers back, sorry, to questions in relation to the testing, which I've been asking about in terms of the pesticide use on blueberries. The EPA and New South Wales Food Authority issued a joint statement in October, essentially saying that if a food safety risk is identified, products are recalled. The joint review of berry testing data shows no evidence of pesticide misuse. This was really about the thiametin pesticide. The EPA did tests in, I think it was 2017 or 18. This is the last time I understand that you tested samples of produce, and there's a table that has cucumbers and lettuces with quite concerning levels of various chemicals, acephate, carbendazime, one from iprodion in lettuce. And I'm just asking this one question about all of this, and follow up in detail later. But the EPA said that they provided all the sampling results to the New South Wales Food Authority, who advised no action was required regarding food safety. And that's the last you've done. That's the last test you've done. So is that it? Is that it? All of these chemicals, New South Wales Food Authority says one thing, and the EPA doesn't go and test anything else. It's not your job to keep testing that?
No, we do. I mean, we do extensive testing. We've done an ambient program looking at pesticide residues across the catchments on the North Coast, and we're now moving into a very targeted stage of investigation where we've had various detections around those operations.
But not in produce, just to be, that's the,
well, those
the
are
story.
The farms producing the produce. I mean, typically we test for environmental pollution, and the Food Safety Authority test the food itself. So I'm not actually familiar with whether that is the sort of premise of your question is accurate about the 2017-18 work, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
It was provided to me yesterday in terms of looking at it. Yeah.
We'll take it on notice.
Okay. All right, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. The blue carbon strategy, who looks after that?
It's me.
Thank you. So it expires in 2027. There were 10 new blue carbon projects that were listed in that strategy. Have any of them actually been delivered?
So I've got a bit of an update here around the status. So the feasibility assessment of 20 priority sites were completed. The planning, baseline monitoring and registration of demonstration sites, 3 demonstration sites have progressed. In terms of some of the other proposals, amendments to the EPA Act to enable blue carbon landscape restoration projects has been progressed, but that's a matter for the Minister for Planning. We are developing a blue carbon monitoring program and research prospectus. We're looking to integrate blue carbon restoration principles into the nature strategy and the revision of the Biodiversity Conservation Act. And we're drafting guidelines to integrate blue carbon with the coastal management programs. So there's a body of work underway.
Okay, I'm mindful
Thank
of the time.
you. Mr.
Thank
Ruddock,
you.
you've got
Thank you.
30 seconds. Oh, 30 minutes by then.
30 minutes, okay,
30
let's go,
seconds.
let's go. Mr. Lean, so I understand
wouldn't do it
there's 4 operating coal-fired electricity power stations in New South Wales right now, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And Araring is the largest, but it has given a pretty firm commitment. It will close by 2029. And then the other 3 have also given a similar commitment to close sort of in 5 to 7 years from now. Is that about right?
Two scheduled to close, I think, in 2033-34.
Right.
And the other one, Mount Piper, is 2040.
2040, okay.
I think essentially what those ones have done is given notice of an intended date of closure to the regulator.
Thank you.
Can I just, in the last 30 seconds before it's grab a cup of tea time, what's happening with the recommendations from your translocation report, and how's that going? And are there koala translocation programs on foot?
So there were, I think, 15 recommendations made in that report. They're all accepted in full and have been implemented by national parks and other parts of the department. There's been one koala translocation project in the last couple of weeks, and that proceeded with all of the relevant Animal Ethics Committee and licensing approvals.
And can I just quickly ask which part of the state that was?
I can never pronounce it.
They were translocated from Port Macquarie from a captive breeding program to Uraldia National Park, which is one of the feral predator-free areas in Western Sydney.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. We are now taking a short break and we return in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, would you want it?
Okay, thank you. We're back, and it's back to you, Miss Munro.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back to asbestos, how much asbestos in the waste stream it comes from household waste versus C&D? Is there some?
Do you mean the red bin, or when you say household waste?
I mean, so in terms of your asbestos or the government's asbestos policy that is targeting household disposal of asbestos, what is the calculation of the asbestos from that source that would have gone to any sort of disposal facility versus like a larger scale industrial construction and demolition? Do you understand what I'm getting at? Like, how did you make the calculation that the household asbestos waste program would be impactful?
Well, we know that 1 in 3 homes contains asbestos.
Mm-hmm.
Any home built before the early 80s would likely contain asbestos, and we know that in terms of the health risk, perhaps the biggest risk is when individuals break through a wall or a ceiling or do their own demolition work without doing the assessment first and taking the right precautions.
Yeah.
And then we also know that it's a problem with illegal dumping for unscrupulous operators who might take it away and try and make a margin on the disposal. So it's the trial is really designed to validate what the sort of tonnage is, and we'll assess how effective it is as part of that overall approach, because we're trying to get to behaviour change as well as obviously deal with the economic side. But would you like to add a bit more context about asbestos in the waste system, Mr. Benman?
Yeah, no, I think one of the things the trial will need to do is to look at what type of delivery models are going to be most effective with the community. So to actually trial a couple of different approaches that people might that we might put into the market and see how the householders adopt it.
Yeah.
But I think Mr. Chappell's right. We're really after this. Really, the home renovator, relatively small quantities. It's usually a bathroom wall or bathroom floor or a bit of roofing.
Yeah.
But we know 1 in 3 households built before the early 90s has got asbestos in it.
Is this similar to a policy that was rolled out in 2013 related to?
There was a similar project
Yeah.
in 2013, and we're looking at the lessons that we learnt from that project. It had limited uptake from councils at the time, so we're sort of learning the lessons from that project to as part of the project design for this new one.
Okay. Is there a reason that the learnings from that project in 2013 weren't built on more quickly?
I think
Was
it's
it just like a
probably-
funding?
I mean, it's when government considers waste recycling and health interventions, there are many competing priorities, and I can only imagine at the time, under the decisions that were made then, it for whatever reason didn't qualify into the top band of programs to be funded.
Mm-hmm.
But I'd really be speculating. I think.
Okay. How much asbestos is disposed of each year in New South Wales?
We can get the number for you. I don't think I have it in my notes, but I think we should have some data on that we can share.
Okay, and just going back to my earlier question, I'm sorry if it was phrased poorly, but I'd be interested in understanding the proportion of that asbestos waste that comes from like household
Demolition
local
or-
scale, demolition versus a kind of industrial scale.
I'm pretty sure. So we know what asbestos comes when it arrives at the landfill gate for disposal.
Yeah.
We won't. So we'll know it's brought in by transporter X.
Yeah.
Time, date, place.
Yeah.
But we won't know specifically who each waste generator may be.
Okay.
So that might be a bit difficult for us to actually give you a breakdown of what proportion gets landfilled, how much came from residential and how much came from commercial industrial setting. So
Okay.
that one might be a bit more challenging.
Okay, all right, thank you. I wanted to pick up on the conversation that we started earlier with the Minister around the setup of the actions related to infrastructure, waste infrastructure. There are a number of proposed actions around, but we started with the establishment of a streamlined planning process for existing priority landfills. There was a rapid assessment for applications for existing priority landfills. Could you explain what the progress of those projects are? I mean, there's action related to reopening closed landfills.
I'm happy to take that one.
Yes, please.
We've had some pretty good discussions with the industry operators of some of the former landfills. So there are probably 3 in Western Sydney that we've been working with, and I've actually visited all the sites with our technical experts to look at what are the opportunities to reopen those closed landfills. There's Veolia, Horsley Park, Cleanaway, at Eastern Creek, and the bingo facility at Eastern Creek. They've all 3 of them have come to us, and there's all really good opportunities for those landfills to put into the planning process, and then into us proposals to extend the life of those landfills. And so we're looking at those opportunities with them now.
Okay. Do you have an idea of the capacity of that extension or reopening for those facilities?
Might be a little bit commercial in confidence if I give that away for each operator.
Okay.
But it's surprisingly substantial.
Okay.
So there's good opportunities to get, and it's a good repurposing of existing infrastructure that many of these sites have.
There's also the Lucas Heights facility that I think is partway through a planning process for an extension.
Do you have an idea of the timeline for the reopening of those 3 or 4 facilities?
It should be fairly straightforward because they all currently hold environment protection licences, and 2 of them actually don't need any further development approvals. There's unused capacity that was in their original development consents. So those ones should be fairly rapid. What we're asking the landfills to do is do the technical assessments now, just to make sure that we manage any potential environmental risks. It's leachate generation, stormwater generation, landfill gas. Once they get those technical assessments done, it should be a fairly straightforward process.
And is the government providing any financial support to get these facilities open?
Not that I'm aware of. These are really commercial arrangements. The value in these landfill spaces commercially is the landfill airspace, and so if there's a significant amount of landfill airspace, then it's commercially viable for these operators to reopen them.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Sorry, and just on the timeline, you said pretty quickly, but is that like towards the end of the year or in a couple of years?
It depends on when they get the information to us.
Okay.
So, like I said, I've done site inspections of all 3 of those landfills. As soon as they get us their environmental assessments, we've got technical experts ready to look at, and that was the idea of doing the walkover with a technical expert. So when they do the assessment, they know what they're specifically looking at.
Yep. Okay. And finally, what's the modelling on how long it will take for those landfill sites to be filled?
It depends on again, it's a commercial decision for them about, are they taking in, 100,000 tonne a year or 300,000 tonne a year? It's how fast they consume the landfill airspace. That'll really be a commercial decision for them. Because they'll adjust the way they sort of run it is they'll use their landfill gate price. If they want to fill it quickly, you charge a lower rate, and if you want to slow down and be at the back end of that, you charge a higher gate fee. So it'll be really up to them. The only constraint might be, and I don't know this off the top of my head, whether any of the consents have a time limit that says landfilling must stop by X date.
Okay. And back to the waste levy calculation, in the budget papers, you've got forward estimates, $998 million expected as the collection from the waste levy, and that is the same figure over the forward estimates. How is that figure arrived at, given the probable increase in waste across New South Wales, if we're kind of going on the trends that we've had so far, the increase in housing?
It's really a matter for Treasury. We work with Treasury on the macroeconomic inputs. I thought it was actually 890 million that was collected last year, but there is also a coal washery levy and there's some other components.
It is waste and environmental levies,
yes.
so
so it probably includes, your number may also be right, it just would probably include those other pieces.
Okay, so 890 is the waste levy.
I think from the last year, but it does increase by a CPI, and then obviously there's a volumetric set of estimates coming out of those other macroeconomic inputs. So if the value is relatively stable, then we would think perhaps the volume is slightly declining as the cost per tonne slightly increases. But any review of the settings that the government makes would obviously shift those projections.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the engagement with the feds on things like extended producer responsibility, and that is for lots of things at the moment, from batteries to plastics, is there any sharing of resources like staff from the New South Wales Department to the federal department?
We've certainly offered to second people over to support the Commonwealth's work on packaging reform. They haven't taken us up on that.
Okay. Is there do you have a number of staff that you offer out? Like, how do you make that calculation?
No, I mean, it didn't progress beyond the offer. So we certainly share our work and we share our detail, but the Commonwealth hasn't taken us up on that offer.
Okay. We got to... okay. New South Wales, the Parks and Wildlife Service, and the maintenance budgets and the CapEx budgets. So my calculation suggests that there was a delay, or there's, according to the Minister, a delay in the projects that were budgeted for last year that have been kind of recalculated for this year. My calculation was that about 90 million that had been budgeted for projects last year wasn't spent on projects like Gardens of Stone and the Georges River Koala Park. That's a pretty substantial delay on a number of large projects, and I just wondered if there was a particular reason for the delay on a number of projects rolling out as had been anticipated in the earlier budget. Is that, sorry?
I might just jump in. We haven't been able to understand the basis for the $90 million that is contained in your question and your press release. What I would say is, with the capital projects, particularly infrastructure projects, the funding follows a profile that and the amount of funding available in each year depends on how much further is left to deliver the project. So the numbers do jump around from year to year as works ramp up and works ramp down. And then I think, as was said this morning as well, sometimes there's delays and carry forwards are necessary to move money into future years so the project can be completed. But for the projects listed in the press release that I think you're referring to, we've compared previous budget papers, and the amount of money available for each project is the same. So in fact, I think it's slightly increased in one case.
My understanding from the budget papers was that, yes, the final number, like the total number for the various projects, remained the same, or if they did remain the same, that was the assumption that was made. But the funding allocation has changed over time, and that it meant that last year's expenditure was not fulfilled in fairly significant amounts on a number of projects. So, for example, the Great Walks, Gardens of Stone and Great Southern Walk line item suggested that 40 million had been allocated for last year, but only $19.5 million had been spent. And the projects go on: Lord Howe Island, for marine infrastructure and waste management facility upgrade, the National Parks radio network, frontline conservation programs. I'm just wondering if there is an explanation as to why those budgets were not fulfilled as expected.
There can be a range of factors that influence individual capital projects. So,
I guess I'm trying to understand if there are trends in the department that are leading to these pretty significant delays.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be trite and flippant, but one of the trends we've been dealing with is rain, which impacts a lot of these projects because they're outdoor projects.
Yeah.
There's been sort of significant supply constraints within markets at the moment as well.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a range of factors that contribute to the need to profile these projects.
Mm-hmm. So in terms of things like rain, I presume, and obviously we've had floods and natural disasters, does insurance cover delays or changes to funding for any of these projects? Like, is there any accounting for...
Well, we would operate all projects with some form of a contingency, and that would, enable us to deal with any delays or overruns.
Mm-hmm. So if, for example, there is a flood and the maintenance of a road or a project is delayed significantly, does that then get sent to an insurer?
A flood or a fire might be different. That might actually trigger insurance. I mean, when our sort of walking tracks that are not being constructed are damaged, a proportion of them will often be covered by insurance.
Okay. And do you budget reliant on that insurance coming through?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Like if a flood happens in one financial year and you have to make assumptions about the costing for that project, do you, because it's changed costing, do you rely on insurance, for example, for the increase to the cost of a project, or does that just come out as a larger cost to that project in the end for the taxpayer?
I think there would be additional funds made available by iCare to cover the cost. How they actually work that out on a case-by-case basis is going to depend on the circumstances. So the budget would then be adjusted for that.
Mm-hmm. Is that reflected anywhere in the budget, to your knowledge?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I've got too many pieces of paper here. Sorry to all the trees. Okay, going back to blue carbon. Sorry, we got interrupted earlier.
That's okay.
In terms of so you were talking about the 3 demonstration sites.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering if there is actually an instrument that is going to be released that actually accounts for the blue carbon projects that are being rolled out.
What do you mean instrument? Sorry, in
like
terms of measurement of the blue carbon that's
exactly.
captured?
Yeah, so that basically like an ACCUs.
I don't think we're at that stage yet. I think it's very early kind of preliminary investigation stages, but I can take on notice how that project would progress and how that would be captured.
Okay, that would be helpful, because is that presumably the end goal, to create a carbon accounting mechanism, much like the Improved Native Forest Management scheme?
I think the primary purpose of the strategy is to demonstrate the benefits of blue carbon and capture. So whether or not that leads to an accounting mechanism, I'm not sure that's the design purpose, but certainly to demonstrate the benefits carbon capture and how you might go about that.
Okay, my understanding of the actual blue carbon strategy was that there was an action that suggested that there would be a New South Wales government endorsed blue carbon instrument by 2025.
I'd have to take that one on notice. Yeah,
Okay.
come back to you.
Thank you. And just finally, in my 4 seconds, the Great Koala National Park ACCUS scheme. I just want to understand, will already embodied carbon be accounted for in this method? As in, like, trees that are already existing that will no longer be cut down, are they part of the accounting method?
Yes.
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 Yes. So
Okay.
the INFM method takes into account abatement from not harvesting the trees that are already
So
there.
it's not only about the logistics and carbon related to the actual kind of logistics of logging a tree. It does actually include the tree itself as
Trees
well.
in the ground.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Ruddock.
Thank you, Chair.
And if you run out of time, thank you.
Mr. Lean, just following up from where we were before, so we do have 4 coal-fired electricity power plants in New South Wales. Araring's, we're very confident it's going to shut down in 2029. 2 others you're expecting are going to shut down in about 8 years from now, and then one will...
2033, 34, yeah.
And then we've got one that is scheduled to go through till 2040.
Yep.
Correct? Okay. Now, so we are taking a bit of a... I'm just worried we're taking a bit of a punt with the 8 million people that live in New South Wales, that if we're going to have no coal-fired powered electricity, or very close to it after about 8 years, we're just sort of hoping that the whole renewable thing all goes according to plan. Now, a lot of these things have not gone according to plan, so we'd be in a bit of a pickle, a national pickle, if we sort of shut down all the coal-fired power stations and then renewables just, the magical renewables just aren't working as magically as hoped. Is that a fear that you have?
Well, that's why we have the Energy Security Target Monitor that monitors how much generation we think will be in the system,
Okay.
In future years. And part of the mechanism that we're using to make sure the generation is there is the Minister then has the power to direct ASL to conduct tenders as and when they're needed. So this is supported by the various targets that have been set. At the moment for 2033, 34, we have a long duration storage target, which we think through ASL tenders, there's enough projects that have received support, or we're sufficiently confident that they will go ahead, that will meet the target in 2033, 34 for long duration storage.
Yeah. Look, so many of these
Still some
forecasts
more.
just don't come off.
Well, look, but that's, ASL is running multiple tenders. I think they've got another 3 generation ones before the national system kicks back in. We've got a range of other actions underway which are supporting the delivery of projects. So some of the renewable roads announcements which ensure that the projects can be delivered. We've got the Energy Security Corporation, which has got $1 billion to invest to get projects over the line. We've got a case management service which was funded in the budget.
Okay.
We've got the IDA, which is providing high-level support and identifying potential roadblocks. So we're doing everything we can to make sure that we meet those targets.
Okay. Now, but Mr. Secretary, surely there would be less concern and angst in the community if the policy in broad strokes was let the coal-fired power stations go through as long as they want. Now, you're a believer that the renewables are going to give us cheaper energy and more efficient energy. Okay, great. Well, let's not turn the coal off until that's reality and not just a concept on the paper.
So, I think you're asking me to sort of go into areas of policy there, which I'll leave to ministers to comment on, but we're focused on delivering the roadmap as set out in the legislative framework. And, all of the research shows that and this is reaffirmed by the latest AEMO ISP, the lowest cost pathway to transitioning the grid, because those coal-fired power stations are old, they are closing. The cheapest way to do that is through renewables firmed by batteries.
All around the world, sir, today there are coal-fired power stations being renovated. It's a very standard practice now. Why is it not happening in New South Wales?
Because we have the roadmap.
That's right.
We have the roadmap.
Okay, so we can't blame the coal-fired power stations for going old, because of course they get old, they just get renewed. Anyway, who's the best person to talk to about the Tomago aluminium smelter and all the money that the taxpayers of New South Wales have promised to give them?
It's probably either myself or Kim.
Okay, so have I got this right, that a week ago the Prime Minister and the Premier both agreed to give this company owned by Rio Tinto about $1.25 billion, and in exchange that thank you, Wes, and in exchange Tomago has agreed to remain in business for another 10 years. Have I got that broad brushstroke?
Broadly, that's the nature of the agreement. Yeah, I mean, there's other obligations there as well, in terms of them investing in, I think, about $1 billion in transitioning the plant through maintenance work.
Okay, good, thank you. Now, this is the Prime Minister's press release announcing this news. I mean, the reason they need this money is because electricity prices have got so high and they were going to leave the country without it. So this is another downside of the renewable rollout. And this one makes the news, but there's so many that don't make the news. Now, the Prime Minister said, as part of the agreement, the New South Wales Government's contribution is capped, that's the key word I'm interested in, is capped at $1.225 billion over 10 years from 2029. Now, the federal government's putting in about $50 million more, and they're not capped. Now, how can you walk me through the mechanics of how can the New South Wales government commit to a cap when it's not an electricity producer itself? And how do we know that it's going to be $1.225 billion? We don't know what the future price of electricity is going to be, or the future price of aluminium is going to be. And the federal government is uncapped, but why? What is the mechanics for us being capped?
So I think it's quite a straightforward cap for New South Wales. New South Wales's contribution will be the annual amount determined up to the $1.25 billion cap.
So that means the federal government, this could potentially be another Snowy Hydro massive cost blowout for the federal government, not for New South Wales. So that's good news. It's a pity we had to cough up the 1.2 billion in the first place, but if it's capped, it's better than being uncapped. But I mean, we were told the Snowy Hydro was going to cost about $2.5 billion, and what are we up to now? No one knows, but it's over 20 billion. This Tomago thing could be the same, could be of a similar scale for the federal government.
I mean, I can't really comment on the Commonwealth side of the bargain in terms of what they've signed up to and why, but I'd just emphasise the New South Wales contribution is capped, and it delivers 1,000 direct jobs, 5,000 indirect jobs. Plus, we believe it will help support the renewable transition as well through the procurement of renewable energy through Snowy Hydro.
Now, there was, on the 10th of June this year, there was an announcement from Energy Co that there'll be a $225 million Southwest RESD investment to secure New South Wales' energy future. Now, someone has suggested to me that at least part of that $225 million that was earmarked for the Southwest RES is going to be part of this Tomago aluminium smelter bailout.
That's not correct.
Not correct? I'm pleased to hear.
Yeah, it's the $225 million for Southwest RES is completely separate from Tomago.
Okay, very good. Okay, Chair.
Thank you. Can I just turn to the Hunter transmission project? And I've just got a couple of questions about it, but mainly about the offsets and the nature component of that project. Obviously, we're all well versed. It's essential. It's to delivering the roadmap. But I'm just wondering if someone here can confirm, has the final offset liability for that project now, has it now been established, now the project's been approved?
So the biodiversity outcomes are part of the EIS, which has just been approved. So I think that's the first step. I don't believe we've announced the conservation strategy for HTP. No. So the biodiversity outcomes will be listed in the EIS, which is now approved.
And so as part of that, you've got to now develop the strategy. So my point, I suppose what I'm about to ask then is, what level of confidence is there that there would be the supply of like-for-like offsets, and whether or not it's anticipated that they will in fact be able to be provided over that 3-year period?
The intention, and I think I've published notice of intention to do this, is to enter into a strategic offset delivery agreement with Energy Co. So the responsibility will transfer to the department to do that. There may still be some movement in the final offset obligation because there is some post-approval modifications that can be made with things like presumed clearing and things like that. I'll just confirm that possibly on notice. Look, I'm pretty confident through the Credit Supply Task Force, we've got a pretty good track record in securing credits and actually generating supply in the market. We work with landholders to create the necessary credits, and so that they're available, and then we run the reverse auctions. I think in the case of CWO, we've already secured about 68% of the credits that are required for that particular project. It's about 10,000 hectares of land which will be protected in perpetuity.
Have you by any chance, Mr. Lean, seen the Nature Conservation Council's report on, it's called Extending and Rationalising Key Conservation Reserves in the Hunter, and it talks about, I think one of the questions is there any, the focus obviously is on private land because that's the offset system that works, but given the enormity of this project, the loss that is inevitably going to happen, and the fact that, social licence for these projects can be wobbly, to say the least. I'm just curious, that report, when I first read it, it provides 11 sites that the NCC suggests that could be a massive way to produce a genuinely nature positive. I know that the offset system supposes a nature positive, but a more socially as well as genuinely nature positive, and it identifies these 11 sites. Some of these sites are public lands, but it would be about protecting them in perpetuity. Is there any scope or consideration for that?
I've seen that report. As we finalise the conservation strategy, that is something that we look at. I know in the context of Central West Arana, we have actually done some additions to national parks as well. So some sites were offset sites were created and then they're added to the park. So it's something we'll work through as we finalise the investment strategy and the offsetting strategy as well.
Thank you. For what it's worth, can I really urge you to look again at that NCC report? It's really good. And the land that they, it's come from that community knowledge base over decades and decades of where the areas are that people love and want to be part of. And thank you.
If I can just add some detail, Chair. So the Secretary's point, the notice of intention to publish the soda for... Sorry, I lost the point there. For Hunter was in May 2026, so the notice of intention to publish the soda. And then Hunter Region Conservation Investment Strategy was published in September 2025. But we're continually reviewing data, so we're happy to take that report on mine and have a look at it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I just wanted to ask, and I think this is you, Mr. Chappell, a topic that I've spoken with you about and concerns the issue of passive chemical exposure. I know we've had this discussion, and I have been out to areas of the Central West and witnessed this in terms of defoliation and the vegetation issues that are presented from passive chemical exposure. I'm just wondering whether there's been any consideration about what this issue might mean in terms of the government's climate change goals, in terms of landscape, land use change, and the fact that if we are looking at these events becoming more and more common, or this event that's happening, and the degradation of really important vegetation across the landscape, whether that's ever been thought of or whether that's anything that is in the logic.
I've been out to various properties to look, including at your urging, at this issue, and I mean, I'm very pleased to say a month or two ago now, I think we released publicly our outcomes hierarchy and strategic risks in the pesticide space that we are looking to address in the years ahead and progressively manage. And so I don't think climate risk is explicitly in that from memory, but we are really seeking that kind of feedback from the community about how we can refine that outcomes hierarchy for our regulatory work in the pesticide space. So certainly it's appropriate to raise. Do you want to add anything, Mr. Bear?
I can add a little bit. I've been asked a PFAS question, but we've been around the state at 202 locations to collect water and sediment and soil samples and to look at PFAS. And while we did that, we actually metaphorically took another sample jar with us, and we actually tested those for a whole range of things, including pesticides. And interestingly, 90% of the 468 pesticide-related samples, so 90%, there were no detects in the samples at all. 52% of the 200 sites, of the sampled sites, which was 105, had no pesticide detects. And we're still working through that data, but interestingly, the most common pesticide that was detected was DEET, which is a common insect repellent. So we're working through the data set as we speak. It's only just finished this work, and the idea is to have it published, but we've got a pretty awesome data set now, particularly in relation to water, and so we want to keep building on top of that. And also the Department of Agriculture, I always get it wrong, Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, the federal departments, from the APVMA review, is looking at a sort of national framework for monitoring for both ambient background but also food produce. So there's a sort of whole bunch of work happening in this space, and I think the more information we can get out there into the community, the more confidence they can have about the regulatory assurance around it.
But so that, from what I hear then, I get the feeling, and I could be completely wrong, that you're suggesting that the issue of passive chemical exposure and its relationship to the impacts it has on native vegetation is, you're suggesting that perhaps because of the metaphorical extra sampling jar you had means that there's no, or am I not hearing that?
I suppose I probably should have said we're trying to use multiple lines of evidence here. So I don't think we're saying here's a piece of evidence and we're ruling it out. Clearly there are pesticides being sprayed. There are, unfortunately there does happen to be overspray events from time to time. But we're trying to still...
Just to interrupt, I'm not talking about overspray events. I think this is the thing, and I'm just so curious. Like, if I'm suggesting something that you say is just not a thing, then I need to know that that's what you're telling me. Is passive chemical exposure, in terms of those defoliation and chemical events that are happening across certain areas in the agricultural sector, is that something that you acknowledge and recognise?
It's something we acknowledge the concern, and we're trying to get the evidence to build up the evidence base. So this is just, and literally this stuff's hot off the press. Like the team are writing this work up now, and we work with our colleagues in DQ Science. And so this is really sort of saying, as part of us building multiple lines of evidence, so we need to look at both water, sediment, soil, vegetation.
With the vegetation part, I'm very interested. So what has the work happened in relation to the vegetation part?
That's the design work we're working into next. We decided to do water first, and we're just working our way through the different media, and you've got to do it in a way that's scientifically robust. So that's the work we're working with our colleagues on. But I suppose I was just pointing out of interest that we have heard the community's concern around the issue, and we're just trying to collect the evidence base so people can have an informed, make an informed view.
And we'll publish that summary this year of those results.
Okay, and you'll pub on your website,
Yep.
or
Yep.
okay, great. And just with because I mean I've been and seen on a number of occasions with other people and other experts, and it's one of those things that until you really see it and ever have it pointed out, you don't really recognize. But then once you've seen it, you really do see it, and
You can't unsee it.
You can never unsee it. Like I was quite alarmed
Yeah.
over the few years that I've been exposed to it, and it is, I think it's a really concerning issue in terms of some of the landscape, the idea of what's left in those landscapes. When you look in some areas, it's not much. Just one thing. When we last spoke, and I can't quite recall when it was, but there was a commitment to providing the full data that came from the pilot monitoring project in the Central West. And I'm sure, Mr. Chappell, it was either with you, I met directly with some state constituents, or whether it was even in estimates, but there was a commitment that the community could be provided the data in full from that monitoring program, and not I know this practice is summaries, and that's very important, but the community was asking for the data in full.
Our practice is trying to release as much of that data onto the seed portal.
Yep.
So I'll chase up whether we've done that or not. The only time we don't put data onto the seed portal, if it's been collected on private property, and we've got to satisfy the personal, giving out personal details. But our last study we did on Lake Macquarie, the health of Lake Macquarie, we put that 30,000 data points into the seed portal, and we actually want the community and the science community to ring that data get as much value out of that data. So we're keen to get that stuff out there.
And I don't think that is. I think that was collected on public land.
It was. It was at the Ag Centre.
But it's also. I mean, it's really presence and absence. It's not. Particularly granular.
Yeah. Thank you. It's you, Mr. Fang.
I'm going to ask, I'd say probably Mr. Lean first, just in terms of the Tomago issues that we've been discussing already. The Minister, when I asked her the question about the Great Koala National Park and the carbon credits which are available from there, indicated that coal and gas would not be able to access those credits. Yet it would be available to manufacturing. Is that effectively to say that Tomago would, for example, be eligible to purchase carbon credits from the Great Koala National Park?
I think that's the logical endpoint of the discussion you had with her this morning, yes.
Yeah. So is this not just some sort of a cyclic, circular economy decision that's been made, where effectively the government's giving Tomago the money to buy carbon credits from itself, and it's effectively just funding in a circular way the Great Koala National Park on paper, but not really funding it?
I'm struggling with that whole concept, but...
Well, I'm not, because it seems pretty simple to me. We're giving 1.2...
The two things are quite separate. Tomago is a support package that was negotiated with the Commonwealth and New South Wales and the firm. They potentially have an obligation under the Commonwealth Safeguard Mechanism to acquit offsets. They may buy some through, if we put them on the market, if we get a carbon project approved. Otherwise, they'll have to acquire them from somewhere else. So I'm not sure where how did you describe it? Circular
economy.
Yeah. Well, I mean...
That was the bit I struggled with.
Well, I don't really struggle with it, because it sort of makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, you've effectively got a bailout of a private company. You're saying that these carbon credits can only be used for industrial or manufacturing components, but not for coal or gas operations. It would seem to me to be pretty fundamental that what we're effectively doing is giving money to Tomago and then inviting them to buy
I just don't understand what you're saying. I mean, we could decide to, if we get credits, we could decide to retire them to, deal with government emissions if we needed to.
No, that's a reasonable point.
No, only that it's possible that we can sell them into the voluntary market, but it would be too soon to say who they would go to exactly. I don't think that it would be we'd be able to say that they would go to Tomago.
So if we were to sell them into the voluntary market, then how do we then stop coal and gas effectively buying them?
Through the voluntary market, we can determine who we sell them to.
Okay. Doesn't that, though, effectively limit, again, when I ask the question of the Minister, the pricing which is able to be achieved on those credits? If we limit who can actually buy them, we are effectively capping or limiting the price that we can charge for those credits.
So those credits will be premium credits because they have not only carbon abatement outcomes but also biodiversity and outcomes for First Nations peoples. And in the market, in the carbon market today, those types of credits are generally worth more than carbon credits that are generally sold for meeting safeguard mechanism.
You say that, okay, but at this point in time, are they considered to be premium credits or are they effectively considered junk? Because at the moment, until there is some acceptance that it is a carbon credit scheme, the fact that we aren't adding additionality or locking up effectively more carbon or through sequestration, we're just not chopping down a tree, in effect. So we need a reclassification of what can be a carbon credit in order for this to be considered a carbon credit in the first place, right?
That's what the so that's a matter for the Commonwealth and for the Emissions Reduction Assurance Committee and the
But at
Clean
the
Energy
moment,
Regulator.
it isn't considered a carbon credit, is it? We need them to reclassify it, right?
The INFM method has been approved by the Emissions Reduction Assurance Committee and the Commonwealth Assistant Minister.
Okay, so what are we waiting on?
And we are waiting on the carbon project to be considered and approved by the Clean Energy Regulator.
Okay.
And they need to look at our assessment, our application, and assess that against the INFM method.
So when you say that they're a premium credit, or I think it was a premium, or whatever the term was that you used, that's only if they're, I guess, reassessed and classified in that way, right?
It's just general understanding of the carbon market, that carbon credits that come with other benefits can attract a higher price because there are buyers in the carbon market in Australia that are interested in carbon credits that have other benefits attached to them.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to move now to a different topic only because I've got limited time. But Ms. McCackey, this one's for you, and I know you've been dying for me to ask some questions of you. Energy Co and the procurement of properties that are needed for your projects, and where you are unable to negotiate the effective compulsory acquisition of those lands. I believe that there are some properties near, I'll say the Bayswater area, that you're starting to compulsorily acquire, is that correct?
So are you saying that we've issued, are you talking about the issuing of the PANs, like the...
Yes.
Yes. So that's one of the first stages in the process. It doesn't necessarily mean we will compulsorily acquire them.
Yeah. How does the BESMAR precedent impact the potential procurement of those properties?
I'm sorry, how does the what precedent?
BESMAR precedent, I believe it was a ruling that was made in terms of Sydney Water, where there was a refusal to provide access and through the land. It was a ruling from the Land and Environment Court.
Oh, I'll take that on notice.
Okay. Where where you're effectively seeking to compulsory acquire those properties, are you making a commitment to this Parliament that you'll have done everything in terms of negotiating in good faith with those landholders before you go down this path?
Yeah, so the compulsory acquisition process is governed by the Just Terms Acquisition Act, and it is a highly regulated process, and Energy Co sets out that process on its website, and we go through, it's takes a period of time, and we provide access to independent legal advice and pay reasonable costs. We provide access to independent valuers, and we go through that process in a staged way according with the regulations.
All right. When you're doing those negotiations, do you effectively agree that you'll manage the boundaries, the roads, the areas that you are going to impact?
I just want to make sure I'm understanding the questions. When we're going through just acquisition process,
so where you require access to a plot of land for your projects, where you will impact that landholder in terms of fence lines, roads, etc., do you commit that you'll effectively manage and make good those areas that you might damage?
So the negotiation is for the plot of land with that specific landholder. Are you talking about the landholder we are negotiating with, or are you talking about the neighbouring landholder? I just want to
the landholder you are negotiating with, if you are required to use or to acquire part of their property, will you manage and fence and...
Yeah, so that is typically set out under the our property acquisition plan, what is covered and what is not, and it will depend whether it's a construction easement, whether we're acquiring the freehold, and the nature of the particular legals in relation to that landholder negotiation.
Okay. Where you haven't been granted access to a property, but you are doing survey work nearby or the like, you'd be aware of a number of issues of trespass that have, been publicised in terms of Energy Co contractors trespassing on private property of late?
Yes, so I will acknowledge we are, for any distress caused by any unauthorised access to properties, it is Energy Co's clear expectation and policy that Energy Co representatives or their contractors only enter land with previous approval and act in accordance with their wishes. There have been a small number of instances, as you've raised, where these representatives or contractors have not adopted Energy Co's policies, and we are working very hard to rectify that and to improve our policies and procedures to remove human error.
But I've raised it a number of times in this forum and other forums, inquiries, estimates, etc. I've raised it in the House with the Minister. Both you and the Minister have indicated that more needs to be done and that you're very sorry that these things have occurred, but it continues to happen. In fact, it occurred last week. I think I got an email from one of the landholders effectively providing CCTV of a trespass by Energy Co contractors on their land. They'd not given, they'd explicitly said to Energy Co they did not want Energy Co accessing the property, and they did that anyway. How many more times has this got to happen?
Yeah, we acknowledge those instances happen, and the event at Waverley Station last week was distressing for the landholder, and we acknowledge that. In the time that we've spoken, the Energy Co operations have become more complex and are occurring across a number of regions. So I'll give you the example of the Beltree incident, which happened earlier this year, where an Energy Co team was what they thought was a public road, and they were expecting a culvert to see if that road needed upgrading, and they were approached by the landholder, who kindly told them that they were on a private road. They apologised and left immediately. When we then cross-checked our public data source with other sources, it did emerge that it was private property. So we have now upgraded all our procedures and policies to ensure that whenever we go to a road, we treat it as if it is a private road. We start the process from that assumption, and we move forward on that basis. So we are continually, upgrading and improving our policies, but we take any instance very seriously, and in the instance of Waverley Station, which you just remembered, that contractor has been stood down and will no longer work on Energy Co projects.
Right. So I think last hearing I had to raise the issue of a contractor that spoke disparagingly about a landholder in a cafe. I've obviously raised now in this hearing an issue where you've had trespass again, and we've raised issues of trespass previously. When inevitably we call you back for supplementary hearings in November, and I'm foreshadowing that maybe we'll do that, is it likely that I'm going to be raising more issues from Energy Co and the contractors and their behaviour in terms of what they're doing, saying and engaging with landholders in New South Wales?
We always strive for compliance with all Energy Co policies, and we will be working, and we are working extremely hard with our contractors. We cannot necessarily eliminate human error, but we recognise the seriousness of this issue, and we are genuinely working on retraining across Energy Co, updating of policies and improvement. And we recognise, the seriousness of this. So is our genuine aspiration, if I have the pleasure of seeing you in November, that we have improved our track record, but that is something we're going to have to work. We are working out very hard across all our contractors.
No, that's very good. I believe the RFS around the New England region have indicated that they've had no formal meetings with Energy Co for over 2 years regarding the transmission line project. During that time, obviously, there's been a change in the corridors that has occurred, and that's been well ventilated, I'll say. Why hasn't Energy Co engaged with the RFS in relation to the change in the transmission route?
There has been engagement with the RFS both in the previous route, as you're aware, because we were very engaged with the RFS and their contractors around airborne firefighting operations. Then when we announced the new alignment, there has been further engagement with the RFS, and we are engaged with them as we are preparing for the EIS to go on later this year.
So does that mean then that you have taken on board their feedback around the issue of Lake Glenbourne and the overhead transmission lines that are currently going to go smack bang over the middle of where they would seek to access water for firefighting operations, aerial firefighting operations?
Yeah, so we are engaged in genuine and deep consultation with the RFS around the Lake Glenbourne issue and working out how we best position the line to ensure that we will not interfere with firefighting operations, and that's something that we'll publish in the EIS later this year.
Okay, so you're going to guarantee that you're not going to impact those aerial operations for the collecting of water from both rotary wing and fixed wing assets?
Yeah, so we are working on that's exactly why we're engaging with the contractors and with the RFS, is to ensure that what we propose does not interfere with firefighting operations in Lake Glenbourne.
I very much look forward to seeing how that's going to play out, because as I understand, they so far haven't felt heard at all. One last thing I want to turn to, and I know I'm going scattergun, but I've got very little time and very many questions. In terms of the New England res, the actual determination where the minister wrote to AEMO and asked that the and I've got a copy of the letter here, where the Minister asked that we move the project from being, I think, in the considered or draft phase to being actionable in the final ISP that's just been released. Can you indicate to me, using the 5 measures with which you need to require, I think, 3 of the 5 in order to have it as a project that's considered for the final part of the EIS, where those 3 of 5 come in terms of the New England res and it being considered now actionable, in effect.
So isn't that really a decision for AEMO? I mean, the Minister provided advice and they made the decision that...
Yes, I accept that, but in terms of the Minister effectively saying to AEMO that because the New England res is now under the EII Act and it should be moved from, foreshadowed effectively to actionable because it is part of EII instead of Writ T, surely the Minister must have indicated that 3 of those 5 categories that needed to be satisfied are satisfied, at least. So which ones are in terms of the New England res? Because I can't see any of them.
So, do you want me to help on this? So just to be clear, the New England res is, it's always been under the EII Act. So just start with
No. I accept that. Yeah. What I'm saying is that in order for it to be part of the planning for the final ISP that's just been released for 2026, it needs to be effectively satisfying 3 of 5 criteria, being the land, contracts, planning, finance and construction. Now, 3 of those 5 mean that it is effectively able to be considered actionable and part of a project that can be considered as part of the ISP. Now, when the Minister wrote to AEMO and said, I want it as part of the ISP, AEMO's accepted that the Minister has done that, but as far as we can tell, the projects, none of them meet any of the 5 criteria.
So I think what you're referring to is how the Minister wrote to AEMO to how the project should be considered.
Yes.
I believe that was written by the department, or it's supported by the department in that. But the point is that I believe what the letter said is that it was important to deliver the EII Act objectives, and it was recognised under the IIO, the ASL's IO, as being necessarily to deliver energy security for New South Wales.
That doesn't answer the question I asked. So which of those 5 categories have been satisfied in order for that project now to be considered actionable under the ISP?
I think, as I said, have you got anything to add? I think, as I said, that's a decision for AEMO to be satisfied that it meets the criteria. I mean, it's not for me.
This is chicken and the egg, isn't it? Where the Minister goes, well, I want it in the ISP, and AEMO goes, okay, but then, AEMO's responsible for effectively the planning, and the Minister points to the ISP every time we ask questions about the deliverability of projects.
Okay, I'll take that as a comment. Dr. Conn.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I've got some questions about the human health risk assessment that a consultant provided to the Central Coast Local Health District about the health risks of the coal ash and coal-fired power stations in Central Coast and Lake Macquarie. Did New South Wales Health or the consultant NRISC contact the EPA requesting data to support that assessment?
They did.
Okay. And did you provide that data to them?
The data we have available, yes, we did.
Okay. Why was the consultant forced to use a GIPA request?
We can't hand over all of our data. Data that we obtain under our legislation It's the only part of the POEO Act where an EPA officer commits an offence if it isn't used for the purposes of what the EPA wanted it for. So it's a better position for the data to be requested through the GIPA process.
Okay. And this was a report by a government-appointed consultant for another government department that is ostensibly in the public interest. Do you agree?
But there's sensitivities around we have powers to obtain information under the POEO Act, and we just can't hand that information out to anyone that asks for it. And in this case, we thought the better position would be is to ask for it under GIPA.
Not even New South Wales Health?
Yep. Because we've collected it for a specific purpose. So it's, and the legislation, by memory, says something along the lines of for the administration of this Act. So it's only for the administration of our Act.
So that human health risk assessment, and I understand the draft report's gone to the EPA. I've got a copy of a particular page if you need it. That report acknowledges significant gaps in data where they've had to make some assumptions, and I understand missing data is things like stack air emissions data, ambient air quality, dust monitoring, water discharge, water quality data, coal ash dam and groundwater data. Is that information that you have or would be able to collect from the operators?
We're still reviewing that report. The report's still in draft.
Would you consider using the powers available to you to fill those data gaps?
I think once we see the report and consider it in detail, we'll consider it, yep.
Okay. When did you receive the draft copy of the report?
I think I got it a couple of weeks ago. I actually sit on the committee.
Thank you. All right, I'll come to a different topic, which is there's a 2014 order and exemption on tyre waste that I understand has been criticised now of being relatively out of date compared to what's progressed overseas in terms of, for example, chemicals in tyres that prevent them from breaking down. Is there any plan to review that order that's now 12 years old?
Yeah, I think we are reviewing that order, but Mr. Beaman.
Yeah, a couple of things I can say about that is we're working, and one of the requests from the EPA board is for us to publish in the next 12 months chemicals of interest. And one of those chemicals of interest, and I always pronounce this wrong, is quinone-9, which is the material that's in the States has been identified as a chemical of concern out of used tyres, and so crumb rubber off roads. And so we're using the base research that we're doing then to start to review our resource recovery orders and exemptions to make sure that they address those issues.
Okay, thank you. And what's the time frame of that review?
I'd like it quicker.
Well, we'll publish that detail of chemicals of concern or interest this year.
Yep.
This financial year.
Yeah.
So
it'll be sometime in 27. So we've got about, by memory, about 25 or 30 general orders, and we're just going to systematically go through each one of them. So there's a fair bit of work to do, but we'll do a risk assessment on like a ranking of, so we can't do them all at once. Yep. But that one's on our list to do.
Yeah, that's right. Flagging with you now the public interest in those chemicals of concern in the tyres.
I think it's I think, and we've picked that up in our research. It's actually one of the top one on the list.
Good to hear. Thank you. I also wanted to ask about the funding that was announced in this year's budget for lead remediation for residents in Captain's Flat. Which was a welcome announcement, but it's lacking a little bit of detail at this stage. Are there available criteria that residents would need to meet to be eligible to access that funding?
We're actually in the program design stage, so we'll formulate that, finish formulating what the program design to do. We'll do it in a couple of stages, but we'll work with, particularly, we need to work with our colleagues in Queanbeyan and Palarang Council. We'll also engage with the community, and we also need to work with our colleagues in Crown Lands or the mining regulator, because some of that material will go back to the former mine to be deposited in the former mine. So there's a few bits where there's working through what the detail might look like, but we're going to continue to promote the free soil testing that EPA can offer for the people of Captain's Flat.
Yeah, understood. The free soil testing's been appreciated, but this follow-up step of supported remediation is very, very welcome in that community. Has there been any work done to estimate how many homes or residences that funding's expected to be able to support?
That's what we're working through at the moment. We want to go through a sort of competitive process so we can make sure that we actually get good value for money in terms of retopsoiling and turfing. So So we'll wait and see when we do market testings about what that, how many properties we can do. We're going to target the ones in our design around ones of the greatest risk of above the 300 milligrams, properties that have children. We'll just work our way through that. That's the design criteria that we're working through, so we get the best bang for buck.
And for people who are interested in this, it's just been a bit confusing where to go to for public information. So
Yep.
whether that's the EPA or the council, is there a main contact person for this?
We'll sort this out. Well, that's what we need to sort that out with council at the moment and we'll make sure the community is fully aware of where they can go to for advice.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Chappell or Mr. Beeman, can I just ask you about, there are people who have been trying very hard to access from the Forestry Corporation the assessed harvesting track log spatial data set. My understanding is it's a requirement under the CIIOFOA that material is available, but people can't access it. I have colleagues who have put in GIPA applications, and they're being refused access to these data sets. Fully accept that these are large data sets, but there is a requirement under the Coastal Integrated Forestry Operations approvals that this material is available. Are you aware of the issue? Have you looked at that? Is there some compliance role for the EPA?
We have had some discussions with some of the key stakeholder groups about how can, I think when the IFOA was written, the people that drafted it was in a very static world. You can put something on a CD or a disc and then publish it. What we're clearly seeing is community's interest to access, my words, near real-time information. And so we're working with we've got our own IT experts, but how do we get that information onto a digital platform that's useful for both the community and provides sort of, a place for Forest Corp to put their information as a repository. So we're still working through what that might look like.
Okay, so
and we're probably in the thinking is we try and use that the seed portal as a place to store that information, but we're still working through data custodianship, data integrity. How do you do that? And I know that there's a desire from some groups to have very real-time information, and that's a challenge to do that in a way that's not misleading, but it's something I think we're keen to work on.
So until that point, unless we end native forest logging before then, of course, until that point, is it the case that there will just be these continued kind of non-compliances with those provisions? That's the kind of the truth of it.
I think I'd probably answer that by saying each non-compliance needs to be assessed on its merits. I have to work out what's being asked for, in what format, and is it or not a non-compliance against the IFOA.
I see. Well, it's condition 116.1 of the IFOA, and it's basically, okay.
But I'm not sure the IFOA is super prescriptive on how.
Yeah.
That's the how.
Yeah, okay. Can I just ask what is happening, if there's any update with the Talaganda prosecutions?
It's very difficult to speak about that given
it's on foot. Yeah. Are we at the sorry, and this is more just my lack of attention to the matter. I know it's there in the back room, but has it proceeded to full hearings, or has that been set down, or is there still discussions in the lead up to that?
It's continuing to progress. I think there are 19 charges progressing.
Yep.
But let me perhaps take on notice any other detail that I can share.
Okay, thank you. I'm just even just the logistics of court dates, that sort of thing. The next return date would be helpful. Thank you.
The matter's listed for a directions hearing on the 25th of September 26.
Thank you very much. Is this like the 19th direction hearing? No, I'm joking. I wasn't meaning. Yeah.
Are you joking?
No, I was. It's a big matter, but not 19 direction hearings probably. Thank you. Just going back on the... I'm seeing faces. Maybe it is the 19th directions hearing. I don't know.
He read all the charges out.
He did. That was my... I feel I inflicted that. It was... yeah. Can I just ask, you know how you were talking with my colleague, Dr. Conn, about that provision in the legislation that limits and prohibits you? Has there ever been any consideration to seeking to amend that to be able to include the provision of other public authorities for law enforcement purposes? And if not, would there be any consideration? Because it seems quite kind of absurd, really.
I think, look, we're very happy to take that on notice. I'm not aware of consideration of that specifically, unless you are, but yeah, we'll take it on notice.
Great. We do get a lot of MISC bills. I'm sure if there was a reason to, you know, I mean, other public authorities, obviously information sensitive, but when you say for the purpose of this act, surely it can be expanded to the purposes of other legislation. Surely. If the opposition would agree. Can I also now just ask about, just in terms of cultural heritage, Aboriginal cultural heritage, is that, I'm over, there we go, thank you. Is there work still happening to pursue and progress cultural heritage law reforms within government at the moment?
Yes, there is. Oh, sorry, I should get closer to the mic.
That's
yes.
okay.
Yeah, look, there is work. That work is being led by Aboriginal Affairs under Minister Harris, but certainly Heritage New South Wales, because we currently administer those parts of the National Parks and Wildlife Act in relation to Aboriginal places and repatriation and conservation and permitting, etc. We have been working very closely with Aboriginal Affairs on that work, but it's certainly their lead.
Okay, but and your understanding is that work is still progressing?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Thank you. In the 26-27 budget, there was the provision of the $8 million for the implementation of the New South Wales Heritage Strategy and the Blue Parks program. How much of this funding is specifically allocated to, and you can take these on notice, but to Aboriginal cultural heritage?
I will have to take that on notice because the heritage strategy is really about heritage that is regulated or administered under the Heritage Act 1977, not under the National Parks and Wildlife Act. But having said that, there are streams of work outlined in the strategy where we are seeking to work much more closely with Aboriginal communities about the recognition, celebration and protection of their heritage outside of the National Parks and Wildlife Act. Right. So I'll have to take the detail on notice.
I would be grateful, thank you. It is from, and I'm not sure who might answer this one, it may be you, but is there new funding in the budget for the standalone cultural heritage reforms?
That is a question for
Harris.
Aboriginal Affairs.
Aboriginal Affairs, thank you. Sorry, I meant Minister Harris. Okay, thank you. During 25-26, how many reports of actual or suspected unauthorised harm to Aboriginal objects or places were received? Is that something that you would have been notified about?
I would have to take that on notice.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would have to take that. You're talking about 25-26?
Yep.
Yep, I would have to take that on notice.
Okay, and also then perhaps in the same vein, if there were any, how many stop work orders, remediation directions, penalty notices, enforceable undertakings or prosecutions relating to Aboriginal cultural heritage were issued or commenced during that same year?
Look, I'd have to come back to you on that, but I would make a comment about the way we issue permits though, given the context of your question. And that is that permits are issued after a very thorough consultation process. Permits are issued with various mitigation measures, which might include stop work orders or changing the footprint of a development, the presence of an Aboriginal community member on site to ensure that cultural objects are identified and protected, and ultimately repatriated. So I think the answer is not many, but I'm happy to come back to you with a.
Thank you. And just to finish that, if there were any, what was the total value of penalties, if there were any, imposed as a result of harm to Aboriginal cultural heritage during that same year?
Again, I'd have to come back to you on that.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask about joint management? I think that's you, Ms. Graham. what's the total budget in this year for allocated for Aboriginal joint management activities related to the National Parks Reserves, jointly managed?
I'll come back to you on that if that's okay.
And do you have any idea, just off the top of your head, and it's no problem if you don't, but what is the percentage of the overall budget in terms of, perhaps it's you, Mr. Lean, I see you moving. No, the percentage of the overall budget?
There's different buckets for different types of joint management arrangements. So
Right.
if it's okay, I'll come back to you with a clear answer around that.
Absolutely. Yep. No, that's fine. Thank you. And I just wanted to also ask about the project that's been nominated under the improved native forest management methodology. In terms of the way that, if for example that project is approved, is it your understanding from the application of that method that there are carbon credits that are generated, but in terms of dealing with leakage as an issue, that there is a requirement that logging or tree removal or in the broader project nominated area has to reduce?
No. So in the carbon protection area, which is where the project would apply, that's where we would be ceasing harvesting.
In the broader area though?
And in the broader area, so what we do with leakage is we don't necessarily say you have to reduce harvesting in the broader area, but what we do is monitor and then report on any additional harvesting that may have occurred in the broader area as a result of ceasing harvesting in the carbon protection area.
And so when we say about increase, the baseline is from when that project was approved, or?
So the sustainable yield is the baseline that we look at for the whole forestry region.
Mm-hmm.
And any additional harvesting over and above what would otherwise have occurred would be considered leakage, if that makes sense.
And so when you're calculating, so am I correct that this also includes private native forestry as well?
Yes.
And so if we are looking at that, has the sustainable yield been calculated based on every existing approval that is in existence at the time, say, the GKMP project is approved? Is that the baseline feed-in for the sustainable yield for the private native forestry component?
So the baseline is determined by the sustainable yield, and then we take into consideration historical actuals, so what has actually occurred, because we never see the baseline ever met in terms of amount of harvesting. And so we look at historical data, historical harvesting in the area,
so
and that becomes the baseline.
So how is it anticipated that, so if all logging in the area ceases in the carbon project area, which is a bit hypothetical because technically it has already, so if, let's say, it's applied to another area, if you are then looking at the past to calculate the sustainable yield and any increases, what happens? Is it just simply you record that and that is reported in, but there's no mechanism to actually deal with that increase in tree removal or logging or?
So the point of the leakage provisions in the method is so that the project proponent, i.e. New South Wales Government, doesn't get credited for abatement that might have occurred. So if there's an increase in harvesting outside of the carbon protection area and we're credited for what would have otherwise not have occurred, then we would have to repay those ACCUs back, or they would be withheld. So effectively it affects the project proponent and the number of ACCUs we get, as opposed to provides any additional obligations on PNF or outside of the carbon protection area.
I'm just going to use these 2 minutes and then I'll go to you. Can I just ask then, so then what is the, what will be the Is there an implied incentive, therefore, for the proponent, namely the government, in this occasion, to try to not see the increase, i.e. not then go and issue a bunch of private native forestry approvals, or, does...
No, because the method is that the leakage provisions have been designed based on what would be considered to be reasonable amount of leakage anyway. So it's already accounted for that there would be a certain amount of leakage.
Mm-hmm.
But what we need to make sure in the method is that we're not being credited for where there might have been leakage over and above what was already estimated. So and at the end of the day, for every reporting period, we would have used all available data as well as an independent expert to determine the extent to which leakage has occurred, and then that report would go to the CER, the Clean Energy Regulator, and then they would determine to what extent there was leakage.
And then is there a penalty or is there an adjustment made?
It's an adjustment to the amount of ACCUs we would receive.
I see.
Yeah.
And so with this current method, the proposal, how long, what's the life of the ACCU generation period?
So there's a 15-year crediting period and a 100-year permanence.
And the Minister said this morning, I don't know whether it was, I think it was a bit throwaway, but it sounded quite a little bit precise. She said that she thought that it was around about 1% in terms of the issuances or however we refer to them, of the market. That's
right. Yeah. So our estimation is that the Great Koala National Park project, if approved, would contribute around 1% of the overall carbon credits market in Australia.
And in terms of return from the discussion or the testing the method, there's been an estimate of about $300 million return. Is that about right?
We've estimated there'll be around about 3.5 million ACCUs to be generated, but that's an estimation. Because we are still working through the process with the Clean Energy Regulator.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you. Over to you. 2.5 minutes.
A question about heritage. I just wanted to understand the process of the divestment of the Commonwealth sites, and obviously that means that the Commonwealth Heritage listing is lifted, and the relationship between that time period and putting an item on the State Heritage Register. Can Commonwealth Heritage listed sites be on the State Heritage Register simultaneously, or does that need to be, is that not possible?
It's a good question, because, I mean, theoretically, a State Heritage Register, a Commonwealth listed item could be placed on the State Heritage Register.
Okay.
But because it's a military site, it would almost certainly have no regulatory effect at all.
Until the Commonwealth Heritage listing is lifted.
Exactly. But, but there's more. I appreciate there's a lot of concern about long-term heritage outcomes for these Commonwealth defence sites that are planned to be divested. The way it works is that under the EPBC Act, a Commonwealth listed property, which means that it's owned by the Commonwealth and has significant heritage values, as opposed to a national listing.
Yes, I understand. Yeah.
There is a requirement under the EPBC Act for the Minister to enter into a covenant upon divestment that would ensure heritage protections into the longer term. Right, so that it's really important to understand that, because those heritage protections are not switched off automatically. The Commonwealth listing falls away, but there is a requirement in the Act for the Minister to ensure heritage protections continue. Now, at that point, it would potentially be more appropriate to pursue a State Heritage Register listing, because the property would be in private hands. But that would, I suppose, it's a complex question, because you don't know what's in that covenant, what's in what the Minister has negotiated in relation to long-term heritage protection over the site.
Can I jump?
Sorry, yes.
One last question, Ms McCackey. You said that you would negotiate in good faith in terms of land acquisitions, where you are potentially about to start compulsory acquiring those land acquisitions where you've been unable to achieve good faith negotiation outcomes, can you confirm that you would have absolutely negotiated around the fact that you would manage any new roads, new fence lines that were required? And is it the case that you've potentially sought to compulsory acquire only a temporary easement and will now have to recommence a whole new process in terms of compulsory acquiring certain lands?
Do you want to give... I think you might be thinking of a particular instance.
I am.
Do you want to go through what that instance is? So
Well, I haven't got permission from that person to actually...
Oh, okay. So
Yes.
we
don't
should
have
we,
time. And I don't have time,
Okay,
but
should
I'm
we
just...
stay working in theory then, and we can follow up at another time. But effectively, there are all different types of legal rights which are put in place to deliver our network infrastructure projects. Sometimes we acquire the freehold. Sometimes we negotiate a construction easement. A construction easement with a certain number of criteria should be sufficient to do the works permissible. In some instances, it turns out that the landholder wants the land to be owned and a freehold, and we are
pretty
open
sure that's not this case, but yes.
Okay, all right. Well, we're not talking about the same case. So
Okay.
it really, I just can't give a blanket answer because it really depends on the nature of the legal instrument.
But it is true you may have actually sought to compulsory acquire only temporary access and now realise you need actual, like, freehold access, effectively?
Again, I'm not sure if we're talking about the specific instance, but there are specific... I can talk about other instances in the history of Energy Co where there were an instance where we were negotiating an access easement or a partial of the land, and then the landholder will come forward and say they want the whole land to be acquired, or they want... We try as much as we can to work with the landholder and understand their considerations, albeit we have to make sure that our costs are reasonable, prudent and efficient, you know, in the overarching scheme. But we do work with landholders, but easements, freeholds, all different types of legal rights can be used. It depends on the part of the project you'd be referring to.
Thank you.
Okay,
Mr. Rowley's
well,
very
with
happy you saved him from me asking about how he leaked the coal report to the Newcastle Herald, but that might be another... That might be
Next
November.
time, Wes. Next time,
That
Wes.
might be
Next
November.
time. Mr. Badagi, we're now in government time.
Mop it up, Butters. Come on, mop it up, mate.
If you don't mind, Mr. Fang, ask the witnesses if they've got anything to add or elaborate on.
Anything about a leak to the Newcastle Herald?
Wes?
A couple of things I just wanted to clarify. So, Chair, you asked about the koala SEPs.
Yes.
So, it's an ongoing issue of concern of some councils around the dual SEP approach, and we receive reps on that. We have spoken, well, there has been sort of exchanges of advice between DQ and DeFi in that context. I'm not aware of any current proposal to address the issue substantively.
Thank you.
Southwest Res, I just want to clear up, because there was a bit of commentary around whether Southwest Res was in the NER or whether it was always under the II Act. So just to clear that up, Southwest Res was identified as a res in the Electricity Infrastructure Investment Act in 2020. The res was formally declared by the Minister for Energy under Section 19 of the EII Act and published in the Gazette on 4 November 2022. In July 2026, the Minister for Energy updated the Southwest Res Declaration to specify additional network infrastructure in the Southwest Res, including network infrastructure between Wagga Substation and Gugar Substation. The update to this declaration doesn't affect the geographic boundary or intended network capacity of the res. And the reason for doing that was because Victoria had announced the Transgrid was progressing VNI West. Part of the infrastructure of VNI West was needed for the Southwest Res. Victoria delayed that for 2 years. So it needed to be separated off and brought under the EII Act so it would proceed more rapidly. So this will undergo EII Act regulatory processes and the Consumer Trustee will authorise the specified infrastructure as a RES network infrastructure project if the costs, and determine the prudent, efficient and reasonable costs of the project.
And we're going to recover the costs that have already been approved under VNI West for the actionable part of it that was with Transgrid but now is coming under Energy Co?
I doubt there will be double counting, but we'll get
well,
double
you
recovery.
say you doubt, but I don't.
Like, I'd just be surprised if that happens.
No, fair enough.
Yeah, I have just some information to come back to you, Ms Munro, about the community advisory panels. So they have met twice since the last minutes had been published, once in March and once in June. The minutes from the March meeting went to the June meeting for adoption, and we are a bit delayed in publishing both those minutes, but we will make that a priority this month.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you for that.
Chair, just one
Yes.
point. Ms Fairman previously asked about testing of blueberries and other produce. So I just want to update the committee on two compliance activities. On 3 and 4 November 2025, EPA undertook a coordinated compliance campaign inspecting approximately 20 farms between the Nambucca Valley, Coffs Harbour and Clarence Valley local government areas. The campaign focused on compliance with pesticide regulations while also undertaking random fruit sampling for pesticide analysis. Compliance levels were generally observed to be higher than in previous years' campaigns. There is evidence of positive behaviour change, and fruit samples were received in December 2025 and showed no evidence of banned pesticides or off-label pesticide use. Also in 2025, EPA investigated a reported detection of an unregistered pesticide, thiametin, in blueberries and raspberries sampled from retail outlets in the Coffs Harbour Nambucca region in late 2024 as part of a research project conducted by a Southern Cross University researcher. The EPA has reviewed analytical data from the research and has identified some issues with the testing methodology and results. This prompted EPA to review other testing data from the same region and time period which used approved methods for testing pesticides on fresh produce, and no thiametin was detected. EPA is working with New South Wales Food Authority, which has conducted sampling of retail berries to test for thiametin. Thiametin was not detected in 80 blueberry and 20 raspberry samples tested, and all pesticide residues were determined to be below the relevant maximum residue limits. Thank you.
Great.
Chair, just one if I may follow up to Ms Munro's question. So the public register for biodiversity offset obligations is expected to be available mid next year and will be available on the department's website.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much to all of you government officers for your attendance today. I also want to say thank you very much for your expertise, your professionalism and your time. The committee secretariat will be in contact in the near future about any other questions that were taken on notice and any supplementary questions. We are very, very grateful for your assistance in all matters that you attended to today. Thank you.
And good luck, Mr. Chappell, in your...
Farewell, Mr. Chappell.